Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Oopsie Dome. I'm your host, Aliaris. I'm here with Misty, Dujek, and Novatera to break down last weekend's feeders action and get ready for what's coming up this week. Nova, how are you doing?
I am fantastic. Thanks for having me. Glad to chat about some AT stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting weekend. We already have seen a bunch of great action. Speaking of great action from last week, Misty, what was your favorite match that we got to see?
I would probably have to go with the Nerve and Evasive Maneuvering match, partly because I know some of the people on the Nerve team, but also because these are essentially two teams that have won the AT at different points in their histories. So we got to see basically like a finals worthy match in the feeders. So yeah, I think that one was probably my favorite.
Nice. I know it's some of the matches were incredibly high quality. We have a bunch of teams since we have moved from having the Plex buy-in for some teams just being able to pay their way to the finals. We are seeing everyone have to fight their way in, and that means we get to see some high quality tournament matches before we even get to the main arena. Dujek, which match would you recommend people watch?
I really like the Fraternity versus NPSI.ROCKS match. I was feeling that was very back and forth. Anyone could have won that up until the last point.
Yeah, no, there's some very close ones. I personally was sweating on the Odin's Call, the first Odin's Call versus Doro Sweetpunch thing. I've been assured that the Odin's Call team was believing the entire time. Good for you. I was in Twitch chat bemoaning my points. Nova, what about you? What was your favorite match?
For me, I think off the top of my head, I'm gonna say Exodus. I believe they lost to Punishing Grey Raven. That one's definitely worth a watch, though. Had a little bit of everything, I'd say. Some really sweet local MJD plays as well. It's a fun one to watch.
Yeah, and that was also one of the more surprising ones, I felt like. Exodus, we've seen them in the tournament before. They've been here for a very long time. And Punishing Grey Raven have not been a team that we've seen on the AT main stage, but they really showed up. They did a good job in both their matches, both the one that they played versus Exodus and the one that they played versus Odin's Call. Any other particular upsets that you'd like to highlight? Misty?
I mean, it probably would have been the Exodus match as an upset. I think that besides that, most teams have given a really good showing so far in the tournament, and it's not really fair to say that it's been an upset one way or another because every team has really stood a chance at pulling through in each match. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably the only one, the Exodus match.
Yeah, we did see a number of teams. So we've got some teams have already made it to the Alliance Tournament. The way these brackets work, it's sort of like a little mini double elimination tournament inside of each group. So last Sunday, we had our first teams that have made it in. Those being Meta Reloaded, Barcode, Psycho Kids, Deepwater Hooligans. It worked in testing. Congratulations to them. Nerve, as mentioned. Odin's Call, Desync, Test Alliance, Please Ignore. And that, to me, is one of the upsets. We have seen Test show up in the feeders many times, going 2-0 into the Alliance tournament. Definitely a stronger performance than we've seen from them before. We've also seen Paper Numbers, Polaris Mercenary Alliance, Sedition, and Laserhawks are our last member in directly into the Alliance tournament. Of course, this upcoming weekend, we're going to have some opportunities for some other teams to make it in. We'll see. But we'll also start sending more teams home for the first time, which should be a very. So for those teams that are in, congratulations, you get to take a week off. For those teams that are still playing, this is the one where there's going to be a bunch of sort of white knuckling and everyone getting up. Dujek, how are Laserhawks feeling in the tournament already?
We're feeling good. We get to scrim ahead of the broadcast on Saturday and Sunday as well. So one extra weekend and looking at flagships already. It feels like we're a week ahead already.
Yeah, definitely. The flagships, those are gonna be exciting, especially with the balance changes that have been promised. Have any of those balance changes changed the flags? We will find out this weekend when CCP Kestrel tells us how our meta is being shaken up. Speaking of the meta, let's spend some time talking about this weekend's feeders meta, because my absolute favorite thing about Alliance Tournament season is that we get to look at metagames, see what people are bringing, see how it's changed. And with both the switch to 3 ships of a size as well as the reversion of Surgical Strike, we've got and the points drops, the lack of the duplicate points, we've got a big change from last year. So we have a very nice bar chart of all of the different comp archetypes. If we can take a look at that, so this is what we've seen in the feeders so far. The standout comp was Rush, because people still think you can rush your way through feeders, and it had a 50% win rate, so they're mostly right. Also, some pretty big showings from Kingslayer, from Kite, Control, as well as we had the return of the Triple Dummy comp from last year's finals, the TFI Kite. Yeah, it was a very good showing. Some of those did better than others. So let's get into that. So first off, let's talk about Rush. Misty, how do you feel about everyone trying to rush the, it's a classic. Were they right to bring that rush through feeders?
I was thinking about it just prior to the stream because I was trying to struggle through kind of what talking points I might raise. But I was going to say I actually like that there is more consistent damage coming out of comps this year. We've seen Rush in previous years quite a few times. This year we've seen people try the Sleipnir Rush versus more Ham Rush with Nighthawks or the Claymores. I flicked back through some of the previous comps, like the day 1 and day 2 feeder comps that we've kind of collated in the background, and it seemed like most people tended towards the Ham versions, and they seem to do fairly okay, as we can see with the bar chart. I think Rush is decent in the feeders format, where it is essentially guaranteed damage as long as you can get on top of your target. It isn't that complicated to fly. The Ham variant, especially if you're in range of missiles hit, you don't have to stop your ship to hit properly. You don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. So it's simple to execute. It's really high damage, and you can kind of just roll the dice into a 3 battleship comp and hope that you win. And you only need to win twice to get into the tournament, right? So I think it's a sensible choice for a lot of teams that are perhaps newer to the tournament and still finding their feet, especially since many of them may have not had that much time to practice prior to the feeders. So it's a safe, reliable fallback.
Yeah, we've definitely had a variety, more diversity in rush comps this year than we did last year. Of course, this year we have the Cenotaph. Fun fact: in most rush matches where the Cenotaph was unbanned, both teams brought a Cenotaph. It was incredibly popular to put in your rush comp. Of course, people still trying to figure out, what do I do if I can't bring 4 battle cruisers, 4 cruisers? Nova, how do you feel about some of the variants that we saw, like particularly that triple Raven comp?
Yeah, there were actually, a couple triple Ravy Navens, as we were calling it at one point there, comps. One of them was even fielding Torps. I'm pretty sure that was UA fleets really early on, which was pretty interesting, sort of pretending to be a normal rush comp there. But yeah, that was interesting to see. I think a lot of these shield versions of those were especially interesting, like those cruise setups with the triple Raven. They weren't tinkering, notably. So there were no remote capacitor transmitters going off there to pump up some Ansel shield boosters. It was really just like raw application they were focused on for the rest of it. I don't know. It looked pretty reasonable, but I think overall, I think I was really enjoying watching some of the other triple battleship comps as well. Dominic's looked really sweet, and like other ones that were also fielded in the finals from last year, I believe it was Typhoon Fleet Issues with the cruise as a kite setup, looked really, really nice. But definitely, Cenotaph has been a major elephant in the room.
Yeah, so Dujek, how was your team? You actually got to fly a cenotaph in the arena. How did you find it in scrims and testing, and how did you find it when you're actually on the grid?
I think it's such a big pick or ban or avoid situation. Like, if you are kiting and you can reliably keep away from a cenotaph, or you got the webs to deal with it, I think you can leave it unbanned. It felt like the ban strategy like funneled into a game of chicken, where like if you don't ban the cenotaph and then they don't ban the cenotaph, you feel compelled to take it into a mirror. And our testing showed that if you're in a cenotaph rush mirror, control over the cenotaph is by far the most important thing. If you snowball a little bit, or if you like fire off your pods too quickly and miss, in our match, our opposing cenotaph fired 2 pods that didn't hit their targets, and you will be within 12 of a ship. But even if that ship is moving sideways in relation to you, that extra couple of 100 meters that the pod has to travel means that it doesn't hit its target if it's in space for too long. And that really is the difference. Like, I think a lot of cenotaph pilots are figuring out that it's better to wait until you're 8 kilometers from your target than to try to get it off 2 seconds earlier. And to the previous point with Rush being this popular, I think Rush also could stand to be more granular on the graph as well. Like, if you stack up like how many people flew Rush versus how many people flew comps that had 2 to 3 battleships, those graphs would be pretty similar in size. Like, it's easy to lump everything in as Rush, but I think that we had a couple of strategies there, most notably people who took 1 battleship into the rush, people who had Lokis versus no Lokis. I think is a big distinction as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the trouble when grouping archetypes, is you have to like pick some sort of like macro archetype and then figure out and then decide like, okay, this is Rush, this is not Rush. I was DMing a moderator to be like, would you consider this comp control, or should I put it under something else? So our triple battleship setup, we had 2 triple battleship comps. One of them, White Squall's arguably control, featuring a redeemer for the newts. The other, the Odin's Balls Deep comp, featuring the Balgorn Double Abaddon, is a Pravi comp with extra webs and newts. So, you kind of have to split some hairs at some point. And it's true, we have broken the triple battleship comps out into more sub-archetypes than the Rush comps. Partly that's because I wanted to talk about the triple Dominixes. Misty, we saw these last year in the grand finals. We're seeing them again in the feeders. Are they real?
I mean, they won so far, so yes, kind of. We saw actually the match that I highlighted, which was Nerve versus Evasive Maneuvering, was triple Dominix from Nerve into a Nighthawk Rush from Evasive Maneuvering, with some interesting piloting with the use of MJD beacons by the Evasive Maneuvering team to try and get onto the Dominixes. But I think one of the strengths of drone comps in general, but perhaps looking also at like Dominixes specifically, is the fact that they are able to dedicate so much of their high slots towards drone link augmenters and maybe neutralizers as well, to make life difficult for any team that does get close. But they're also able to spread out because they'll have that advanced range, the added range that goes into it. So they'll be able to sit on different MJD beacons. And I think that's one of the key issues that we have, or that Rush faces in any given matchup, is the fact that if a team is able to spread out and use range as one of the measures by which they manage to control you, then Rush will have a really hard time. I think the fact that Rush has won so much is just because Rush has been going into Rush as well. So by nature, they'll be sitting on top of each other doing damage. And there's been no real issues with them having to chase down and catch up to things. I think we've seen Rush lose in those situations so far. Going back to your question though, yeah, Dominixes are real. They are okay so far.
Dommies, they're real. Dujek, I think you wanted to chat about the Dommies as well.
I think for feeders, when you have fewer bans and you can't control what your opponents bring, dummies are an incredibly safe comp. They can't be damped out with assigned drones. They're not being jammed out. They're not being tracking disrupted. You have these feeder comps in like really kitey kite with damps that are like immune to almost anything because you can just damp out what you would otherwise be worried about. Dommies and pseudo dad or octo that we've seen in previous years, they're just so safe for feeders. Like you feel like nothing is really going to get you, and if you're a better team, you will also win with that comp.
Yeah, it's true. And again, these being comps that we've seen from Tuskers in the finals last year, they obviously have a lot of room for execution in them, where you can start getting edges with higher execution. And that tends to be what we see those higher skill teams and higher experienced teams favoring. Speaking of execution, I'd like to talk about the triple TFI comp as well. Nova, maybe you can break this down for us.
Yeah, this one was looking really solid overall. It is an armor setup with those Typhoon fleet issues. They're cruise setup, the way they've been used thus far, at least. And the goal is largely to play a game of keep away. And I think the thing that was really the linchpin of the comp isn't just that high-end, the triple Typhoon fleet issue, which of course can deal a bunch of raw DPS if you're just looking at Python numbers. But realistically, it's the low-end ships like Hyena, Vigil fleet issue we saw in one comp, and then the normal Vigil. Those ships help so much for the application with cruise missiles. Already, Typhoon fleet issues, one of the better ships for actually trying to apply with cruises. But it's really, really reliant on both webs and target paints. So those comps have a tendency of falling apart if they lose those low-end ships. So it's really about that game of keep away, especially with a Hyena, I would say, doing their best to keep things off of them for as long as possible, while then simultaneously being able to swap all the webs and target paints right at the moment they need to in order to get that application in. I've been really impressed seeing the really small size of things that oftentimes those cruise missiles have been able to hit because of that. So I think that comp's looking really, really good.
Yeah, we saw it in the finals last year when Tuskers brought, I believe it was 4 logical hyenas, things that all had target painters on them to the same match. And I think this was actually match 5 at the grand finals last year. And you see just the other team just trying to kill target paints, and Tuskers is bleeding hyenas when eventually they 4 was the right number. They can't bring 4 this year, but we do have a lot. Yeah, DJ.
It's added to the story that, unlike this year, bringing 3 of the same ship twice last year was a huge points investment as well. So seeing 3 hyenas when you end up paying, what was it, like 14, 13 points per hyena was a big deal as well.
Yeah, definitely. And the Typhoon fleet comps that we've seen, I think both the triple Typhoon fleet and the triple dummy are comps that only benefited from the changes that we've had since last year. They weren't running 4 in a slot, so it's not like the max threat comp or the max threat medium gun spam octo, whatever you want to call it. It's not like the octo comp. It's not like the rush comp. They don't need to figure that out. They were only running 3. They were suffering from points economy, having to overpay for a triple Typhoon fleet issue, or drop a single one down to a Typhoon, and now they're just living large. Misty, do you think we're going to see both the Typhoons as well in the main event?
I would say so. We've seen Typhoon fleet issues in previous tournaments as well. In those situations, they've sometimes been fit with rapid heavy missile launchers. Probably less likely to see rapid heavies going forward in the main tournament, depending on what the balance changes are. Very hard to predict what the future tournament meta is going to look like when we have big changes coming next week. But I expect that we will see cruise Typhoon fleet issues if cruise isn't hit too badly with a nerf bat on the 9th of September, because again, it's a matter of being able to do consistent damage to your opponent in the arena. Rapid heavies have had the issue where when they're shooting into ships post-surgical strike because of the additional resist that we're seeing, and maybe some fitting choices as well to include more tank. They're not getting through the ship that they're usually shooting, at least not at a decent rate, which means that they end up running out of missiles, and then they need to go and reload, and eventually they fall behind. The benefit of cruisers, especially from the Typhoon Fleet issues, is that they apply really well. They'll apply most, to most of the areas of the arena, but also you don't have to worry about running out after 20 shots. You'll be able to continue to grind through whatever it is that you're shooting. Then it just comes down to target selection and having enough bonus application to make sure that you are able to punch down on things like the lower end. So you're not stuck just like shooting a battleship as your first target at the very beginning. That's catching reps.
Speaking of rapid heavy missile launchers, one of the comps that did not have a good weekend this weekend was the Kingslayer comp. That is to say, triple Armageddon Navy issue featuring rapid heavy missile launchers attempting to destroy the enemy. That was one of the larger metagame shares that actually did not achieve the 50% win rate. It's just for people who haven't spent a lot of time thinking about this, the 50% win rate, like that's your okay bar. If you make 50%, then it's 50-50. You show up, maybe you win, maybe you don't. You expect 50% in a mirror. If you're doing better than 50%, then you're ahead of the metagame. You've got a good choice for the weekend. If you're below 50%, and again, Armageddon Navy issue is the standout ship of below 50%, then maybe you did not quite make the right metagame choice. Nova, why did Kingslayer not work out?
It's a good question. I do actually think that there is some relationship to that with the topic we were just touching on, which was these Typhoon Fleet issues. In a lot of cases, they've been doing something really similar, but just better with their ability to play keep away for most of the time. And also, the reversion of the surgical strike nerfs that we were talking about previously, it's a big deal. Your target selection matters so much now at this point when you're choosing what your initial volleys are going to go after. And so many times we've seen ships like dip into mid armor and then nothing happens. They're stuck for a reload cycle. They get back all of their armor HP, especially because it's mostly been, at least in, I think many of the matches that we've seen, at least spent a lot of armor comps. We see things just pulling all the way back up to maximum armor, and then they just have to pick a new target entirely. Like they've gotten nothing for it the entire time. So I think there's that element. I think it's also a situation a lot of times where good teams were really able to read into the bans that teams were making. When a team is conveniently leaving something like an Armageddon Navy on the table, by the way, that's also a ship that was receiving a lot of bans from teams over the weekend. They're also likely to be banning something like potentially a Zarmazd, which they might not want to see against that because they know they have to take out that Zarmazd or they're going to break nothing virtually. Because Zarm's really good at that all of your eggs in one basket sort of style of gameplay, where you just keep your rep on the one thing, it spools up, and then hopefully you survive through the rapid heavy clip. Realistically, I think a lot of teams were able to read into that and then bring things that either were going to field really well into the Armageddon Navy, or just say our comp didn't really care about that style of game plan to begin with. So I think that was definitely contributing to the poor showing it had that weekend. But I think a good number of teams who were pretty competent were still bringing it. I think there's still a lot of hope for the comp. I don't think it's out of the contention by any stretch of the imagination. So I have a feeling we'll be seeing some more of it.
Yeah, and so in terms of changes, like this is a comp that did not. It was also not really hurt by the changes in the points. It was not really hurt by the changes in you didn't have a 4 destroyer lineup, a 4 frigate lineup, or a 4 high end lineup or anything like that. But those weren't the only changes that we had between the Alliance Tournament and last year's Alliance Tournament and the one today. Dujek, is there anything else that might have hurt this comp?
I distinctly remember a couple of years ago, I was really told off for talking about Kingslayer from somebody who was a part of coining the term, and they were like, the point of Kingslayer is to kill the Lodgy. And we've got a significant Lodgy buff recently with Sarm, Basilisk, and Guardian becoming way tankier, and all of them repping more, for that matter. and the Oneros and the Scimitar getting faster and lower sig radius. So, like the absolute worst case scenario for rapid heavies, they can't chew through Logi that is both buffed on their own merits and on resistances. They have to go for something else instead. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see more Tech 2 Cruiser Logi because it seems so strong, but in fact, we're seeing more Tech 1 Tech 1 frigate Logi than I've ever seen before, just to get more points. Like in a powerful meta where you get to take a lot of good stuff, having even more points for even more good stuff seems to be the way people are going.
Yeah, and Misty, where do you think that Tech 2 Cruiser Logi has been going? Like, why aren't people bringing that?
I feel like, and this is just going off of vibes and my really bad memory, my Swiss cheese memory, but I feel like we would be more likely to see T2 logistics with teams that are more comfortable with control setups, simply because you will usually only have a couple of ships at your upper end, and then you'll have a very extensive support wing, which means that you'll both have more points for a Tech 2 logistics ship, but also you'll have a need for a Tech 2 logistics ship to be able to keep up a support wing of that type. I feel like the Tech 2 logistics that we're thinking about, at least in my mind, would be more like the Guardian or the Hyenas. We have seen some scimitars in different matchups, but that's mostly because it can kite. I think that most people are shying away from your slower Tech 2 logistic ships because they don't want them to get headshot or focused in some of these rush setups, perhaps. But I don't really have a good answer beyond the rambling which I've just given you on that front.
I mean, it's some good rambling. I think, we saw a little bit of control this past weekend, and that control was predominantly drone control, where you have an Armageddon, 1 to 3 AOSs. We don't have agreement on what is the right number of AOSs yet. But Armageddons, AOSs, and then typically we were seeing 2 disruption cruisers, just the Tech 1 disruption cruisers in that sort of middle slot. But traditionally, we don't see a lot of control in feeders because both there's fewer bans, maybe a little bit less settled meta. Control is best if you can bring a ship that's actually going to target something. And you don't have flagships. So before we went live, we were just having a little yap about flagships, and I'd like to just get all of your opinions. Dujek, I'll start with you here. What do you think is going to be the standout flagship of Alliance Tournament 21, and what do you think is going to be the standout trap in the flagship?
I think the standout flagship is probably Balgorn. I personally just love webbing people really far away and neuting them out up close. I think the standout trap is the Widow, for sure. I think it seems really cool to take something that we have not been allowed to take for years, and then you look at what it's allowed to get as a flagship, and you want to tank it up, and suddenly you're still putting metaphor modules on that thing, and it's going to be disappointing.
Nova, are you also on Team No Widows?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to agree probably on both counts there. I think Balgorn is really, really good overall. I think if you rephrase that question as what will have the best maybe cost efficiency, we might have a different answer there. But realistically,
Okay, sure,
if you are able to get all the purple modules you want, I think Balgorn's going to be pretty sweet. And I don't know if Widow will have the same power, but I do think for cost effectiveness, if you're just trying to get something middle of the road, get your couple AT ships potentially as prizes without paying exorbitant fees, hundreds of billions of ISK. I still sort of like Armageddon Navy issue. I think it was reasonable before. And yeah, you can field it pretty budget. You're not going to get as much value out of like Tobias Webbs, for example. So yeah, you don't have to spend the ISK on it.
Yeah, and these days you can no longer, both last year and this year, you can no longer put dead space neutralizers on it to just boop, delete the capacitor of the Oneros at ranges that are honestly just truly uncharitable. Misty, are you agreed with your fellow desk mates here?
Yeah, I think Balgorn is probably the best choice this year. depending again on what the balance changes are. But yeah, I'm expecting to see quite a few Armageddon Navy issues for the very reasons that Nova laid out, right? It's cheap, it's accessible, you don't have to do much to it to get much value out of it in return, and it will just boost your odds. I think we may also see some bar guests in cruise kind of setups. Just because it is able to both do shield and armor. Again, it's one of the reasons why I've always liked the Barghest for its flexibility in setup. The Balgorn and the Armageddon Navy issue would both be locked to armor setups, so it does limit your range of comps that you can bring, whereas the Barghest, if you bring an armor comp with cruise, it's still going to be able to apply to most of the arena. You'll have more mids to boost your application, but you'll also have the ability to screen as well. Whereas if you bring shield, then it just does a lot of damage and can still apply really well with cruise missiles. So I expect we'll see some bar guests as flagship.
Sounds good. So that is our best guess as to the flagship meta. That is a quick review of the meta that we have seen from last weekend. But of course, last weekend is but one weekend. Next weekend is still to come. And to discuss next weekend, we are going to take a quick gate jump to Hot Take City, where CCP Jotun will be joining us. CCP Jotun,
Yes.
we have many matches that are coming up, and
Yes.
some of these matches will be good matches, and some of these matches will be matches of EVE Online.
Yes.
Which match do you think is going to have, who's going to go home this weekend? Who should not go home?
Who is going to go home this weekend?
That
Who's
is
not going home.
That should not. We're looking at the upcoming matches. Who's going to find their way just tumbling out of the bracket?
Let me take a look at the sheet here real quick. Man, a lot of teams that are probably going to lose this weekend if I'm going to guess. You know, here's the thing. It's the feeders, right? Like, a lot of things can happen. A lot of the teams who are already going to make it in have already made it in, and they're done. They don't have anything to worry about, right? The teams that are left, honestly, anybody's ball game. First matchup, I mean, one of the very first matches up tomorrow. Today, if you're listening to this and the recording, probably, who knows? Life is dark and full of terror. The first matchup tomorrow, seriously suspicious, no vacancies. Either one of those teams could go, I think. I mean, I obviously, well-known, proud Wormhole stan, without question. But both those teams, either one of them, it's a toss-up. And there are a lot of great teams on this list that just have not been able to get that second win that get them into the tournament just yet. But looking down the list here of teams that I think might be the one to go, I mean, I think probably, Exodus and Doro Sweetpunch. Like, who do you pick? Who from those two do you pick? You know what I mean? Like, these are some spicy matches. I think. I think Rote Kapelle goes. I think White Squall probably wins. I think Rote Kapelle probably goes. Okay. I think Hull Control probably goes. Just because that's just kind of the thing that they do in a lot of cases. I put a lot of channel points on Hull Control in the past. Varying levels of success in that metric. But again, there are a lot of other teams here that I think will probably do pretty well. I expect teams like Neon Nightmares will go through. I expect Doro Sweetpunch might go through. They didn't look too bad before. I think sleeper pick for me, dog, for me. I think, I think Minmatar Fleet might go through. I've sat in on a couple there. Now, I'm not saying that because I think they're any good, but I don't know that much about Portal Pirates and possible. Who knows? I might
Portal Pirates brought the Babaroga in the last one.
Then I'm going to say Minmatar Fleet Alliance will go through to the Alliance Tournament 21 in the Year of Our Lord 2025. That is my hot take of the day.
All right,
I will have
excellent.
more. Carry on.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, in terms of matches to watch, I'm going to ask for more hot takes. But in terms of matches to watch, I think the number one elimination match is going to be the second match of the day, and that is White Squall versus Rote Kapelle. White Squall has been in the Alliance tournament. Last year, you may remember them from the thrilling 1-0 victory
I do remember
that they pulled out
an incredible victory
via incredible it was the pacifist victory too. It
Yes.
was wonderful.
Yes.
Rote Kapelle, obviously, storied tournament team, and they are a storied tournament team that picked up another storied tournament team. This year's Rote Kapelle is Rote plus Templus Calcif. One of them must go home. Misty, who do you think it's going to be?
Between Rote and White Squall?
Yes.
Rote and White Squall.
Yes.
We're putting
I
our channel points in
mean-
early.
Mystical Might.
I have no points to put in. I've already lost all of mine.
Curious.
What can I say? I can't read. I would probably go with. You know what? I'm going to pray on Rote's downfall.
Ooh.
I don't want to see no mademoiselles in the
Ooh,
chat.
no
in the
mademoiselles
main
in the
AT.
chat.
You know, put this in your advert, buddy. If you make it in, you won't.
You know, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Mystical Might makes a good point, right? So many of these teams, especially at this level, right? There are a lot of teams who are going to do well in this tournament, and a lot of teams that put in a lot of hard work, and a lot of teams and a lot of the teams, those teams are still in the tournament right now. Those teams are in the feeders, weekend 2, still fighting for a spot. Those teams should be in the tournament. There are a lot of reasons to support a team and a lot of reasons to not want to support a team. And I think as good a reason as any to not support a team, chat spam. I'm going to say it right now. Chat spam. Mademoiselles get me every time. I see them and just like monkey brain activates. And I'm just like, oh, I'm tilted now. I see that Mademoiselle and I'm like, this is the dumbest turn of phrase I've ever heard in my entire life. I respect it, but I do also hate it. So right, it's a fair point. It's a fair point, Mystical Might.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
one, I was just hating because I love to hate. Jotun hates because you have tilted him. This is different.
Listen, and not all chat spam is bad. The chat spam that I create specifically, very good, high quality. Many people are saying this.
Of course.
Yes, of course. But just, I mean, listen, here's the thing. Mademoiselle Rote Kapelle has been a thing for like 19 years, okay? Since 1975, when they first created Rote Kapelle, all right? When John Rote Kapelle created Rote Kapelle and they started doing the Mademoiselle thing in chat, guys, just change it up. It's been 75 years. Just change it. It's easy. Come up.
Nova, where do you come down on the chat spam debate here?
It's a really good question. I think
Pick a side,
Rote Kapelle-
Nova. Pick a side.
I think they're gonna win. I think they're gonna take down White Squall in a
okay.
crushing victory.
Okay.
That's
All right.
That'll be my guess there. I think they have a really good shot of it. Honestly, yeah, we've seen both of these teams exactly one game apiece last weekend. I think on day 1. Neither did a really impressive performance, I would say. Not that I have many channel points to wager to, because as you know, like Mystical Might, I lost some in the waning hours of Sunday of last weekend. But yeah, I think I might put them on Rote Kapelle.
Well, okay, whoa. If we're bringing
okay,
facts, if we're bringing facts into the matter, then Rote will probably win because they had a better comp last weekend.
Listen, this is not
See,
hot.
Fleet
This is not
Tempest
hot
and
fact city,
yeah,
okay?
that's exactly. This is hot
facts.
take city.
Hot takes. Let's see some more takes.
It's a vibes. We're embracing the vibes based stream here. In terms of other teams that are in the elimination block, we have Goonswarm Federation versus Fancypants Alliance. What's it going to be like if Test makes it in and Goons goes out in feeders?
It's guaranteed. It's going to happen.
Yep,
Test's already in.
Goons
already going home.
Tests are
packed up.
Listen, there's been a lot said over the last week about my sudden and in many ways unexpected, unabashed fandom of Test Alliance. Please ignore. Many people have had a lot of comments. Some of those people will be at the desk tomorrow. Actually, neither one of those people will be at the desk tomorrow because Bart and Ithka Hawk, CB Overload, will not be there. So
I will take notes and I will bring it up just
Thank you.
for them. I will hold
Fuck
up my
'em.
piece of paper and be
Fuck
like,
'em.
so Ithaca told me to say.
Test is going, baby. Test is in. Test is is CCP and Stone Cold pick of the century of the week. I did that backwards, but you know what I mean. Like, listen, I made some jokes last week that may or may not have ended up on Reddit, and people had strong opinions about my description of tiny dinosaur arms reaching into the heavens and killing God. Okay? I understand. Those are strong words. People have a lot of feelings, okay? But I'm telling you, Test has a lot of things going for him. One, unexpected. Nobody expects Test to win. Why would they? They're not good. But second very important thing, dinosaur mascot. Dinosaurs, very cool. Anybody who's been 6 before knows dinosaurs, very cool. And not only that, dinosaurs in a little suit. Sometimes wearing a hat I've seen in some images. So like, listen, this is not the Facts Hour. If this was Hot Facts Hour, sponsored by Novaterran, we'd be talking about how Test not traditionally a storied tournament team. In fact, probably might not make it out of the first round. But in Hot Take City, dinosaurs run the show, baby. Like Test is in. Test Alliance, please ignore. In the year of our Lord 2025 is in the Alliance Tournament. That cats and dogs marrying each other in the streets. That's a thing that's happening right now. So I'm excited.
I've got a better hot take.
Please go ahead.
I've got a better hot take. I got a hot take question.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Lay it on.
Any wormhole teams currently guaranteed to be in the tournament?
I mean, so Laserhawks is
in. Hawks is in.
Odin's Call is in.
Odin's Call.
Okay. I don't know if I count Odin's as wormholes.
Yeah, but I don't know if I call them wormhole. I mean, they live in a world.
I mean, so like, what?
I think Polaris Mercenary Alliance are technically wormhole. So
that's a good point.
I think they're in.
Nerve apparently does live in a wormhole as well. Shout out to Dujek for these facts coming in Hot Take City. We do need some.
All right,
facts.
my hot take is no wormhole teams are making it into the main tournament. Okay.
Okay.
Ignore the facts. Ignore the fact that some of them already.
Disqualifications will come. This is a joke for legal reasons. It's a joke. CCP Zealous, if you're listening, it is a joke. Listen, wormholers, not, he's emoting in chat. He is listening. You guys didn't see this. I'm going to show it to you now. I didn't get a chance to use it earlier because I was kind of hoping that he would like appear at some point and we could like, oh, CCP Zealous is talking, and I'd have like this little ghost Zealous. You can't really see it, but you can see it. They'll be able to see it. Trust me. The players can see it. Little ghostly Zealous. They're like, oh, look at it.
There's only one spot on the screen where that should be going.
Is it over Nova?
No. It's there's a logo.
Corporation.
Oh yes. We're just gonna. You know what we're gonna do? Actually, you make a great point. We're gonna bring him right down here. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at him go.
There we go.
Look at that little bastard. He's so cute.
There we go.
Anyway.
Zealous is with us. Zealous sponsoring this stream also.
All this, yes, with his infinite patience. All this to say, wormholers not especially good at this sort of thing for some reason. The best space in the game, the best PvP in the game. Many have said the best place to live in the game. I know many people are saying this. And yet, for some reason, can't really sort of figure out the whole AT thing, except for Odin's, kind of, and Tusker's also kind of.
You can't. I mean, the problem with the ATs is like the comps are all different. You can't bring any like Vargers are bad. How are you supposed to come and PvP in the Alliance tournament if Vargers are bad?
Listen,
that's I think
all I'm saying is that CCP needs to introduce a new tournament where it's 40v40. Each side gets a dread and a fax, and then you can bring as much mass as you can fit through an H296. And if we did that tournament, fucking gangbusters. Wormholers would take it every year. But unfortunately, we are not doing that tournament. We're doing the Alliance tournament where it's 10v10 and we don't have any trios. So that kind of sucks. Maybe that is what we bring for the Oopsie Dome, which they don't know about the Oopsie Dome yet. They've only heard you say it once. They don't know what's coming after this section. There's some hot Oopsie Dome action going to be happening. Maybe that's what we're doing for the Oopsie Dome.
We have a beautiful video to show you, and I mean you'll see it as well. You can also watch it on YouTube. It is there. Very well done.
Yes.
In terms of other hot takes, we've talked about the metagame. Nova. Do you think there's any spice that is left in the comp spreadsheets for any of these teams here? Are we going to see some new cooking?
I'm really hoping so. I think that we've seen a lot of it from especially the 3 battleship setups already that we're going to be seeing a lot more of. But as far as like 1 battleship setups, I do feel like there is some cooking there as well. I think there was one sort of an Octo setup. I think Armor Octo especially has been a lot less popular this year. That fielded, it was either an APOC Navy or an APOC, I think, at the top end there. And I felt like there was maybe some hope there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think for me though, if it is something new, my guess is it's going to be one of these one battleship setups trying to replace stuff that we're missing on that from, I guess, not being able to field 4 battle cruisers anymore, for example. So yeah, I think there's a lot of cooking there though.
Yeah, you know the problem is. Go ahead, Mystical Mike.
Oh,
please.
sorry. Go ahead, Misty.
Okay, all right. Floor is mine. I was going to say,
Floor
I
is
think
yours.
the single battleship in the Octo setup that you're talking about was from Psycho Kids, and I think technically it performed better than expected because one of the Minmatar Fleet Alliance golems just decided that the tournament wasn't for them and died. So I don't know if that was a fair test necessarily, but it's good to see. It's good.
The golem recognizes what he was up against there and just decided, nope, it's over. It's over. I think they saw the writing on the wall.
The EM hole so big it disabled the ancillary shield booster.
True. Here's a hot take. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Every team in the tournament so far, up to this point, cowards. Right? Cowards. Absolute cowards. And here's why. Here's the hot take. Octo is dead, many people are saying, right? Because the dastardly CCP Zealous instituted the new 3 ships in a class rule. So you can only bring 3 cruisers and 3 battle cruisers. And people are saying, oh, Octo's dead. We can only do Sexto now. Many people are saying that as well. Or Shockto, whatever we're calling this thing now. Shockto.
No, that's the shield one. That's fine. Sexto's good.
Sexto's fine. I like Sexto a lot. I think people, that's got some zhuzh to it. You know what I mean? But you can still bring 8 ships that have medium guns on them as long as 2 of those ships are battleships. So bring Octo if you want to win in the tournament. Just make sure that 2 of those ships happen to be, listen, TFIs with medium medium howitzers, and then the rest of your yes.
Are you familiar with a gamer by the name of Millant Arc Trooper?
Yes, I absolutely am, Aliaris. I'm just saying that if you want, listen, the raw sexual energy of Octo in the past has carried teams to the finals. They have achieved, people have won hundreds of billions of ISK, trillions of ISK in many cases on the back of Octo. And now for the first time in years, Octo is in its, it's dead, it's dying, except there's one true Octo left. For those who are brave enough to reach out and grab life by the cones, you can have Octo teams. You can do Octo right now. You just get 2 ships, slap a full range of medium guns on them, and let it rip, baby. Like, look at all, you have so much power grid after that.
Straight to Seker.
Yes.
It says hot take city here, not crackpot city. Okay, I
Not
think you might be cooking a little too hard.
Facts.
Okay,
the problem is I'm being too truthful. People hated him because he spoke the truth. That's what's happening here.
And you're right. You can put so much tank on a ship if you do that. Speaking of tank, just random hot take. Raise your hand if you think we're going to see polarized anything at any point during a tournament.
Probably, but like they shouldn't.
Jotun's for it.
One team will always pull it out thinking that nobody will expect it. Like, they'll be like, oh, we're going to get him this time. We're going to come in with, like, each one of our ships will have 2,800 DPS. We're just going to be blasting. And then they get into a fight and they fall over immediately. They're like, hoisted by our own petard.
It's sort of like the bait oracle, but in reverse, right? Like where you just fit all, tank lows on an oracle thinking that it'll be a squishy target and then it's not. Instead, you just fit something that looks like it's going to be really tanky, fit it polarized. Yeah. It's totally going to happen.
Totally fine. No problem.
Mm-hmm. I'm with Jotun on this one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the there's also the I know that you know that I know. Like, oh, they always fit a bait oracle. And since they always fit a bait oracle, clearly they will not shoot the opponents will not shoot the oracle first. So we just polarize it and just blast them out. I do think that people eventually do look at the combat logs, though.
So here's the thing that they need to do, and this is not. Listen, this is a bold move. I'm not going to call people a coward for not doing this, though I have done that very recently within the last minute or so. But what people need to do is do the bait oracle, but in reverse. Have one oracle that's like tanked normally, right? Send that one guy out there, put him in the front, so he's obviously the one that gets tackled first. And then they're like, oh, he's tanked. They're all going to be tanked. And then guess what? The rest of them come in, not tanked. In fact, polarized. Give them the old slippy dip. You know what I mean? Just like that.
Do you
Wait,
do you
so
also
sorry, the strategy is lose an oracle
Yes.
to save your other oracle. You could just have 2 oracles that don't die.
The answer is, the strategy, hang on. I feel like you're reading to it a weird way. The strategy is not lose an oracle. The strategy is have 1 oracle that kind of tanks, and then they don't suspect that all the other ones are not at all even remotely tanked.
Okay,
That's the
I
strategy.
need to point out the word here. Kind of tanks implies it dies.
Well, because it is,
but it dies slowly.
It is in fact an oracle, so it will fall over the moment somebody sneezes at it. Yeah, that's my next hot take.
All right.
If it's not clear, by the way, viewers, this is the entertainment section of the show. This is not hard fact. That was earlier. You can go back and watch. Dujek had a lot of really well-spoken points. You should listen to what that guy has to say. This is not what that is. Carry on, Allie, please.
Oh, I was just gonna keep us moving along the bracket that I'm scrolling down here. It's so in terms of elimination matches, we've talked about White Squall versus Rote Kapelle, Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Portal Pirates. Now the thing with Fleet Alliance is, I agree. I think they're gonna get through Portal Pirates. I do respect Portal Pirates for showing up. I'm secretly in my heart of hearts cheering for Portal Pirates to find 2 additional gamers to field the full setup. That'll be good. But then Minmatar Fleet will still have to fight standard protocol.
Yeah.
Because it's
pretty tough.
It is tough. But if you lose that one, then they get one last go. So the folks who are winning in these first 12 matches of the next broadcast, those are the folks who are on the skins run.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do the historical Odin's Call run up through the bottom of feeders, we have a number of groups here that might do it. Maybe that'll be Goons this year.
Might be.
I don't know.
Might be.
Nova, any teams that you particularly want to see make the skin run?
Yeah. I think there's going to be a really tough match pretty early on, which is Slow Children at Play against Can I Bring My Drake?
Yep.
And I think either of those teams could potentially have a really impressive skins run there. I think they're both reasonably solid. I think actually last year Slow did a pretty good job in feeders, and then I think even into the main event. And yeah, if they're able to repeat any of that performance, that would be really cool to see. I think either of those teams could be potentially our peak skins champions, I guess.
Indeed. And now they'll still have to get through the folks who have won earlier on and did not end up in this situation. UA Fleets is here for rushing out White Squall, and I'm excited to see if they're going to bring more rush or something else. Of Essence, also another team that could find themselves in the Alliance Tournament, as well as Post-Pod Clarity, which we talked about before.
Yep. Yeah, I like of Essence. Speaking at a 7 now, requested by CCP Zealous. I was at an 11. I do want to dial it back. I also want to apologize to you, the viewer, for getting a little bit too animated. I just have strong feelings. Of Essence, very good. I like UA Fleets, too. I really think UA Fleets looked pretty good last weekend. And I expect that they'll come out pretty strong. And you know who else was kind of surprising? Seker Matar. Seker Matar had one pretty good match that I thought they came out looking very good. Seker Matar, not one that I would have expected coming into the weekend, that we'd be now here in weekend 2. And they'd still be sticking around. Well, that's not true. They'd be sticking around here by default. But all this to say, they have a chance tomorrow to get through, and I think that's pretty impressive. Good for them.
Seker Matar also shared with us a couple of really funny things about their team. And one of them I thought was really cool that we didn't touch on last week, or I don't think we had the chance to, was that they have a pilot named Tackleman who can only apparently fly frigates on TQ. And then he had a really solid performance, I believe, flying a stealth bomber. So, lived way longer than we expected to and did a lot of DPS, but I don't think it was quite enough. But I do think, it's a good shout. Reasonable team. I was impressed.
That's the story, though, right? That's the good stuff. That's what keeps people coming back. The Cinderella bullshit. Like, you get Tackleman out there, you send him to the Alliance Tournament. That's what, people will be talking about this stuff for years. I'm happy for you, Tackle Man, and I hope you make it happen.
I mean, this is the thing, it's a Cinderella story, but it's also, I think, just an encouraging thing to all of those folks who are watching and who are going, this sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm.
It is fun, and you can participate in the Alliance Tournament, even if you do not have complete all 5 skills on Tranquility, and not just because you will get all 5 skills on Thunderdome for the feeders. You can use the skills that you have. Dujek is reminding us that Seker Matar are the backbone of last year's Pandemic Horde.
Ooh.
So even though we do not have a Pandemic Horde team in the bracket, if Seker Matar gets through, that'll be effectively the same type of thing here. All right, I'm going to ask for one last hot take before we depart from Hot Take City, and that is, I'll start with you, Misty. Misty, what is one comp that you hope does not make it to the Alliance Tournament?
Damn, I have to give a hot take for this? Okay.
I mean, I think any sort of haterade is by definition at least a little bit hot. So, you can...
Triple gear Navy issues.
All right.
That's not really a hot take, though. I'll also say doesn't make it to the tournament. Yeah, I got nothing. Get Navy issues just occupy all the hate in my mind right now, so I can't think of anything else.
That's fair.
That's fair. CCP Jotun, anything you're hoping just crashes out here.
I fucking hate Rush. I hate it. I hate it so much.
No more Rush.
I hate it. You know why? Here's why. When I watch these matches, what I want to see are 2 teams with 150 collective DPS in full control setups, where it's like watching a constrictor wrap around like a small, I was going to say child, I won't say child, that would be inappropriate, a small human being, and just like crush the life out of them, right? I want to see somebody with a single Widow with light missile launchers on it that's going to put out a sum total of 70 DPS and just absolutely strangle the other team with damps and ECM, and like I want the match to go for 15 minutes while they just absolutely choke the life out of each other. That match last year with White Squall where they won by a single point, that's just like, ugh, that's the good stuff, Because, yeah, many people will look at that and be like, nothing happened. And I'm like, nothing happened. Nothing happened. You saw a force of nature just absolutely like squeeze the life out of 10 other human beings. That's very impressive, even if they didn't actually kill anything. So, yeah, Rush, boring. I don't care about your DPS. I don't care about your big numbers. I know you want the match to be over quickly. I get it. I understand. Listen, I understand. But I want to see teams with 10 DPS total go out there and just make it hurt real bad. That's what I want.
Is this why you're encouraging the fitting of medium guns to battleships?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Mystical Might. Yes. People are not ready for Tocto, which is 10 octo. I just made it up. Where every ship has small guns. So battleships, small guns. Cruisers, small guns. Battlecruisers, small guns. Frigates, small guns. And guess what? Logi ships, small guns.
Yeah, I mean the Zarm, you have extra high slots. There you go.
You're absolutely.
I don't know
right.
if you can put guns in them, but they're
you can goddamn
tried,
try.
There you go.
Absolutely goddamn try. It's my hot
and
take.
if they can't have guns, CCP Jotun, you better get your colleagues on that.
Hey,
I think my main takeaway from CCP Jotun's comment here is that he does not want to spend a lot of time yapping on the desk.
I think the main takeaway here is that Jotun knows that Logi are getting guns in the next update. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm taking away from this.
Nova, what's your comp to cut?
Yeah, of course, having to follow up Jotun on there, huh? That one makes it tough for me. No, I'm gonna say no. I think I don't want to see any more of HML Kite. I think this is especially the versions that just bring like a damp ship or two.
Yeah, this is the
and essentially say I'm going to essentially just orbit the arena beacon at some exorbitantly long distance, and then we have to pretend to be really excited about what might be a foregone conclusion for the entire 10 minutes.
Yep.
In the off chance, in that one remaining hope that maybe they boundary at some point. Who knows? I personally, no, I'd like to see a little bit less HML kite. That's my guess here. That's my point.
My favorite.
Especially, why bring HML kite when TFI kite's right there?
You're absolutely right.
It's definitely that. But I mean, Shockdo's fine. Shockdo totally fine by my opinion. If you want to bring a shield kite, but HML, I'm done with it.
Hell yeah, good answer. An actual answer too, by the way. That good answer. Thank you, Novatarian, for bringing some legitimacy to this section. I appreciate it.
They're never going to break one of those battleship cores, so you just have to watch them slowly killing off the low end as the match gets more and more hopeless. Nah.
I do agree with Nova. Heavy missiles, I think, are fine. I just don't want to see the rapid missile launcher variants where there's just a bunch of rapid light ships in those setups. I don't mind heavy missiles. By all means, kite. Just don't bring the rapid lights.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you all very much for attending. Misty, Dujek, CCP Jotun, and Nova. Also, thank you to CCP Zealous for putting this together. Bay Art J for attempting to get the stream working.
God, Bay's a fucking hero, dude.
Yep, Bay is a complete hero, and to Vitor for the wonderful graphics. Thank you all also for watching, and I hope you stick around to enjoy the Feeders broadcast, where you will get to find out which of our hot takes will stand the test of time and which will be cut into advertisements because of how wrong we are.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, and have a lovely day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second weekend of Alliance Tournament Feeders. I am your host, Ali.ROCKS. I'm here joined by Mystical Might and Phantomite. Misty, how are you doing?
I am doing great, and I'm looking forward to another great day of matches. So yeah, let's see what everyone has in store for us.
Yeah, and Phantomite, how are you doing?
Really excited. We may be seeing some of these newer ships to EVE Online a lot, but it is good to see something different, in recent years, every year. Really enjoying that.
Yeah, we've seen some wonderful matches last weekend. Last weekend, we got our first teams that are guaranteed to come into the Alliance tournament. This weekend, we're going to start off our week with the teams that are fighting for their life. So let's just take a look at what we're going to be seeing in our first match of the day, Seriously Suspicious versus Meta Reloaded. So both of these teams played last week. Seriously Suspicious versus No Vacancies. My apologies. Seriously Suspicious lost to Meta Reloaded last week. No Vacancies lost to Seker Matar. Both teams are now in the elimination bracket in their group. These groups are doing a sort of modified double elimination phase. So last week we saw the winners, Meta Reloaded, into the Alliance tournament. Seker Matar, we'll be seeing them later today. But Serious Suspicious versus No Vacancies are going to be the first match up. And let's just take a quick look at what they've banned. So our first bans of the day, we've got Cenotaph, we've got Magus, Pontifex, Maulus, Zarmazd, and Loki. Some of these bans are looking really familiar from last week. Misty, what do you think about the bans for this one?
Yeah, I was just looking back at some of the bans that we saw last week from these teams. The Cenotaph ban coming out from Seriously Suspicious here is the same as they decided to ban first in their first match. It's interesting that they've gone for the Scimitar. Actually, no. Previously, they would have gone for the Scimitar and the Widow. It's interesting that they've changed away from those bans and switched instead to the Maulus and the Zarm. I think it's perhaps because we've seen more of the Zarm and the Maulus in our matches last weekend. The Widow's only appeared a couple times. Perhaps it's the fact that they've also had to think about what they're likely to come up against when they're going against No Vacancies. And No Vacancies, I don't believe actually use any of those ships. I think they brought a shield comp last time, so it's interesting that they've not decided to ban the Scimitar this time.
Yeah, Phantomite, how do you feel about the bans from No Vacancies here?
Well, it's interesting to pick, both of the small, in inverted commas, cheap links options and get those booted. Perhaps what they want to see is link ships that they can actually track, that they can actually hit really hard with some larger weapons. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, we've seen fair number of battle cruiser comps last week. We did see a number of folks trying to keep that medium gun spam going with the battle cruiser core. Maybe they'll be looking for that with the Magus or Ponty. Misty, in this sort of band set, what kind of thing do you think Seriously Suspicious is trying to set up for?
So I think seriously suspicious, at least based on what they flew last time. They brought the triple Navy Geddon that we've seen quite a few times over the course of the tournament so far. They haven't performed so well, but it does seem like seriously suspicious tends towards triple battleship setups more often. They did have an element of control in there, and they also brought two bombers, a purifier and a hound. So I'm expecting with the removal of the ZARM, they're making it really difficult for like single rep focus to stop them from bursting through something. They might just try to bring the Navy Geddon back again, or they might opt for a different type of battleship comp, especially with the Cenotaph being removed. It does imply that they want to brawl or bring something with a lot of VHP, which we often see with battleships.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And what about so might see one of those. Phantomite, do you think we are going to see another mirror from with that rapid heavy comp?
I mean, I think it's highly likely. I mean, rapid heavies have some serious drawbacks, but for a short, well FC'd period of time, they can be absolutely devastating in the right hands.
Yeah, and speaking of the rapid heavy comps, for those of you who are just joining us and missed our pre-show, we do have a summary of what we saw last week. So we saw a lot of those rapid heavy comps coming in last week, but the number one comp of the feeders metagame was Rush. So Kingslayer, that's that rapid heavy Armageddon Navy comp that Misty was talking about. Octo, that's the medium gun spam comp that I was mentioning. But Rush, number one comp of the feeders, and a couple more things going down there. So it's a much more diverse metagame than last year. We had some changes in the Alliance tournament rules between last year and this year, which have been great for metagame diversity. But rushing your way through feeders, that has been the historical wisdom of the last several years. It's been the wisdom of this year. Misty, how much rush do you think we're going to see today?
I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing Rush again this weekend. It hasn't really proven itself to be a bad comp choice for teams to bring, and I know during the pre-show I mentioned that Rush, in terms of the execution and the comfort required to fly it, is levels above some of the other comps that we might see. Where Control, for example, all of the E-War has to go your way, and you have to play perfectly the entire time to make best use of the actual comp that you're bringing. Whereas Rush, you sit on top of a target and you shoot some missiles or some guns, and then things die or they don't. And it's a very simple decision making process in that regard. I will say, I think Rush is also somewhat going to benefit from the fact that surgical strike being reverted means that rapid heavy missile launchers are also a bit weaker because they're more likely to clip before they actually get through a target, which will then give you more time to put out damage with your rush comps, even if you do end up going into like a triple Navy Geddon rapid heavy missile setup.
Yeah, speaking of changes, we have some big changes that are coming up this Tuesday. And I know there's a lot of people who are interested in hearing about what's going to be changing. We're going to be seeing changes in ship and module balance that will certainly affect the Alliance tournament metagame. So that'll be dropping on Tuesday. But in the middle of this stream, the break at 1810 Eve time or 1810 UTC, you will be able to see CCP Kestrel breaking down what's going to be changing. And we can all at that point get to start speculating on how are our comps going to have to change to adapt to this. It'll be really interesting to see what are going to be the winners and losers. Maybe we'll see a partial nerf to battleship hit points, some sort of way for surgical strike to get maybe a little come back in a very small way, bring the rapid heavy missile launchers back into the world. Phantomite, is there anything you're hoping to see from the changes?
Well, ideally, I'm actually hoping to see some of the very, very recent T2 logistics ships extra buffs on top of the, you know,
Mhm.
undoing of the resist. I'm hoping to see some of those pared back a little bit, because I feel that, we're seeing, both on a regular Tranquility and in a tournament setting, these ships be perhaps a little bit too overpowered, giving them some crossover with some other maybe more expensive ships. I think there needs to be a bit of a bigger gap.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of those Tech 2 logistic ships in this frigate or in this tournament, between the wonderful reduction in points and the equally wonderful uh, increase in effectiveness. The Scimitar is back in a very big way. It's in a lot more compositions than we've seen it in last year, and the Oneros has been showing up as well. Surprisingly, we've seen a couple of Tech 1 frigate logistics though in our triple battleship comps, whether that be your Armageddon Navy issues or your triple Dominixes. So yeah, we could, if we saw some Tech 2 logistics nerfs that might bring it back down, maybe Zarmazd would not be pick or ban. We might eventually see people ban something else during the banning phase. It'll be a very interesting world to see. And I'm very interested to see what these teams are going to be bringing in this upcoming match. Again, we've just been talking about changes, but these folks are playing on the same settings we had last week. They've had an entire week to practice, some time for their theory crafters to cook, their gamers to game, and they are just landing in the arena right now. So I will send it over to the arena for your commentators, Colonel Kurtz and Tian Zaharin, to break this match down.
Thank you, Ali. And you join me, Colonel Kurtz, and my esteemed colleague Tian Zaharin here for this first match of Day 3 of Alliance Tournament 21 between Seriously Suspicious and No Vacancies. Two wormhole groups, usually friends, mostly friends, shall I say. But obviously they're very unlikely to be friends at this moment in time. We see both sides on the grid, raring to go on the red side for Seriously Suspicious. We see a Raven Navy issue, a couple of Ferox Navy issues, 3 of them, in fact. Osprey, triple Osprey Navy. There's a lot of triples going on here, and the double and the Vigil Hyena. And what do we see from the blue side, Tian?
On the blue side, we seem to have pretty much a medium gun spam comms to a Shockdo, Shield Octo, with built around those 2 Vultures on the high end, supported by a Scimitar as a very strong logistics ship. But I just checked on that Raven Navy issue. Those are torpedoes, which is crazy. That is a torpedo Raven Navy issue.
Interesting.
So,
Everybody loves a torpedo Raven Navy issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna see what happens here. As expected, the red team rushes in and tries to maybe get some of those blue team ships tackled down, but I mean, the red low end will suffer a lot under those medium guns because they will check, and it's immediately that Hyena suffers a lot. It gets reps, but will it be enough, or can they bleed through it? I'm not sure here.
Yeah, Sus streaming in at great pace, trying to get hold of some of this Shockdo comp to try and get some damage down. Veridun in the Ferox Navy taking a decent amount of damage. And at the moment, Novak not really responding a huge amount. That Hyena has managed to survive. Its shield's bouncing around a little bit. But it looks like the Osprey of Natalia is keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Abyss now taking some damage in the Osprey Navy. A lot of damage being spread around. It does look like Novak are going to lose a Ferox Navy, which would be a big chunk of their damage. But potentially they're going to trade for 2 ships if they can get both the Hyena on the Osprey Navy. We'll have to see.
Really like that Osprey Navy call, because those Navy cruisers are known for their huge tank, and with that, the first Osprey Navy goes down. So I really like that they tried to get rid of those Osprey Navies, but now we also see a lot of damage on the normal Osprey, the Lodgely boat of Seriously Suspicious. So trading an Osprey Navy issue and the Lodgely for one Ferox Navy issue is definitely a really good trade here. So, okay, that Ferox Navy does go down, but now they should be able to break that Hyena and also keep putting out that damage to that Osprey Navy issue of Silent Luke now.
I feel like Sus have put an awful lot of resources in taking that down. That one Navy Ferox issue is the trade for their logistics, and one Navy Osprey gonna be a good one. We'll have to wait and see. But as we see now, with the Osprey Navy of Silent Luke is not long for this world, I should imagine. The Hyena will fall. They'll lose the webs. They'll lose that control. Those torpedoes from that Ravy Navy, as we shall continue to call it, will not apply just as well. As we do see Novak lose a Moa trading, but I think the trades, well, the points say it all. The trades currently going in the favor of No Vacancies.
Yeah, I like how they keep cleaning up the low end now, shooting that third Austrian Navy issue and that vigil, getting rid of all those target painters, really limiting the amount of DPS that Raven Navy can put out. And now they just have a pretty easy time cleaning out that high end. They are taking a lot of damage in that vulture, but it is comfortably tanking at the moment at around 50% shield. It is still supported really a lot by that scimitar, which can put out a bunch of reps. Even if they lose that function now, I'm not sure if that will be enough of a DPS reduction because another Austrian Navy, seriously suspicious, goes down here. And Ferox Navy is now also hurting really quickly. I think they can even get that Ferox Navy down before that first vulture drops, so that would be a really unfortunate trade or seriously suspicious here.
Yeah, suspect into a really awkward position. They've got this Raven Navy issue with its torpedoes that now has no help in applying its missiles. Its torpedoes, big missiles, big explosion radius, going to struggle to apply to these smaller ships. So they've got no choice really but to try to go for the Vulture. But at this point in time, the Vulture seems to be holding. You have to make a decision at this point. Do we try something else? We have, they've got 4 ships left. They're soon to have 3. Do they try and get rid of, say, some of the jackdaws or something else, and leave the Raven to keep piling away on this Vulture? But they're running out of time to make that decision as they're about to lose a Navy Ferox, and they don't really seem to be able to break anything else. Bed de Bourse, who I believe is the captain for No Vacancies, doing a great job in the logistics, keeping everything alive. And I think at this point in time, they're very unlikely to break anything else.
It does seem like they have hurt you because immediately we see some damage on those jackdaws, but as soon as they noticed they were getting attacked, they probably just switched to their defensive mode and now they can really easily tank under those scimitar reps. And the vulture is now also slowly just regenerating their shield, so even if they switch from the jackdaws back to that vulture, I won't think they can break anything more, especially with now another Ferox Navy getting into really low shields. The GF and Loke, I think it's clear that this match is on. To be honest, I'm not really sure if that call for a Raven Navy issue was so good on the seriously suspicious side, especially fitting it with torpedoes. It's a lot of points at 38 points. That's as much points as a Cenotaph, I think. So I'm not sure if that was really the best call on their part there to bring that Raven Navy issue. I think they could have used those points in a more effective way.
Yeah, I think it's a big gamble, really, to bring, put so many points into a torpedo platform like that that's going to struggle to apply to anything sort of cruiser and below. But we see a clinical performance from No Vacancies. They lost their last match also in a shock though setup to Seker Matar. And as you may know from last week's commentary, Seker Matar have claimed that they can eat their own weight in cheese, which is quite impressive. So if you lose to a team like that, you've got nothing. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and they've proven today that Novak have that capability to take on some good teams. Sus put in a decent performance. I know Jan X is a decent player, good amount of experience. So to be able to beat them just really shows their caliber, and it puts them in a good stead for the following matches. But this does mean this will be our first team eliminated today. Seriously suspicious heading out of the tournament, not making it into the main tournament. I imagine they'll be fairly devastated by that. They've probably put in a lot of work to get to this point, but they've put in a good showing. They lost their last match to Meta Reloaded, effectively come up against a bit of a mirror matchup. Came down to skill. They didn't come out on top, and they had this second chance to redemption, but they've not managed to pull it off, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they did really well here. I think they still got that Navy Ferox down at the beginning, but it was really not the best matchup for them. Their Raven Navy issue was basically worthless because before it could get in there and apply some damage, the Vigil and Hyena were already down, so the application got reduced drastically. So in the end, it was just a big buffer with lots of non-applicable DPS. But with that, seriously suspicious follows snuffed with being eliminated from the feeders and the Alliance tournament with that, and I think we can send it back to the desk for some analysis.
All right, welcome back, everyone. That was quite the match between Seriously Suspicious and No Vacancies. No Vacancies, they have survived to fight against Seker Matar for the last slot in their group in the Alliance tournament. Seriously Suspicious, kudos to them for making the effort, but they will be going home in feeders. Our second team to go home in feeders, we saw be snuffed out last week. They are joined by Seriously Suspicious. Next up, we have a banger match between White Squall and Rote Kapelle. But before we talk about that, let's talk about what we just saw there. So, Phantomite, tell me about the Seriously Suspicious comp. What does it seem like they were trying to do there?
Well, it very much when I saw their loadout of ships as they hit the grid, I had a sort of voice in the back of my head saying, "It feels like these guys have had to last minute substitute something." Now, obviously, I'm not sure what they didn't bring, but it could have had something to do with the bans, perhaps. In that one there, I don't feel that they were too weak in any like hugely weak in any particular area of their comp. You know, they had their webs and application in their frigates, in their vigil and their hyena. Um, and you know they had a ship that benefits hugely from having its available targets be webbed and painted. But it very did much feel to me, if I was going to take a guess, that it wasn't exactly what they wanted to bring in the first place.
Yeah, that seems like it could be. Misty, you were talking in the chat about the Torpedo Raven Navy issue. Uh, was that a reasonable? How did the ranges on that work with the rest of the comp there?
Yeah. So, first thing to point out about the Raven Navy issue is that of all of the kind of Navy battleships that you can bring, I believe it is the cheapest at 38 points. So, it's not taking a lot of points out of your comp to bring it. And the other interesting thing, I believe at the beginning of the match, we saw some missile guidance computer effects coming out of the Raven Navy issue. So I decided to simulate what a Raven Navy might look like with a single guidance computer and a single guidance enhancer in the lows, leaving you with plenty of space for 3 BCUs, a damage control, and all the other stuff. You can hit out to 60 kilometers with a faction torpedo setup, so Caldari Navy Miona, for example, doing about 950 DPS or 7.5K volley. Or you can hit out to almost 90 kilometers with Javelin. So even though it was torpedo fit, it doesn't mean that it was limited in range. The Raven Navy issue does get a max missile velocity bonus per level. I do find it strange that with the additional range that the Raven Navy gets, with the fact that they have the Osprey Navy issues that can move very quickly, and with the fact that they did have the rail ships as well, which can shoot out a fair ways, that they just decided to ignore the scimitar. I feel like if they'd managed to remove the scimitar fairly early on into the match, they would have stood a better chance of winning, just because they would have been able to perhaps better utilize their range and the battleship range to pump damage into the weaker EM holes that the Vulture and Co may have had, whereas the Vultures and everything would have been locked to EM Therm for the Phantasms, but also Kin Therm for the Vultures. So I don't know. I think with a different execution change, they could have won.
Easier said than done. Applying to a scimitar these days, though, isn't it?
You say that, but easier said than done would be just ramming your 3 Osprey Navy issues through their entire lack of tackle and then sitting on a scimitar, which is instead they decided to sit on the Ferox Navy issue, which was at the very front of that team's comp, and trade their Logi, an Osprey Navy issue for it.
It almost
Yeah,
looked like it was going to work for them. Almost.
yeah, we did see quite a difference in targeting strategy between the two teams, where you have the seriously suspicious attempt on the Ferox Navy issue versus the no vacancies sort of more bottom up approach. Go for the low end, go for the small ships. Phantomite, which one would you favor in a matchup like this?
Sorry, repeat that last part.
Just which target calling.
I was reading Twitch chat.
Yeah. That'll get you every time. Twitch chat. They've already got the Mademoiselles out. They're getting ready for the Rote Kapelle, and appears Fleet's going to be going. I don't think they listened to CCP Jotun's comments on chat spam in our wonderful pre-show. But I was just wondering if you could speak for a minute on target calling in a mirror like that.
Well, it looked like No Vacancies did a very good initial call because they got that hyena almost to hull almost immediately. However, it lived. It didn't work out for them. However, I think it was still the right call for them to attempt to go for that. They had a chance to within a few seconds eliminate a huge amount of assistance, a huge amount of application assistance there. It didn't work out for them. I still think it was the right thing for them to do. And after that, obviously, they went back to basics. They targeted ships on the field that still didn't have the most hit points and the most damage. But there's a very key thing that you want to do in any fight, and that is make some form of progress, no matter how hard you're being punched in the face. You want to make some form of progress so that you get something done, even if it's not what you want to do immediately. And I think that they did that
Exactly.
very well.
Yeah, and with that, let's move on to the Mademoiselles. We have Rote Kapelle versus White Squall, and this is going to be a very exciting match. This was a this group was a group with a number of guild teams. Barcode already into the Alliance tournament. They have been a top team for a long time. Uh, but White Squall and Rote Kapelle both lost their first match. White Squall got rushed down by UA fleets, while Rote Kapelle fell to Barcode. Rote Kapelle this year is both the Rote Kapelle squad that we've seen for years and years and years, as well as some folks from Templus Calcif who are not fielding it, who did not field the team this year, and instead came in with Rote. But both of these teams we saw them in the Alliance tournament last year. Both of these teams were, I believe, prize ship enjoyers last year. And now one of them will be a feeder skins enjoyer. So they've got some bans. We see Arbitrator, Armageddon Navy issue, banned for this. Hyena, Dominix, Raven Navy issue, and Zarmazd. Misty, tell me about these bans.
Yeah, so just taking a look at these bands, I find it interesting that we've been seeing e-warships being banned out, but not like a wide selection of them. So you'll see the Arbitrator ban come in, but then you'll still have the Curse, the Pilgrim, Crucifiers, Sentinels all open to be brought in the case that they still want to bring tracking disruptors and they have a comp that can fit those ships in quite easily. Not saying that's the case. I mean, with the individual point attributations to different ships, it may be harder to replace the Arbitrator with another tracking disrupting ship while still keeping the core of your comp the same. But it's just interesting to see that specific ships are being banned out instead of a wide range of different E-War types. With that said, the Dominix and the Raven Navy issue are two interesting bans. White Squall lost to UA fleets who did bring triple Navy Raven, so it makes sense that we're seeing this ban here. But also, Rote Kapelle has shown that they are willing to fly the Dominixes. They lost to Barcode, who also brought a Dominix setup. It was a mirror match. But I don't think that White Squall is feeling that comfortable flying into the Dominixes, and it seems like they think that they will struggle against another triple Raven Navy issue. So very targeted bans coming out from White Squall based on what has been flown last weekend and what they themselves have had to face.
Yeah, Phantomite, what do you think of these bans? In particular, what about that Armageddon Navy issue ban?
Well, perhaps they are scared of being applied to, but to be honest, it looks like both teams are scared of being scared of having their application removed as well. We got ships in here that are, application focused. We got ships in here that are anti-application focused. Um, Overall, away from the bans, what I'm, really, thinking is going to be one of Rote Capelle's biggest challenges is their age. Are they going to be able to last 10 minutes without going to take their pills or having to take it like their fifth break this afternoon to go to the toilet?
So it's a real tough question. Time does come for us all. Storied teams building up a storied history. Misty, I think you had one thing you wanted to add here.
I was just going to say that Rote Kapelle have changed their ban from last weekend. The Armageddon Navy issue ban is the same. The Zarm ban is the same in that same exact order. But instead of the Typhoon Fleet issue that they banned last weekend, they've decided to ban the Hyena, which is interesting because it implies that they want to remove some of the lower end fast catch. So they may try to kite, or they may have like a rush setup that they don't want to be screened off with the Hyenas too much. So two different ways that they could go about it, but it does seem like the Hyena is an integral band to the type of setup that they want to fly.
The Hyenas actually, that one, as you're talking, sort of jumped out at me. I did a bunch of metagame data crawling between last week and this week for the show that we did prior to this one. And the Hyena is actually pretty key in that triple Typhoon setup that we've been seeing, where you've got 3 cruise Typhoon fleet issues, and then you have application bonuses. So maybe a little bit of a sort of stealth ban there, trying to just take the top off another strong comp that we've been seeing. Um, with this particular band set, we've got sort of one ship from most of the comps that we've seen last weekend. Um, plus, old standby of the Zarmazd. One ship I don't see in our ban line is the Cenotaph. Phantomite, do you think we're going to see a Cenotaph on grid, or are both teams just going to ignore it?
I'm going to put all 950 of my channel points, if I could, on the idea that there will be at least one Cenotaph on the field today, right now.
All right, yeah, and we don't, this is a completely blind thing. The teams are not on grid yet. We are still yapping and still speculating. So all of us are in the dark. Misty, do you think we're going to be Cenotaph gaming today?
I agree that we might see a Cenotaph. I hope I'd put my points on the fact that the Cenotaph will probably just get kited, or it's going to fly into like triple battleships and have the best time of its life, or like a rush mirror. But I'm hoping that it just flies around the arena pitifully and does no damage, and just kind of tries to chase people with its feeble T-Rex arms.
That's true. That's true. We saw last weekend a couple of Cenotaphs show up on grid and slowly boat around, ineffectually lobbing their dot balls at targets that were fleeing far too quickly. I
Are
will
you sure they're
say,
ball-shaped? Are you sure they're ball-shaped? Definitely?
They're
I'm
more like an
fairly sure
oval,
they are. It's
like
like
egg
one of
shape,
those
right?
little. It's one of those little Velcro things like that you used to
Velcro.
have when you were a
That's
kid.
how
You
it
got like
holds onto the
Velcro and
ship.
like wiffle balls, so it doesn't hurt. It just like sticks to someone, right? Like that's kind of what it is. Although I have seen both teams have landed on grid, and we are seeing a ship that we saw last week that was very exciting. So I'll hand it over to the commentators in the arena, tell you about this match.
Hello, my name is Tian Zahar, and I'm joined by Colonel Kurz, and we have a very interesting match here, White Squall versus Rote Kapelle. And, oh, wait a second, there's just the last ship of White Squall landing here on grid. Here, we have a very interesting, I would say, kind of mirror match here, with Autocannon Rash versus Autocannon Rash, and White Squall bringing the full loss, while Rote Kapelle has the Cenotaph, so we'll see the battle of the Deathless ships. That's going to be very interesting.
If there's one thing we know absolutely for certain, that Cinnables suck unless you bring them in numbers. Both sides with the double Cinnables that can only mean good things. Can they turn Cinnables into winnables? We will have to wait and see. These two gun rushes with that Cenotaph thrown in for a bit of flavour, about to crash head on. Both teams warping in, one side going in at 0, one going in at 10 kilometers. There is going to be some hatred flying very quickly in both directions. Slight tweaks, obviously, with these two rush setups, the Seno and the Bombers. Will the extra huge amount of damage make a difference in a rush-on-rush setup? We have 8 seconds. We're going to find out.
Yeah, those bombers are really going to make a big difference, especially because they are so well positioned right on top of that Basilisk, just staying away from everything. We'll probably see immediately dots applied there, matches on the way. Everything just going on to that Sleipnir of Aura Rockwell. Holy shit, that's so much damage immediately. But we also see damage on Tiger on the other Sleipnir, so both primary targets seem to be the Sleipnir. We also see some lower end damage on those Scalpels of the White Squall team. So some logic pressure while shooting that Sleipnir, and now a second Sleipnir starts taking damage. That's a Cenotaph switching its damage over time weapon onto that second Sleipnir as well. Both are taking a lot of damage now.
At the moment, it looks like Rote winning the battle wars. That first Sleipnir of Tiger is taking a lot of damage. This is going to come a lot down to whether these two ships can spread their dots across the other teams. As we see the first Sleipnir go down, if they can spread their dots from these two, the Tholos and the Cenotaph, across these ships, they're going to cause chaos for those logistics cruisers. But sorry, the Scalpels and the logistics cruisers. At the moment, that Sleipnir of Aurora Orcal is just about clinging on as the second Sleipnir for White Squall does go down. This Basilisk may well win the match for Rote Kapelle if they can keep this Sleipnir alive.
It's crazy how Oracle is tanking, outliving 2 of its Lightning buddies before it finally goes down. And now, see damage on the Cenotaph. We see damage on the second Sleipnir, but that Basilisk is still alive and putting out the Logi, while the Scalpel of White Squall is suffering, and all the high end, all the Cinnabals, Broadsword, Sleipnir, all taking heavy damage from that dot of the Cenotaph, with the Cinnabal now dying, and closely followed by the Scalper. Now we see a lot of damage on that. Ostrich is probably going to be the next one to die, while the Sleipnir of it's still fine, and so is the Cinnabal of Devin, Penkin, and the Basilisk is still just untouched, not moving, just sitting there, putting out all the Logi. Another Sleipnir goes down. That's crazy snowball.
I think this choice of going for this Basilisk has been the real winner, and an excellent performance from Rima, the captain for Rote, in the Basilisk. You'll probably see in the middle of the arena at the moment, there's just this massive Thunderdome brawl as all these ships are piling on top of each other. But sat off to the side, unmolested, are the 2 stealth bombers and Rima in the Basilisk. Being able to put down those reps without getting any damage, no tackle, nothing, as the Thunderdome continues in the middle, has meant that Rote has been able to put out those incredible reps from those Basilisks, keep Aurora Oracle in the Sleipnir alive for such a long time that they were able to cleave off most of the damage from White Squall and just clean up the match. I think comp selection here has definitely won them the match overall. This could have gone either way with 2 gun rushes going head to head. But with that, Rote Kapelle take the win. White Squall sadly eliminated from the tournament. Sad to see them go, but a great performance from them. And with that, we will send it back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk. That was quite the brawl. Both teams, no cowardice allowed, warping at 0, no running away, no kiting, none of this BS, just damage directly on the enemy hull. We did, in fact, see a Cenotaph. We had Cenotaph gaming from Rote Kapelle, no Cenotaph gaming from White Squall, which may ultimately have spelled their doom. Misty, I know we've been watching the Seno pilots and watching how well the dots were being applied. How was the Rote Kapelle Cenotaph in that match?
Oh, I think that the Rote Kapelle Cenotaph did an excellent job of spreading the love around the arena and getting those dots off on the various Sleipnirs and Cinnables that were in range. At one point in the match, we saw that most of the White Squall team was basically in half shields, at least the upper end of it, which is actually really important. The 2 Sweeples, I took a screenshot of this and put it in the analysis channel that we have in the background. 2 Sweeples were sat on top of the Scalpel, putting damage into it, forcing reps out from its friend. But if its friend is repping the Scalpel, then it's not able to rep everything else. And eventually that damage accumulation really comes through, and we saw like half of the White Squall team die within about 10 seconds. So I think that was a very, very good use of the Cenotaph, but overall, I think it was just a very nicely designed comp as well in that particular case. And it makes sense why they wanted to remove the Hyena when we were looking at the bans before.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want you don't want your Sweeples to get webbed off. You don't want anything to get webbed off. You want to go directly. You don't want your Cenotaph to get webbed off. Everything directly at 0. One of the ships that we saw in that match was a ship that we saw last week as well. It was a standout. White Squall might not have brought the correct number though. So last week we've seen the signable in the Alliance tournament. It has not historically performed as well as it has this week, as it has in this tournament. There was much more of it back in Alliance Tournament 18 or 17. Yeah. Anyway, much more of it in the past. This tournament, though, there's more, and the number of signables is a key metric that we noted last week. Last week, we noted that the correct number of signables in your comp for victory was 3. This time, both teams, they only brought 2. Now, 2 signables and a Cenotaph, that adds up to a lot. 2 signables and no Cenotaph apparently adds up to a trip home. So condolences to White Squall. They are out of the tournament. They will be exiting in feeders. And Rote Kapelle have to play one more match. We'll see them later on. And as we see them fight for their slot in the Alliance tournament. Now, both teams brought a very similar setup. We had one team with the double frigate logistics and one team with the Basilisk. Phantomite, which option do you prefer here?
Brief. that basilisk really showed what it's capable of there. They, you know, maybe the Sleipnir wasn't the right thing for them to have tried shooting first when there's a basilisk on the field there, because that Sleipnir is going to be doing double tanking here. It's going to be getting a huge amount of shield from its Logi. It's going to be getting a huge amount of shield from its shield booster as well. That thing is going to bounce backwards and forwards. Sleipnir doesn't have the best resists in the world. In fact, shooting a Sleipnir with a Sleipnir is a pretty good ship for shooting a Sleipnir with, right? You know, it doesn't have particularly strong explosive, and when these guys are bringing all these ships to zero, then, you know, it's not unlikely to see a Sleipnir using triple gyro stabs and a bunch of hail in its autocannons. So, you know, it would have the Rote Sleipnir that got primaried was visibly taking vast amounts of damage and visibly repping back vast amounts of shield. And you know, when you're using a basilisk, it's just not something that frigate Logi can even come close to replicating.
Yeah, and it's the Sleipnir, by the way, is a very, very popular ship. We have seen it this year, we have seen it last year, we have seen it throughout the entire history of the Alliance tournament. In fact, it has been used year over year after year. It had a bit more of a moment back in Alliance Tournament 12, 13, 14. Um, Misty, do you want to talk at all about some of the history of this ship?
I mean, the Sleipnir's been a strong boat in previous tournaments, especially in, well, you have your typical Minmatar rush setup. That's really the first idea or thought that comes to mind when we talk about rush. Is the standard old Minmatar rush setups, which would burn in. I think they were probably most successful when the T3 destroyers were released and the sweeper was super strong because it could pump out incredible amounts of damage as well at the same time.
Don't remind
Um,
me.
yeah, yeah. They were real good back then. Maybe they will be again. Who knows? Um, and also another reason why the Sleipnir was popular is because of the Flykiller setup, which is basically just arty Sleipnirs burning around the arena and taking chunks out of the enemy team. It was very effective at getting rid of logistics and also removing the lower end without the logistics being able to actually put any reps out. So that's why I think we saw a lot of Sleipnirs back then. With the gradual buff to many different ships, bringing up the effective combat ranges of them, so they're actually able to hit out to where a Sleipnir is if it does decide to kite around. So you've got rails now with like the FNI, you've got the Brutix Navy issues, you've got beam buffs that came in, you've got the better cruise missile platforms that we have now. You've got rapid heavy missile launchers. You have the Armageddon Navy issue with the extended newt range, the Armageddon with the better newt range. There's a lot that's changed, which has seen, I think, the Sleipnir fall out of favor. Not least the fact that Nighthawks have also been buffed with hams and all that kind of stuff, meaning that this is all going to loop back. You're going to see where I'm going with this. Nighthawks get bonus damage to kinetic missiles, right? So in a ham rush versus a Sleipnir rush, the Sleipnir usually comes off a little bit worse for wear because it has a large kinetic hole in its shield. What we saw in the previous comp brought, we didn't see any Nighthawks, but we did see 2 Manticores in the lower end, which are bonused for kinetic damage to torpedoes, which will apply very well to battlecruiser hulls that are just sitting still and basically not really moving. They're fairly big, they're shield strips, so they're going to have a large signature. So yeah, I think that was also one of the interesting points that we saw from the comp alongside the Basilisk and the Cenotaph there.
Absolutely, and it was quite successful for Rote Kapelle. With that victory, by the way, in this feeder tournament, we're not playing for the ships yet. Those will only be awarded to the top 16 teams in the main tournament. However, teams that win in this tournament are getting skins, and these skins are awesome. They look great. They are specific to the Alliance tournament. And we see the beautiful skins on the beautiful Caldari ships, sponsors of Alliance Tournament 21. And so teams winning on this will do it. This is also why you'll hear us talk on the desk or in the cast sometimes about a skins run. Because you see in the bracket system, the teams that are already in the Alliance Tournament, they don't have to play this weekend. All of them are watching in Twitch chat, cheering their friends on. But other folks, such as Rote Kapelle, in this match, will be playing many more matches in the feeders, which is, of course, many more opportunities to win skins. So if you want to maximize the payout for your team, try losing your first match in feeders and winning through the rest of the way. This may have side effects such as increased alcohol consumption, stress levels, et cetera. But it's all for the sweet, sweet skins. In terms of skins, we have other teams making their skin runs now. Next up will be Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Portal Pirates. Both have fallen in the first round. The winner of this match will face Standard Protocol in later in this weekend. Let's take a look at the bans for both teams. So we have Carries, Celestis, Loki, there's the Cenotaph, there's the Zarmazd, and finally the Golem. Phantomite, what do you think of these bans?
Neither team wants to be damped out today. Perhaps we're going to see something not so close range for the first time today, or at least a team that doesn't want to be particularly close range first time today. However, banning the Cenotaph, it kind of throws my prediction there straight into the toilet. Because that would imply that they want to be close. Not exactly sure what range we're going to see people fighting at with this one here, but damps, of course, are still useful, even if both teams are brawling it out. You might want to damp somebody down that they can't even lock within 10 kilometers, that kind of thing.
And we have seen a lot of Xeno bans. It could be that this is just, trend following, like all the cool kids are doing it, so we're just going to ban the Cenotaph as well. Misty, what do you think?
I'm going to be bold and predict. Okay, so Portal Pirates were the team that brought the Barbaroga Ikitasa setup last weekend. They whooped at
Mhm.
100, got moved to 0. Splat goes the setup against the Cenotaph rush that they basically went into. Very unfortunate. We have Minmatar Fleet Alliance. They brought the 3 golems last weekend. And then one of them either didn't turn on their shield booster until the last moment or just died through raw DPS. Unsure which. I prefer to think that they didn't turn on their shield booster because it's funnier. So, it's interesting to see that bans came out that banned parts of those comps from both sides. Minmatar Fleet Alliance banning the carries actually does impact the Portal Pirates Barbaroga comp a little bit, since they did bring a carries, but okay. And the Golem obviously was flown by the Minmatar Fleet Alliance. I expect that we will see brawling. It might just be another rush that we end up seeing in this upcoming match.
Yeah, and Rush, again, it's been a very popular choice throughout the feeders. We've seen it already today. I expect we'll be seeing it a lot more. And both teams, could do it. With Portal Pirates, it'll be interesting to see if they have a similar setup to last time, trying to make the most of ships with fewer people on grid than normal. For the answers to those questions, though, we will send it to the arena where Colonel Kurtz and Tian Zaharin will break down this match.
Hello once more. You join me, Colonel Kurtz, with Tian Zaharin for another match here in AT21. And as per usual, we've got an interesting one for you. A Minmatar Fleet Alliance against Portal Pirates. You will notice Portal Pirates only bringing 7 pilots and not using up all of their points. 21 points automatically awarded to Minmatar Fleet Alliance because they haven't used them all. Portal Pirates electing to bring a Scimitar, triple Fleet Hurricane and triple Orthrus, warping in at maximum range, likely a fly killer, long range setup, hoping to pick them things off before it gets on top of them. What do we see on the red side, Tian?
Right side, we see another rapid heavy battleship core. So those triple Armageddon Navy issues, Kingslayer comp, they will put out a lot of damage and they have a lot of range. So I think that will hurt a lot for Portal Pirates. But see that Deacon there in the middle? That might be a wrong warbit, because why would the Deacon be at 0? So maybe Portal Pirates can still get some kills here, undermanned and outpointed. It'll be interesting as the match goes on the way.
With the greatest of respects to Portal Pirates, their options are fairly limited with the ships they've got on the field. But if there's one thing they can potentially kill, it is those Deacons, and maybe the Purifiers as well. They've got a lot of long range, light, heavy missile damage, light missile damage. they've got to have a go at that. It's got to be the only option for them. Get rid of those logistic frigates, get rid of those purifiers, and hopefully lower the damage enough so that Scimitar can keep some of these ships alive. But it does seem that the plan is going sideways already. Psycom in the Deacon does appear to have survived the initial volley, while Devil's Hill in the Orthrus now taking armor damage in his Orthrus. And as any Orthrus pilot will know, armor damage tends to be fairly bad news for you.
Now switching on to Anemone and the Ashimu, well, Portal Pirates that is, trying to get rid of those long range reps because their second Ultras, 320-26030, and his Ultras is already webbed down and gonna be the next target after Devil's Hill is already down here. But that Ashimu is taking a lot of damage. It's gonna be interesting to see if they can actually break through it before those Ultras clip and the Hurricane fleets don't have the damage to break through the Deacon reps as 3-0, I'm not gonna say that name again, dies.
I think
it's now down to 5 pilots, and they're just fighting more and more uphill here. That's rough.
It's not looking great. And if we're all perfectly honest with ourselves, I don't think it was looking great from the beginning. I can't recall a team really ever doing very well without bringing the full complement of 10 pilots or more in previous years. You're never going to be able to compete that well against a full team of 10 players. Even if you do use all the points, which Portal Pirates didn't, you're still going to struggle. 10 brains is always going to be better than less than 10 brains. But not to take anything away from Portal Pirates, they've obviously got some issues getting hold of players. They are doing a fairly good job in putting some pressure. They are kiting well now. They've managed to get away and they're burning. Nobody tackled down. Sandwich is taking a little bit of neuting power from one of these Armageddons, but they're kiting and they're getting the basics down, and that's all that we can ask for at this point in time. Keep kiting, stay alive, pressure some damage, and see what happens. You never know.
I also really like how they keep switching targets. They are now onto that Dragoon of Simo after shooting the Pontifex for a bit, and they might be able to break this Dragoon and get him down. It's very interesting. I think that's the very first Dragoon I ever see in the Alliance Tournament, but it goes down. So Portal Pirates will not lose this match without getting any points. The Authoress of Kieran is now really suffering. Sorry, I said that name wrong. Oh, that's right. Okay. So that's going to be another bunch of DPS loss, but they're shooting that Magus now. I think that Authoress is using Exile ASB charges here, combined with the Scimitar rep, so it will stay alive here for a bit longer. The Hurricane Fleet of Sandwich also takes some damage, but they're keeping it on, and I really have to respect that because they are executing their kite and really trying to stay away there, but Ashimu is now getting close, and I think Sandwich is tackled down. So I don't think he can survive this for very long.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, Portal did a pretty good job of kiting. They're now quite spread out, and it's all a bit of a disarray. But they've not executed terribly. Given the circumstances, they've done better than I was initially expecting when I saw them land on grid. So props to them for giving it a go. Props to them for putting their hat in the arena and having a go at the Alliance tournament, even if they were potentially struggling for members. The AT is an experience like no other in EVE Online. You're not going to get that adrenaline anywhere else, and it is a lot of fun. I would encourage lots of other new teams next year to have a go, even if you think you might not think you're going to win the thing. You are still going to have an awful lot of fun, and you get to be on the screen and die in a big ball of fire like these guys are. So that's great fun. So Portal Pirates down to their last 3 ships, kiting around, trying to stay alive as they can. Minmatar Fleet Alliance chasing them down at a fairly leisurely pace, to be honest. They're just keeping up with them and slowly picking them off. They're in no rush. They've got a full 5 minutes to clean them up and catch these fairly fast ships and take the win. And with that win, Minmatar Fleet Alliance will send Portal Pirates out of the tournament. Again, sad to see them go. Thank you very much for taking part. Maybe next year they'll have some more success if they can get a couple of extra people, put the full 10 on the grid, and see what they're truly capable of.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I like how they really know what they have to do to win this. Win, I don't know, but at least get the moral victory. They got their 5 points down with that Dragoon, and they still try to just switch around the targets, make those Deacons really work and switch around. They almost got that Purifier at some point. They almost got Pontifex as well. Okay, another Hurricane Fleet issue now drops. It's just the Authoress and the Scimitar against World. But yeah, I really have to point out my respects here for trying this and just keeping it up. I think from the beginning it was clear that they were not going to win this match, especially not with those Navy Armageddons really being able to project over the whole field. Maybe against some different full-on brawl comp, like against the Rush, they might have had a chance if they could be able to outkite them. But without full complement, they don't really have any way of screening. So I think they played it the best they could, and I like that. I like how they
Most definitely.
trying this.
Yeah, no free lunches handed out today. They weren't going to give this one away easily, and they've put in a good showing. Minmatar Fleet Alliance, when I spoke to them just before the tournament started off, they said that last year they failed to kill a single ship, and they were hoping to beat their record. And you'd be glad to know they have beaten their record. Did manage to kill a number of ships in their last match. They did lose their last match to Psycho Kids and brought a fairly interesting triple Golem setup, which is why we saw the Golem ban come out from Portal Pirates. It's nice to see that they have got some more conventional comps in the locker. And they've managed to bring up the triple Armageddon navies and put in a good performance, and I think probably show more what they're capable of instead of that triple Golem setup that didn't go particularly well. But yeah, good showing from them, a pretty good victory, but you'd hope so against an understaffed team.
Yeah, we now still see that Scimitar trying to rip its Ultras buddy. He was also on that MJD pick. You might have been thinking about trying to MJD out of there, but what is the point if you stay alive in your lone lottery ship as that Ultras is now really suffering and going down? Now it's just a Scimitar with Lottery Jones. Not going to do anything. That attack bar is completely gone. Like there's not going to be any damage anymore. So now it's just a race against time. The Scimitar is now tackled. I think he might be trying to go for the Banshee. Like Banshee of Honor.
110 kilometers, he's not far
You
off
see
it,
that?
but
Yeah,
he's gonna
almost in it.
he's gonna long it out and try and go for the boundary. I'm sure the yappers on the desk will be quite
There he
pleased to
goes.
that he's managed to give them a little bit more time to breathe before they've got to start talking again. But there we have it. Scimitar goes down. Portal Pirates sadly crash out of the tournament. Minmatar Fleet Alliance take the victory, 200-5, and with that we shall send it back to the desk.
Welcome back from that match. Thank you very much to Colonel Kurtz and Tian Zaharin, and thank you very much to Portal Pirates for, again, coming in and continuing to game. I'll be the first to start some Reddit fire and accuse Fleet of blobbing. They are ruining the war zone by blobbing innocent teams out of the Alliance Tournament, and will be forced to fight honorably in their next match.
No, I heard that they actually contacted Fleet and said, "Hey, do you want a 7v7 at the Sun?" And just shameless.
Yeah. The Scimitar was heading for the Sun, was attempting to make that rendezvous, and exited the arena and found the Edge of Glory instead. It's quite nice when you're flying in the arena. As you approach the boundary, there's a little like bubble effect, and so the Scimitar got to see that red bubble of impending doom just prior to the ship exploding. But speaking of ships, we did see a very unusual ship from Fleet in that match, the Dragoon. We do not see Dragoons in the Alliance tournament very much. This one from Fleet is one of only 9 Dragoons that have appeared on grid. And not only was this one of 9 Dragoons, but it was in the 8 died column of the survival ratio. Phantomite, how did that Dragoon die?
Well, I'm not so sure that it's a matter of how it died, but potentially a why it died. Something that we do in our alliance, or something that we wish we did more in our alliance in a fight, is if we've utterly decimated the enemy, sometimes we just go ahead and we nominate somebody to die, so that the battle report can be complete. Because I mean, definitely on this one, they got every single kill, but if you risk not getting every single one of your enemy, you still want them to show on the battle report to show that there are a lot more there than it looks like. So maybe they were a sacrifice for that, or perhaps it was a sacrifice just for honor. Maybe they felt that the other team, they tried the best with what they had. And they wanted to give them something, a little memory to take home.
Yeah, this Dragoon fed for the BR. And it's in this particular moment with the blobbing, it's really important that you make the BR as even as possible. You really wouldn't want it to look like you blobbed any harder than you did. Misty, that was one of the Kingslayer compositions from Minmatar Fleet Alliance with Armageddon Navy issues. Any notes on their comp choice?
Armageddon Navy issues again, guys. Come on. There are better battleships out there. Come on, you can do better than that.
Like
No,
what? Go on.
literally anything. All right, we got Raven Navy issues. We got Abandons. We got Redeemers. Don't look at how the Redeemers done so far this tournament. We got Typhoon Fleet issues, etc.
Those have been doing great this tournament.
Those have
Yeah,
been
no,
doing great this
Typhoon Fleet
tournament.
issues.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, so I've been reading Twitch chat, right? And some people have been asking, like, why would people turn up to the tournament with undermanned comps, or like, what do people get out of participating in the tournament? I believe was asked by someone called Freedom Tower, something like that. So I think the feeders format, and we've spoken about this, I think, before last weekend, is an excellent way of both checking to see which teams should get into the tournament, right? They get in by virtue of the fact that they turn up, they play, they win. So they've already won matches to show that they should be in the tournament in the first place. But it's also an excellent way for teams who are less experienced with the tournament to have the chance to turn up, participate on Thunderdome where they don't have to invest any of their own ISK into buying these ships or like any of the implants that go into it. And they get to try out the tournament in the tournament format in front of the crowd to better understand how it can be played. And this is how we get people into the tournament setting, right? There's no way for people to really get involved in the tournament if you just restrict it to here are all the really good teams each year. They can pay to get in. Sometimes, we saw really bad teams pay to get in as well. It happened. But this time around, because they have to earn their wins, typically we see a better level of um, tournament competitiveness coming out, right? Like the integrity of the tournament seems to be a lot better. The quality of the tournament seems to be a lot better because of these feeder stages, right? In terms of participation awards, if you win, you get some skins. If you win enough, you get some ships. Those are participation awards of a type. But yeah, I mean, don't be too harsh on these teams that turn up for the first time and that they're trying something new out and trying to figure out what they can do and what they can achieve with even undermanned teams. Undermanned teams have won matches before in the Alliance Tournament, so I actually did put some points on Portal Pirates. I thought they may have had a chance. Also, the odds was just really good, so I had to try.
I mean, something
Yeah.
else that Portal Pirates should really take positively from this as well is they showed up undershipped and undermanned, and they lasted twice as long as White Squall in the arena.
It's true. It's true. It is a true fact that the longer the match goes, the better your team did, which is why Control is the best comp to bring to a tournament match. Because you spend the most time on grid, which is how you get the most experience possible. One thing I do want to address, I also have been reading Twitch chat. Twitch chat is spending a lot of time asking about the update. Yes, there is going to be an update to EVE Online dropping on Tuesday, September 9th. Yes, that will affect ship and module balance, including the ship and module balance for the Alliance tournament. That the details for that update will be discussed on the break today. That break will be at 18:10 EVE time or UTC. So stay tuned for that. You'll hear CCP Kestrel breaking down what is going to change. I'm sure everyone in their theory labs has got their notepads ready, their spreadsheets open. They're going to make live changes to their Python database because all of us are very excited to find out why all of our comps don't work anymore.
Or work better.
Or work, it's possible that someone's overcooked idea is now perfectly ready. It just needed some extra time to sit in the fridge. But who knows? Who knows? Time, though, to move on to our next match, Brotherhood of Spacers versus Sons of BANE. We are still in the elimination zone. This group, previously, we saw Deepwater Hooligans defeat Kitchen Sinkhole to go on to the Alliance Tournament. Kitchen Sinkhole will be playing for their chance to stay in. Boss and Sons of BANE are playing for the second slot in that upcoming match, both of them fighting to stay in the tournament. What did the teams ban? All right, we have a Hugin, Dominix, Eos, Blackbird, Zarmazd, and Cenotaph. So the Zarms here, the Cenotaphs here, but we've got some new ships as well. Misty, what do you think of these bans?
I find it really interesting, actually, that a lot of the bands that we're seeing today are a blend of the bands that we saw on the first weekend. So the Hugin, for example, from Brotherhood of Spaces, was banned for them last weekend, but they still banned it. They also banned the Zarm and the Basilisk last weekend, still keeping that Zarm ban, but changing it for a Blackbird. And interestingly, the Blackbird is one of the ships that Sons of Bane brought in their last setup, where they had the Navy Armageddon, the Fleet Tempest, and the Absolution. They paired it with a Celestis to try and, effectively do a form of control setup in their run, right? I find it interesting that the Dominics and the Eos have been banned. One, those are harder to counter when you do have a control setup, because the drones, if you do jam out the EOS, it's still able to, if it needs to, lend its drones to a friend, and then they can put the drones onto something for you with like a target painter or a gun. We call it like a trigger or a drone bunny. So we might still see some battleship and control coming out from Sons of Bane, especially with that Cenotaph ban coming in last as well.
Yeah, Phantomite, of these bands, what comps do you think are still open for the two teams here?
I think that, Misty talking about control there, wouldn't be surprised if we see some tracking disruptors, some guidance disruptors arriving on this field, because Sons of Bane, it looks like they don't want there to be drones. It looks like they want to force people into something that they can perhaps have a bit more of control over, a bit more of a counter to.
Yeah, and it's without the AOS, that's a particularly big loss for the drone comps here. Of course, you can still find other ships to put in your midline. Maybe you will replace the AOS with the Myrmidon. It's like an AOS, but a lot worse. Um, the Hugin here is preventing that either long range webs, high value target painting. But we saw a rapier last year, so or last weekend. It We also saw rapiers last year. They're very good ships. The cruiser recons bringing death down with the webs and the target painters. So lots of different options here for both teams. Should be a very exciting match. I'm going to steal CCP Overload's line and send you down to the arena with Colonel Kurtz and Tian Zaharan.
Hello, and welcome back to the arena. My name is Tian Zaharin, and we have a very interesting match here with Boss versus Sons of Bane. And Boss bringing a Hamrush, it looks like, with Loki as a main tackle and Double Scalpel as a Logi to support. What do we have on the blue team side?
Sons of Bane electing to bring the triple Armageddon Navy issue. I am sure Misty will be frothing at the mouth over this. I've heard there are other options, but apparently not. Sons of Bane did bring this very similar setup last time round. In fact, I believe they brought the setup that Brotherhoods of Spaces brought last time round, and this is mentioned in local with Spud Panther saying, "I recognise this setup." This Nighthawk Rush has come in nice and close, as you would expect. This Ham Nighthawk Rush is looking to charge in and grab hold of these Armageddon Navy issues and have their merry way with them. The question will be, can they get rid of enough Armageddon Navy issues before those newts start to cause havoc across their ships?
This is going to be a really interesting match to see, because the Hamrush high DPS versus Rapid Heavy is also very high DPS. See which comes out on top there. It's going to be coming down to if Boss can actually get on top of something. But those Armageddon Navy issues work then on front. It's not like that Ashimu can use its long range webs immediately to like get something off. And I think that all of the ham ships of Boss can get right on one of those Armageddon Navy issues. And since Sons of Bane is only supported by T1 Logic frigates, well, 1 T1 and 1 T2, they might actually be able to break through those Armageddon Navy issues. But they are taking a lot of damage here on their Austrian Navy issue of Maskim Xol.
Yeah, Maskim taking a massive amount of damage, just about to start bleeding through armor as he does. And there goes his structure as well, not looking good for Maskim as he does fall. But at the moment, the T1 Logi frigate with the T2 partner seems to be paying off. They seem to be surviving for a good amount of time. This Ashimu is just about clinging on while they begin to put some damage on the scalpel of Spud Bantha. If they can take him down, that'll be pretty massive. One Logi lost, they're going to start to burn through these ham ships. But that Ashimu not looking very healthy at this point in time, and it does fall.
Ashimu goes down here. Ashimu for 2 Austrian navies. I'm not sure if that is a good trade, especially because that Kapelle is also really suffering. Looks like Boss is not going for the immediate damage on the Armageddon Navy issues, but more for a up below and first. But it looks like those Armageddon navies have clipped because that Scalpel seems to be stabilizing in tank here. So maybe Boss can keep the Logi alive for a bit longer here. At the low end of Sense of Bane is suffering here a lot with that Inquisitor taking a lot of damage, so the Deacon has to rep the Inquisitor, and that Vexo will probably go down here. The Nighthawk of Hannah Alba is also taking a lot of damage on the bot side, though, so it's going to be interesting to see if Boss can clean up that low end fast enough to keep some high-end left to, in the end, clean up those Armageddon navies as the Vexor Navy goes down here.
Yeah, so these logistics frigates are doing a great job of staying alive and survive much longer than I thought. Those Armageddon Navy issues maybe not having the impact that we thought they would against this setup. The Scalpel of Spud is clinging on. Operatic doing a great job of taking him alive, keeping him alive. While Brahim in the Deacon now taking a lot of damage. Those 2 Logi frigates on the Sons of Bane side being forced to choose about keeping this Vexor alive or keeping the Deacon alive, and they're going to have to make that decision at this point in time because they're going to lose one of them most likely. While we do see one Scalpel fall, it is still all to play for at this point in time. The double Nighthawk and the Claymore put out a lot of damage. That Loki able to control the grid nicely with its webs, but at the same time, still 3 Armageddon Navy issues down. They need to get a breakthrough, kill a Deacon or an Inquisitor, and start to burn through an Armageddon Navy issue. Otherwise, the tank and damage from the Armageddon Navies is going to win them the match if they can't deal with at least one of them, as the Nighthawk does fall. That is pretty massive, really. They've lost a big chunk of their damage. Now they're going to really struggle to either kill a Deacon or chew through the Armageddon Navy issues, and they've now lost all their Logi as well. The tide has well and truly turned into the side of Sons of Bane with those losses.
Absolutely. I think Boss here tried to get through that Vexor and the Deacon at the same time, but that Inquisitor just did a really good job keeping the Deacon alive while the Deacon kept the Vexor alive. And at that time, they were just leading the high end more and more. Now that second Nighthawk is looking to go down here, while the Vexor and Inquisitor and Deacon are all still super fine tanking. And now the Hyena of Boss is just getting decimated here. Hans Jones is probably dying soon here. And
I don't know about you,
that Nighthawk goes down.
But when I've ever flown in big fleets, there's one order that your FC will always give you, and that is to focus fire. And that is just as important in the Alliance Tournament. They've spread their damage across 3 ships at this point in time, both Logi Frigs and the Vexor, and wondered why they've not killed any of them. If you're going to spread your damage, it's just not going to work out for you. You've got to focus fire. They've got these targets in close. They could have all gone on the Vexor. They could have done whatever, but they've elected. I don't know necessarily why they've made that decision. It does feel like a mistake to spread that damage. And like I said before, if they weren't able to kill off an Armageddon Navy by that point in the match, I think it was over for them anyway, really.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure about their initial call to go for the low end with the ham boats, because hams are not particularly well known to apply to those frigates and destroyers. Vexor, okay, I respect that call. I think that was a good call, but why not just try to burn through these Armageddon Navy issues right from the beginning? Because every second those Armageddon Navies are on grid, can get their reload off, and they can just put out so much damage. And now it's just the Loki and the Jackdaw. It's pretty clear at this point that Boss is not going to win this. So I think we can analyze a bit what they did at the beginning, what they could have done differently. Because I think if they had just rushed in and tested the tank on the Armageddon Navies, they have a lot of DPS, but are they really the tankiest battleships? No, not really. I think they could have burned through at least one of those Armageddon Navy issues in the time they spent shooting the Deacon, Inquisitor, and Vexor and not really getting any success there. I think after the first Vexor, they might have had to switch to one of DPS ships and try to get rid of that. What do you think?
Yeah, totally agree. And I mean, they've got an Inquisitor and a Deacon. Their logistics is clearly a bit of a weak point for them. Even if they was to go for the Inquisitor, for example, or go for the Deacon, it's only going to have the reps from an Inquisitor. That may have also made sense, but it's a rush setup. They're going to lose ships to these Armageddon Navy because of the newts. The newts are going to newt off the hardeners for their logistics frigates. They should have rushed in, likely gone for an Armageddon Navy issue, got rid of the third of their damage, got rid of a third of their newts, and then maybe been in a more comfortable position to start tanking and maybe start to plink away at the massive health pool that Sons of Bane have got. You can still see now that defense bar is absolutely enormous. The amount of tank and EHP on that side is huge. And when you've got a setup that does an enormous amount of damage, you need to start chewing through that defense bar. Otherwise, you end up in this situation where these heavy newton comps will just chip away at you. They don't do a massive amount of damage output, and it's burst damage with those rapid heavy missiles, but it is going to chip away at you, and that's exactly what's happened as we see the Loki trying to stall for time a little bit, enjoying his moment of fame on the camera, wave to the camera, Bill, while the Jackdaw is also kiting out at well over 100 kilometers and winding down this match. Do you think the Rush should have won this? Do you think they really truly had a chance to win this, Tian?
I'm not sure, because this matchup doesn't happen so often with the Kingslayer versus the Rush comp. They are both the most common comps, but usually one cancels out the other with the bans. This time this wasn't the case, but I do think they could have potentially won this if they had just gone straight in for these Armageddon Navy issues and made it a DPS race and not a control race, because in a control race, the Hams are not going to win that. And they had a tough choice here. Shoot the Inquisitor and it will have Deacon reps, or shoot the Deacon and it just has more time because it's T2. So why shoot one or the other? Just shoot bigger targets. I really liked how they just initially blocked off that one Vexor, just get rid of some of those controls, some of those newts, and some of those drones. But after that, I think they should have just focused on those Armageddon navies. I like the call to maybe test the Inquisitor tank for the beginning. They almost broke it, but after realizing it's tanking now, don't focus on it. Don't go all in on that little Inquisitor, because even if it dies, it's not going to change the match at that point. So I think that Rush had a good chance here, but I'm not sure if the plays they made really paid out and if that really if that had the effect they wanted. As this Pontifex is still taking some armor damage, but I think it was just poking around a bit because now it's taking a lot of damage again. I don't think this Loki Jackdaw combo will still kill anything.
No, I think, like I said, I think when you've got your full Rush comp intact and you've got 3 battleships sat in front of you, you've got to put all of your damage into it and get rid of some of those points, because those points may be quite important later on. You never know. But I think, fairly well flown by Sons of Bane. Sons of Bane will continue into the tournament. At this point in time, Brotherhood of Spaces, unfortunately, because of a few tactical errors there, will be leaving us. And it's sad to see them go. In their last match, like I said, they flew very, very similar to comp to what we've seen from Sons of Bane. Obviously, I would assume they probably thought that this Rush would counter that similar comp, because Sons of Bane bought a Navy-Geddon Fleet Tempest control comp in their last match. They were maybe thinking that they were going to bring that again. Thought this Rush was a good counter to that. But unfortunately, it's just they've played the cards, they've gambled, and they've not won on that one. But I still do think, and I agree with you, Jan, that they probably had a good chance of making a bigger dent in this composition, at least. Maybe not winning, but at least getting down some battleships and giving themselves a chance if they'd have gone all in them from the beginning, if they'd have focused fire. I can hear the sounds of a number of the FCs that I've worked with over the years, Shadu being one of them, screaming to focus fire. Time, it is what it is.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, that I really like the initial call of Sons of Bane to treat those Austrian Navy issues, and then, they focused a bit too hard on the logic frigates, in my opinion, and then on the Nighthawks. But I think that the Austrian navies were a really good call, because immediately in the first few seconds that one Austrian navy was already in like half shields, and it just died super quickly. But yeah, with that, it's time, and Sons of Bane continues, and Brotherhoods of Spacers is now out of the feeders. And with that, I think we can send it back to the desk for some analysis.
The boundary jump. Sometimes when you look around in the arena, you'll see, look, my team, they're not doing so good. We're going to lose. And you make a run for the arena, you make a run for the edge. You use one of the jump beacons in the corner of the arena to launch yourself 100 kilometers out of bounds. But you carry your momentum from when you carry your momentum from when you went in, from when you sped up, and and you carry your momentum a little bit further. I believe the boundary is checked on the tick. It's every second. So if you're going 4 kilometers a second, 5 kilometers a second, things will just absolutely speed you out there. So I believe the record is 238 kilometers from Azure and Argot. We saw Azure and Argot not tie that record, but make it good. I believe it was 218 last weekend. It was at least in the 210s. I personally have achieved 212 in a Pontifex in Captain's Cup 2. RIP to the Odin's team there. But yeah, it's a very fun and time-honored tradition. Misty fan, have either of you seen the outside? What is outside the arena bubble?
That would be telling. I mean, listen. If we were to tell people what we saw beyond the edge, then they'd have no incentive or curiosity to go and do it themselves.
It's true, and sometimes we do see, sometimes people do see the edge of glory inadvertently. More, occasionally it's, last weekend we saw Nymph in the Typhoon Fleet issue, find the edge of glory, blindly stumble into it, but brought a Ferrex Navy issue along with him. That was a lovely, double boundary in the match. We also saw someone get bumped out the edge of glory.
I mean, that's
Uh
the ultimate, isn't it? Is sending somebody else unwillingly to go into the void and tell you what they saw.
Exactly. And you go out there, you explode, and who knows what you're going to find. Visions of another world, the Jovians, voices coming through the static and
Laser crystals that
suggesting.
do explosive damage, that kind of thing.
Maybe just some patch notes,
I know, I know. That's a great point. Maybe we're all gonna have to jump on the beacons to get those patch notes sooner. Um, Very exciting stuff. We will be hearing from CCP Kestrel later with the patch notes. Hopefully they're good. Perhaps they will buff the jump beacon so we can see even better records in the future. But for now, we're gonna move to our next match. It'll be Slow Children at Play versus Can I Bring My Drake? Can I Bring My Drake? That's a great question. Will they or won't they? This is yet another survival match for, yes, Slow Children at Play versus Can I Bring My Drake? Both teams lost in the first round. Rusty Hyenas clan beat Slow Children at Play and then lost to It Worked in Testing. It Worked in Testing beat Can I Bring My Drake? It Worked in Testing into the Alliance Tournament. Rusty Hyenas clan will be fighting later. But for now, we are going to have to see Slow Children at Play versus Can I Bring My Drake battle it out to stay in this tournament. And in order to battle that out, these teams will first need to ban some ships. So we will take a look at the bans and see what they banned and see what they might be bringing, because this is going to be an exciting match uh, for the two of them. Yes, the band's a little bit slow. Bay Art J in
Did
the
it
back,
again.
frantically copy pasting. But we got it. Hugin, Dominix, Eos, Blackbird, Zarmazd, and Cenotaph. These bands
Whoa!
look
This is
really, really
this is
familiar.
this is the wrong one. He's
Oh
done it
no, they
again.
look so
He
familiar
copy
because they
paste.
were
I was-
literally.
He has 10
I
minutes
was
every
so
time to
happy.
copy paste.
I was so happy for Can I Bring My Drake?
Yep.
He's in my
Yep.
ears.
God.
It's
Hey,
it's
listen,
very lovely.
viewers, if you could hear the abuse on the voice here from production, you'd be shocked at how the analysts are treated.
Yeah. So bands copy pasted not from
Hey,
a
they can
previous
bring their
match,
Drake.
but brought
Yes.
in here. Yeah, the Drake, it's unbanned. Banned ships, Armageddon Navy issue, Jackdaw, Loki, Sleipnir, Zarmazd, Cenotaph. We are seeing bands that we've seen before. We've seen the Zarmazd, we've seen the Cenotaph, we've seen the Armageddon Navy issue. We haven't seen a Jackdaw ban so far today. We saw it a fair amount last weekend. Misty, tell me about the Jackdaw.
It's probably one of the stronger Tech 3 destroyers at this moment, at least on Tranquility. I think in terms of tournament format, we're more likely to see the Jackdaw, then the Sweeple, and then the Confessor with the Hecate kind of just being in the background somewhere. We have seen Hecates last weekend. Whether they perform well, you can kind of make up your own minds on that. So it's interesting to see the Jackdaw removed. It does put pressure on your lower end. It does mean that if you have logistics frigates, then life is a little bit more difficult for you. So removal of the Jackdaw, removal of the Loki, and removal of the Cenotaph is interesting to me because the Cenotaph removal still kind of feels like they might want to kite or be at least like bring a triple battleship comp, which would lend itself to the Jackdaw removal and also weakening of Ham Rush. So that's kind of my expectation from Drake. I don't think we're going to be seeing any Drakes though. Sorry, Twitch chat.
Yeah, no, the Drake, not a super popular ship in the Alliance tournament. We did see some Drake Navy issues last weekend, which could come back. It's a Nighthawk on a budget, but maybe not with the Loki unbanned. I do see we have the Sleipnir banned. Phantomite, do you think the Sleipnir deserves this?
It's difficult because you see, I look at the Sleipnir ban, and what I see is, we wouldn't want a battle cruiser that does a lot of damage, but there are a few options for that other than the Sleipnir. So to me, at least, it feels like it may have been a bit of a waste of a ban.
Yeah, with the Sleipnir out, you can't bring some of the best gun rushes, but it turns out, as we discussed previously on this very desk, the Nighthawk is still a ship. You are allowed to bring it. Black Bart Pirate might call you a noob, but with the Sleipnir banned, hey, you can claim that you had no other choice. So options abound. One of the great things about feeders is 3 bans. That's more than we had last year. Last year we had only 2, but there are still many compositions out, many ways to find a way to fly something that you feel comfortable with and you think you can win with. In order to see if these teams can win with it, though, we are going to send it to the arena where Colonel Kurtz and Tian Zaharin will break down the match.
Thank you very much to our analyst desk colleagues. You join me, Colonel Kurtz and Tian Zaharin, for another thriller. This time round, Slow Children at Play against Can I Bring My Drake? Can I Bring My Drake on the blue side? With the double Leshak, those triangle ships, paired with a Rapier, Vigilant Blackbird, double Deacon, and the double Maulus for control. What do we see on the red side for Slow Children, Tian?
Bringing another medium gun spam with a double curse and the double crew. That's crazy work there. This is absolutely thrilling. That double curse is going to put out so much new pressure at long range and so many attacking disruptors. Those are going to make the Leshaks really suffer, as those Leshaks, one tracking disruptor for range disruption, just limits their range to like 50, 40 kilometers. That's sick. So those curses really paid out here, I think. And double crew for the long range webs are going to fight the Vigilant and the Rapier of control here. That's going to be interesting. So,
if I'm a Leshak pilot,
see how both teams act here.
If I'm a Leshak pilot and I'm seeing 2 curses on the other side, I'm going to be feeling pretty upset. Like you say, those tracking disruptors are going to severely hamper their efforts, with both sides warping in at nearly max range. I think Blue side coming in at 40 there. That range is going to be increasingly important. But one thing to note, we've got 2 Mauluses on one side and only 1 on the other. That means they have a serious damp advantage. They can effectively control the damp war and win it and control the range and dictate it. But you're not going to have much luck trying to damp down curses. Those recon ships have a massive lock range, so those damps aren't going to help you much, and you're not going to be able to save your Leshaks a whole lot.
All right, but I want to point out here that Slow Children at Play, the Maulus, did a crazy good job, because both Mauluses and the Blackbird are completely damned out at the moment. So he spread all his dams to those 3 ships, and Can I Bring My Drake is not applying any of their EWAR at the moment. No dams from the Blackbird and no dams from both those Mauluses at all. Crazy work from that Maulus pilot, so really, really well done there. Before getting damned out himself, he managed to completely shut off the E-War of Can I Bring My Drake, and they're already at the disadvantage with the double curse. So it's going to be really interesting and probably an easy call for Slow at this point.
I think while they've won the damp war at this point in time, both teams sat at great distances from each other, not putting down a lot of damage, but we do see the Leshaks starting to charge in towards the big red blob. I think if it's me and I'm on the Slow Children side, I'd probably be looking to try and pressure these deacons with those medium guns. But we do see that Maulus take a huge amount of damage suddenly for slow children. If they lose that Maulus, they're going to completely lose their damp control of this arena. And it does go down. Can I Bring My Drake now has damp superiority to control the lock range as they do charge in towards that micro jump beacon where all of these ships are currently pinned in the corner. Will they jump away to try and get some range and regain that control war? But at the moment, it's not looking great. And if they can take down this curse of Ryan, they could be in real trouble.
Yeah, the longer those Leshaks stay on grid and the longer they can finally shoot, they will do so much damage over time. That Rapier of Loser is now taking a lot of damage, but he is supported by both the Deacons. We see a lot of damage on Lupa Belcher and that Kruer, trying to get rid of that low end a bit there. I really like that because Triglavian guns are known for their quite good tracking. Supported with those vigilant webs, they will really, really hit well there. Looks like that Kruer will not be able to tank here much longer, while the Rapier is completely fine again here. Also see a bit of damage on Mystery Momaki in his Maulus. That seems to be mostly Jones, and he can just run around for now, still free, as that Kruer does go down here.
Yeah, I'm not
Immediately
sure what
damage on that second Kruer.
Not sure what the thought process was there from slow children. They all grouped up on that beacon. I thought maybe they were going to jump in the back and try and purge off some of this control, but they've elected to ram in, and we've now got a big brawl going on. And if there's one ship you probably don't want to try and brawl, it's a Leshak.
It's the Leshak.
For those that don't know, the Leshaks, they use spooling weapon damage. So you activate the weapon, and as time goes on, the damage goes up and up and up and up until a point where it reaches maximum output, and there's not a lot of things that could tank two Leshaks fully spooled, applying their damage. All things considered, though, they are track. Well, one of them is track and disrupted, which means it's not going to be able to track very well, I would imagine, and is going to struggle to apply its full damage and struggle to hit. Doesn't matter how much you've spooled, if you can't hit the target, you're wasting your time anyway. But yeah, I'm not sure that this sort of ramming tactic was the way to go into those Leshaks, but we shall see. It does appear to be paying off at this point in time as the Vigilant taking a lot of damage, just about clinging on, burning through a little bit of structure. Those Deacons desperately trying to keep it alive, but with the newts from the curses, they're really going to struggle. But I think in an ideal world, as the Vigilant does fall, slow children get hold of a Deacon and use those medium guns to their full advantage and get rid of their Logi in any hope of killing off these Leshaks.
I would agree with that, but this time, the curses are not only evil because of their shacking disrupts, but also because of the huge nuke power they have. I'm not sure if it's actually the right call to keep the nukes on the Deacons, but maybe to just fully focus on those Leshaks, because a nuclear Leshak won't be able to shoot and do anything. But as you said, I think they hurt you. The Deacon of Fernscore is now taking a lot of damage. It is still getting repped by his buddy, so they might be cap injected fit, so they can keep repping through the nukes. He seems to be really repping well here as Kian Kim Park and the curse is finally taking a lot of damage. I think maybe those Leshaks should have focused a bit earlier on those curses, tried to get them off. Curse doesn't have a lot of tank, but a lot of control and a lot of Ewar damage. So maybe just focusing a bit on those curses to get them down would be a good call, and it seems like they're doing that now. As they lose their Maulus to Jones, but they still have one Maulus left, and I don't think the sense damners really are that important right now. So they do take, well, the blue team here, the Can I Bring My Drake, take a lot of damage in their Blackbird now, so they might lose all of their E-War, but that curse is still slowly losing its armor. So it's going to be interesting to see if it will go down here under that double Leshak pressure.
Yeah, this is a really sort of bizarre melee, as we do see. I believe it was the Blackbird that went down there. That will be quite important. Getting rid of that, losing that ECM will cause some issues for the logistics. I do think it's a bit of a strange melee where both teams are sat on top of each other and neither really able to kill anything. But we do now see things that the House of Cards starting to fall as the first curse goes down and begins to free up the output of those Leshaks. Maybe they can start to grind down some of these battle cruisers as they do start to put some damage onto Takira. But I think ideally they should still try and kill this curse while they can. That curse isn't very far away, maybe 20-30 kilometers from these Leshaks. If they can grab a hold of it and finish it off, that would be massive. With no control, they'll be free to start to burn through the Astartes and the Absolution. But the slow children do lose another ship. Sorry, that was Can I Bring My Drake? Sorry, losing their Lynx Magus there, which will obviously diminish the tank on those two Leshaks. But I think it's still quite close at this point in time. We're 4 points difference with 2 battleships and 3 battle cruisers on the other side still to go. It's all still to play for.
Now it's taking quite a bit of damage. Sorry. So It's gonna be interesting to see if they trade a Leshak for an Astarte. That wouldn't be a great trade for them, but that Astarte is taking a lot of damage now, and I think it's gonna die here quite soon. It's still wrapping a lot. I think that's local revs combined with the deacons, but I don't think it's gonna be enough here. It has a few percent health left, but yeah, there it goes down. And now it's 2 Leshaks versus Absolution Astarte, and there's the curse still alive. So is the Logi on both teams' sides, so this is really interesting to see. They basically only have those Leshaks left for DPS. Can I bring my Jade, that is. But Leshaks is all they need for DPS because that second Astarte is now taking a lot of damage. An interesting call, I think, to shoot those Astartes. Astartes are usually not that weakly tanked, but it does seem to pay out for them because if they get that second Astarte down, it's just Curse and Absolution for DPS. And Curse as well is not known for its huge DPS because it uses its high slot for newts and not for guns. So there's the Absolution. Can it take down a Leshak? And the Deacon reps, I'm not sure. But first they would have to kill their Astarte, and it doesn't look like they will be able to at the moment. So they will have to wait for their spool up to go higher and higher before they can break it.
Yeah, we say slow children trying to burn through this Leshak, but at the same time, they were putting a lot of pressure on the one Deacon of Fern there. You probably saw it on the camera feed there. An absolute swarm of newt ships sat on top of the Deacon, but they made a fatal error of putting all of their newts on the Deacon they were shooting, which means that the Deacon that was repping him was free to keep his friend alive, and he has succeeded, which has meant this Leshak has lived for a very long time. And meanwhile, the Astarte Fazar, his armor bouncing up a little bit. He's living both living for a long time as these logistics frigates are fairly unmolested, allowed to keep repping. But I think they've made a bit of a critical error there. They could have killed off the one Deacon if they'd have neutered the other one, but they failed to do so. But it does look like Alfonso in the Leshak and he does fall. That is a massive blow for the Can I Bring My Drake team. That's half of their damage gone. The question is, can the one Leshak put down enough damage with a curse still on the field? I don't think so. As they do lose one Deacon, and that Leshak now has one Deacon to try to keep it alive. The balances does seem to be swinging towards the slow children's side. But it'll all come down to what sort of incredible plays Ayumi can pull out the bag, but I think the odds might be stacked against them.
Yeah, I think what happened here was that the newts and the tracking disruptors of those curses eventually shut off the guns of Alfonso, and with that resetting completely his spool because Astarte suddenly just started tanking while it was already super close to dying. So Astarte just suddenly started tanking again, and I think that was because the Leshak broke spool and had to start at low DPS again and start spooling up again. So that's why that Astarte didn't die when it should have. And I think that just points out again that after killing that first curse, they maybe should have continued with shooting the second curse and just getting all that Ewar off grid, because curse versus Leshak is not good. That's really not good. The newts and the tracking disruptors really make those Triglavian ships suffer. So I think that might have been a bit of a misplay. And maybe if they had killed that second curse, would have had a better chance at cleaning up the high end.
Yeah, totally agree.
think?
These Leshaks have massive DPS potential, but it's only useful if they can apply it. As we see, time runs out. Slow children at play take the victory, which unfortunately sends Can I Bring My Drake home. But Can I Bring My Drake? You can hold your heads high. That was an excellent attempt and a really close match. And we hope we see you next time round. And with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Slow children at play have won slowly. We have the control mirror, one control team versus another. Neither team with the big DPS right out the gate, like you see from the rush comps, although Leshaks can slowly spool up to devastating amounts. However, these Leshaks were eventually vaporized after suffering the indignity of being cursed, tracking disrupted for far, far, far too long. One of the things, though, that kept them hanging on was their deacons lived for a surprisingly long time until one magical thing happened. Misty, how did those deacons finally die?
Yeah. So, very interesting match to watch to see how people fly their setups. The right team won, according to my analysis of who should have won that match. But there were various points throughout the match where the analysis channel in the background had caps lock messages about what should be done and what wasn't being done. to ensure that the correct team won here. I was saying actually that, let me just scroll up and try and find it. I typed gang, they neutered Salate, and the other deacon died immediately. Yeah, I think the major issue that Slow had was an ineffectual use of their curses over the course of the match. At the very beginning, we saw that the Maulus managed to win the damp war, getting the 2 Mauluses and the Blackbird on the Can I Bring My Drake side damped out. At that point, you have a fair amount of space to work with, and I think that they didn't really capitalize on that. They waited until the Leshaks burned in and somehow managed to kill their Maulus. And then they just began to brawl, which isn't necessarily the wrong decision, but it's the fact that the curses were so poorly coordinated with their newts that they were never neuting the right target at the right time, which made it very difficult for them to win. If they just neutered the deacon buddy, shot the other deacon that wasn't being neutered, it would have died immediately. They could have just gone straight through Leshaks if they wanted to. They could have taken out the vigilant and everything without any reps coming in. There's a lot that they could have done better to ensure that they won faster.
But they still got there. So we will be seeing them continue on. We'll actually be seeing them later today. So if you are currently playing, not only are you in an elimination match, but you are in an elimination match where if you win, you stay in the Alliance Tournament, which is great. We love that. But you have to come back and play again later on today, which is, it's a little exciting. But both teams doing well. Next up, we are going to have the Initiative versus Critical Mass, which should be very interesting. Again, still in the elimination zone, still 2 teams that are doing their very best to stay in the Alliance Tournament and keep going on, going through that lower bracket skins run. And we should be seeing them pretty soon. So while we wait for the bans for those to come in, just a quick reminder that we do have balance changes coming. We will have CCP Kestrel talking about the balance changes at 18:10 today. So Twitch chat that is asking about balance changes, hold your horses for another like hour and a half. You'll be able to watch the video. And then instead of talking about when is the video, you'll be able to talk about why these balance changes have ruined EVE Online, because I know that is what all of you are waiting to do in the chat. But we'll have to see. Phantomite, we don't have bans yet. We'll wait for them, but I will ask you to do some mind games, some prediction. Can you just reach through the veil, jump past the edge of glory, and predict for me? What do you think we're going to see banned here?
I'm feeling the shape of, is that a myrmidon? No, it's not. It's something very much like a myrmidon. It's the shape of a tornado, but it's on its side. That's fascinating. I can feel a sideways tornado being on this list. And do you know what? I'm not sure it is. I think it's something that's based on the tornado. I think that that's highly likely to be appearing in our future, swiping across the screen. But I will go with, oh no!
Oh no, it's not there. It's not there. You were
I know what
wrong.
it
You
is.
need to.
I know it is. I looked too far. I looked at the match following this one.
I see. I see. So you were this. I was told that this was a vibes-based stream when I agreed to host, not a facts-based stream. So if you broke that sacred bond and actually looked at the production spreadsheets, that's that's on you. So we have some real bands. Those bands are the Zarmaz, the Armageddon Navy issue, the Armageddon. Man, we really hate the Armageddon Hull today. The Loki, the Hugin. We also hate Webifiers and the Broadsword for some reason. Misty, tell me about these real bands that we have in front of us.
All right. So interesting bands. I was just looking back and seeing what these teams have banned previously. The Zom ban from the Initiative is a mainstay. It is the first ship that they banned last time. Whereas for critical mass, just taking a little look-see, I don't believe they've banned any of these ships before. So most of these bans are new. I find it interesting that the initiative has removed the Zarm. By removing the Zarm, the Loki, and the Hugin, it does make me think that they want to kite and that they may not have like a lot of burst damage coming out, but they may have a significant amount of damage that they can apply over time. So it might just be a heavy missile kite or a gun kite. The cenotaph is open, and the fact that it isn't banned does imply to me that neither of these teams are actually planning to bring triple battleship. If they do, they're psychotic unless they actually plan to just kite. It could be cruise Typhoon fleet issues again. That's also entirely fine. As long as they're not brawling, it should work. And then the Armageddon Navy issue and the Armageddon ban, along with the broadsword, again, is about removing long distance kind of neuting control and the long range scram that the broadsword can provide. So I'm going to say neither of these teams want to brawl, and then I will be wrong.
I love that. I mean, the greatest thing about being on the desk is the opportunity to be wrong, and then people clip you, and then they make ads out of it, and it's very funny. So it's not only content for right now and content for the VOD later, it's also content for many Alliance tournaments to come. But we have both teams that have landed on grid. We have a ship today that I believe we are seeing for the first time this Alliance tournament feeders. We will send it to the arena where we have Wingnut and Kevin Grumman here to introduce this match.
And welcome down to the arena. Right now we are looking at the analysts being wrong. We do have a rush comp landing right at 0 in the red, and with the initiative running that Seno Sleipnir rush in a very similar that we have seen before, but they have brought the incorrect number of Seno balls, unfortunately. Hey, what about on the other side?
We've seen an adapted version of Florida Man, but they've also brought Senos. So Fant was correct. He did see Senos in his mind. Unfortunately, they're the ones actually coming to the arena on both teams.
Absolutely. And with the alligator landing at range, it looks like they might be going for a more Katie-centric style for critical positive effect mass as we get into the fight here.
Yeah, I'm just double checking as well. I think these are full drone, no missile ships. Okay, there are some missiles on the Gilas, but the alligator has nothing. It is purely a drone boat apparently today. This is going to be a full kite comp. A running away Florida Man. What's the opposite of a Florida Man?
I'm not sure, but it looks like they went the right direction to get right into a brawl as the initiative MJD's right into them as they back up, getting right into a brawl. Oh, holy cow!
California, dude. I like it. And yeah, look at the Osprey already getting absolutely destroyed. This is a full-on rush. And they got a good projection with the water cannons as well. So Osprey down, and already this is not looking all too good.
Absolutely not. The alligator looks like it will be next. The Senator will probably follow suit shortly after. We'll see if it can get the dots off that it needs to be able to even theoretically win this brawl. Oh, the Senator are going to be critical here. For Harry, he can get lots of dots off early on in this brawl, but on the other side, Gemini, since all of the other healers have scattered away, they can get away from that dot.
Okay, what Wizardry Sorcery's initiative doing? Why have they brought a shield drogger here? I love that. That's amazing. It goes down at the same time as an alligator does. That was a brief moment in the arena.
For a few moments, the shield drogger was in. It is no longer, giving them some more skirmish links, I suppose, but I'm not sure why you need skirm links when you got 2 Sleipnirs. Well, it looks like the low end is getting shredded here for the initiative as the Cenotaph of Harry keeps living surprisingly long.
Yeah, so the triple objective of critical mass is very good at murdering the small end. Initiative did bring a Stipple and Drago to try and do the same, but you cannot match the triple light missile volley from Ejector, just obliterating small end ships as this comp is being ripped apart.
And it looks like they're going to be lunging for the next target they can. This rush comp needs to be basically on 0 to do DPS, and so they're going to need to be burning between each target. And while they're burning, they're still getting shot to bits by critical mass.
I'm just keeping an eye on where the other Gilas are. Yeah, the rest of the team has absolutely buggered off. while the Gila has been caught. Just keeping an eye on where all the ships are. The Jackdaws have all kept a safe distance. Yeah, these teams aren't flying too poorly in this rather odd match.
It looks like, though, that the initiative, they still have their battlecruiser wing up, and those Sleipnirs especially, really benefit from a longer engagement time with their extremely bonus XLASBs charges that can keep them going under or a very large amount of DPS. And there isn't a ton of DPS to shoo into them with only 2 Helas and 3 Jackdaws left. They don't have a battlecruiser wing to support them on critical mass's side.
There's also potential with these ships as well, these Sleipnirs. They're quite fast. They can burn over to an MJD beacon, jump to the other side of the arena, reload the XLASB, and then come back in for the kill again. So these Sleipnirs are going to be very hard to kill, but critical mass is going to be an absolute nightmare to catch now. They have nothing but slow ships left. Well, I mean, slow comparatively. Sleipnirs are still damn fast, doing over 2K.
Absolutely. It looks like those Sleipnirs will be able to be quick enough to catch here. The Gila is not known for
2.4.
their speed, being Caldari flavored ships.
Yeah, okay, my brain kind of got short-circuited thinking the Gills were faster than that. Those Sleipnirs going to catch them so damn quick. Wow. My bad.
Zooming around the arena. The Cenotaph looks like it might be going for a cutoff as well, but they are keeping ahead. There's no skirmish links left for critical mass here, or to get them the speed they need to maybe outrun these ships.
Yeah, that link's going to be gone soon for sure. And it's going to leave 3 Jackdaws that can probably outrun, 2 Gilas that can hopefully outrun, and a Carries who at this point is just making everyone's life as miserable as he can.
Absolutely, it looks like that.
There's a chance Critical Mass can honestly have this at this point. Like, if they can keep this up, they actually might be able to get away with this. Though a Jackdaw did just get caught. Ouch.
It looks like the Sleipnirs are quick enough to catch even the low end here, and there's not a ton of DPS left. 2 Gila as drones will chew them up pretty good, but XLASB charges and no scram means that a Sleipnir can get away from those drones, like you mentioned.
Yeah, this team needs to scatter. They are staying together in a formation. No, they need to scatter. Go in every direction. Get away from the Sleipnirs. Don't fly together. This is not a micro gang moment. Run! Go away. Get away from each other. Because, yeah, at the moment, they're all kind of moving the same direction as one.
They need to get across the arena from each other so that these Sleipnirs can't jump from one to the next continuously and get those snap off us. But it looks like they will be able to keep ahead of them for a long while here, get time for those drones to chew away at these ships. But it looks like they might be running lower on drones than they'd like, as though some of the Red Warriors are shooting blue Vespas.
Yeah, that may be the way this goes, with drones killing drones. And the Sleipnir is getting hit reasonably hard, but I haven't seen that many cycles at the moment, so he's doing pretty chill.
Now, we do get to talk here about who is going to be ahead on points soon. I don't know if the Helas will be able to push through one of these Sleipnirs even in the next 5 minutes, especially with the Nemet's about to get caught by the... it looks like they will need to get this Gila kill for the initiative to be up on points. Once this Gila goes down, though, suddenly this is a much closer match.
Yeah, with that Gila down, I'm just going to be honest. I think the Gila going down is going to be very much a GG moment, unless they can suddenly rip through that Sleipnir, which, to be fair, his reps haven't gone off for a while. Maybe, no, you know what? I'm going to shut my mouth because I think he actually might be able to get away with this.
The Sleipnir, no XLASB charges left, as he needs to be so committed to this Gila, and the Gila is tanking as the Sleipnir goes down here in a moment. If it doesn't get the recharge off, nope, Sleipnir goes down.
Oh, and this was probably hurting some of the damage as well, because I saw that Sleipnir orbiting the Gila, which I think with its micro warp drive on, which, medium autocannons do apply it reasonably well, but even doing that is going to hurt your tracking. And that honestly might have cost them a bit there.
It doesn't look like Initiative will be able to pull this back, as with only one Sleipnir, there's just not a lot of DPS left, and it'll take them about 5 years to chew through this Gila. Looks like, and at the very beginning of the match, we saw that excellent MJD play, killing the Osprey right off the bat, but it was not enough.
Yeah, and I think there we go. Mr. Steal Your Girl is currently getting destroyed by a bunch of Gilas. The California man, as I saw in the comments, commented, seems to be the one that might be getting away with this one.
Yeah, I'm amazed to see how well that Cenotaph did, even in a comp that is nominally fairly kitey and was flown very kitey. as it hang back onto that fleet and was able to get multiple dots off early on, and buy time for its entire, or as we call it, California Man doctrine, to scatter to the wind and force these though fast, short-ranged AC ships to burn all the way around the arena for ages to get on top of them.
Let's have a look. See, where is everyone scattered now? So the Slender's about to kill someone. Let's see. Jackdaw's at one side. The other Jackdaw's halfway between that Jackdaw and the enemy. That's probably not the best spot. And the other Gila is slightly away from the Jackdaw. They should really be scattered more than that. Like, that's a good start, guys. Starburst more. Get away from each other. But I think they're going to get the kill now, so it doesn't really matter. But, for next time.
Absolutely.
All right, and there we go. Well done to Critical Mass. And with that, we'll go back to the desk and see what they think about this.
Hello, and welcome back to the desk. Phantomite, he got the prediction wrong. He has been removed from the desk. Take notes, both of you. Moderator, welcome to the desk. What did you think of that match?
So I would like to give credit to the state of Florida. Apparently, alligators did manage to take a bite out of that Minmatar comp. And we're seeing that once again, the tradition of bringing two Cinnables does in fact not work. We're going to add that to the list of teams that go out of the tournament trying to bring that. The magic number is 3. We've all seen Sesame Street. We grew up on it. You got to count to 3 if you want to make it. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's it is the wrong number of signables for sure. We did see a very exciting play off the start there. Misty, can you break down what Init did to open this match?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, casters, I was half right. Thank you very much. One of the teams was kiting. Okay, first of all. Second off, Init recognized, or maybe got lucky with the fact that the team that they were going into was kiting, and they immediately called for an MJD of all of their ships towards the like alligator team, right? Unfortunately, one of the Init scalpels fumbled. You know, um, don't know. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us in high stress situations. Not everyone can perform properly in those circumstances. He didn't manage to right click the MJD beacon and jump, which meant that he got left behind. And then eventually the Gila and alligator drones came over, removed him, and then burned back in for the other scalpel. So it was a really good play because it allowed them to get directly on top of the Osprey that had already burned back to the MJD beacon in the corner. And from there, they stood a better chance of winning by burning down the rest of the team. Unfortunately, they just ran into the same issue that every gun rush falls into, which is you manage to pin down one target, you put your damage onto it. Everyone has to be very close to make sure they're doing the best damage possible, and then you have to chase down the next target. And that's not so great when you're going up against a drone kite that doesn't need to be anywhere near you to do its damage.
Yeah, and it's good piloting from the drone team to scatter. And while the casters were saying they should have scattered some more, definitely that's something that good thing to keep in mind. But they did not try to brawl someone in their kite. They had a mission. The mission was to only take down, only take down the Senno there. And so well done from them. But we are going to have to look towards the next match. So we have Exodus versus Doro Sweetpunch coming up next. And perhaps we can see the bracket for this just to remind folks what these matchups are supposed to look like here. So again, we are in the groups stage of the feeders. We will be going through each group to figure out which team gets in, which 2 teams get in, and which teams go home. So this is Group G. We saw Exodus versus Punishing Grey Raven. Exodus lost down to the losers bracket. Doro Sweetpunch versus Odin's Call. Doro Sweetpunch lost down to the losers bracket. Now we get to see Exodus versus Doro Sweetpunch coming up to see who will stay in the Alliance Tournament and who will be eliminated. The winner will be playing later. We will see Punishing Grey Raven versus the winner of this match later on today, and that will be very exciting. So both teams, all the teams for now are fighting to stay in. Once we get through this batch of elimination matches, we will start seeing teams fighting to make it in. Much more positive spin on the world. Um, but in order to fight to stay in, we are going to need to see the bans. So we have Zarmazd, Sleipnir, Sentinel, Armageddon Navy Issue, Dominix, and the Widow. Moderator, how do you feel about this Widow ban?
So I feel like Doro has in their scrim seen something against some of the teams that they would be playing primarily in what would be the kind of the Asian time zone. So that was primarily going to be some of the better teams that are competing, frankly, in this event that are between kind of Korea, Japan, China, kind of hard to scrim against some of the US or American teams. They've seen comps that can use the Widow that can control it. They've seen other teams use it to great success previously. I think they're probably afraid of what it can do. I'm seeing that Exodus is like locking in that Zarm very quickly. Exodus is very quickly locking in the Get Navy and the Dominix. I'm like, look how long it took for Doro to ban the Widow right after those flagships. It went from 236 to 242. They locked that in instantly. They had no hesitation on that. So that tells me it's part of their ban strategy. I also really like the Sentinel ban as well. It's also like by far the best control ship for the value. And Sleipnir is very versatile. I think these are both pretty mature bans from Doro. Exodus's bans tell me that they do not want to come up against any sort of a drone setup. Their bans are perfectly targeted for that.
Yeah, Misty, what do you think? We've got the Armageddon Navy issue taken out from this match, so none of those showing up on grid. What about the rest of this?
I was just thinking about the different bans that they took last time. Both of these teams banned the Dominix in their previous matches. Besides that, I don't actually think we're seeing much in the way of repeat bans coming out from these teams, but Mortarity was saying it took a while for the Widow to be banned at the end. I think that may be down to them deciding if they want to ban the Cenotaph or not, and then deciding whether they wanted to bring a brawling setup or a kiting setup. I think we saw this a lot last weekend as well, where you'd see 3 minutes taken to ban the Cenotaph last at the very end, or 3 minutes to ban a Loki or something else. Again, I'm expecting to see 2 kiting setups or 2 non-triple battleship setups coming in. Since the Cenotaph is open, it's entirely possible that we end up just seeing a ham rush coming in from both sides, since all of the ham rush ships are still open. The Loki's open, Nighthawk's open, the Cenotaph is open. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to bring.
Yeah, and how have you been feeling, moderator, about the Cenotaph in this tournament? It seemed like it's pick ban, but we just saw a match where a team was able to easily defeat someone bringing a Ceno, or I guess they brought a Ceno too,
Yeah,
but
they both did. And I think that was actually the deciding factor in that match. Actually, I was joking about the Cinnables. The reason in it ended up losing that match was because their Cinnable was completely controlled and useless. Meanwhile, the other team whose name I forget, who did win, they put dots on literally all of the init ships right at the end and weakened them and ground out a lot of their HP. And I think that both of these teams actually know how to play control and how to play screen well enough to deal with the Cenotaph. We're seeing a lot of bans early, and we're going to continue to see them into the main tournament. But both of these teams actually here are very good. Not a lot of people might know about Doro Sweetpunch, but they're a Korean team of small gangers. A lot of them have experience playing with Tuskers. A few of them have experience playing with Truth Honor Light. Back in the days, they were known as Hydra Reloaded, like 10 years ago on their tournament winning arc. And Exodus, I mean, I used to be their tournament captain. A lot of their players over time have filtered into other teams, including like Rage Quit Cancel Sub. But I mean, these are both strong teams. Like, this is one of by far the better matches here. I'm giving it to Doro, but I could see it going very either way. And I think Twitch chat agrees. It's 50-50 right now, and I think that's completely fair.
All right. Well, we will send it to the arena. We'll find out who's going to lose their points and who's going to go on to the next match. Send it to the arena with Wingnut and Kevin Grumman.
You lead the center unbanned, it gets picked immediately, and this is probably one of the times it works very well because they've got what I heard was called Heavy Metal with the Twin Abaddon Balgorn comp, and this center is going to be loving life if you can get close enough. What do you think, Kevin?
It's going to be very hard though for a Senate to get close with the Balgorn having fairly long webs and the Ashabu having fairly long webs. It's not terribly difficult for those webs to hold back just the Cenotaph. But if they do hold just the Cenotaph back, that'll give lots of opportunity for the rest of this rush comp to get right on top of them. And that will cut through a lot of the DPS of missing a battle cruiser, but it will cut through the DPS of a Cenotaph being on 0 with a bunch of battleships. Battleships do not like getting Ceno breachered.
Yep, I double checked as well. I believe this is a full ham rush comp with the Nighthawk and Osprey Navy's backing it up as well. So you've got a ham rush with a Ceno. And yeah, I know no one can see my hand, but I just like waved off when you said the Ishimu because Ishimus are not good. But here comes the rush.
And it looks like that Punisher coming forward, going to try to do its best to tie back that Cenotaph, immediately getting tackle on it. That Cenotaph gets in, those battleships will turn to dust.
Yeah, well, the Punisher holding down the center is going to be brutal. That's a T1 frigate just casually holding down the boogeyman of the Alliance Tournament right now.
And with two Jackdaws on grid, it might have a chance to actually get rid of this Punisher in a timely manner, but it looks like the Balgorn will be going down with it.
Yep. Definitely take down the Balgorn first. I would not even bother shooting the Abaddons yet because that is the tankiest thing you can engage. So good call on the bar. And I'm not seeing much damage returning. They're going for the Cenotaph rather than going for the ships that are right in front of their face.
Exodus just is not getting enough DPS in. This Cenotaph is super tied back and everything's shooting it, but it's just facing off against it. Not a care in the world, taking so much DPS here. And even with that Cenotaph tied back and not getting dots off right now, that doesn't mean that the rush comp isn't still scary with the rest of the ships. They're marching on that Balgorn.
Quick note of Aaron Ivega in the Ishimi. I think he was rushing in to try and get some newts out on the Basilisk of Rakina. He's been held down permanently by Saladin and the Skybreaker, with the Jackdaw encircling him as well. So that Ishimi has been locked down away from the fight and away from his target as well. So he is effectively out of this fight.
And that Basilisk had no problems just cruising right away from it. The Basilisk getting tons of reps here. It looks like as it is finally swapping onto a cruiser here as Star Harrier gets bleeding into hull. Oh, but that Bazzy is doing so much to keep it up, and the Cenotaph will be in soon.
Yep. The moment they change over to something else, immediately killed Osprey Navy. Gone. These Abaddons can put out a godly amount of damage, but the Balgorn is now pushing through hull, and I think he's about to pop.
And that Cenotaph is in now. The Cenotaph is getting dots off on battleships. The Deacons cannot keep up with even one dot, let alone when the entire rush comp's DPS adding to it. As this Cenotaph is finally in the fight.
Yep. You bring a triple battleship comp, they bring a Cenotaph, and it's as close to an instant lose as you can get. You have to really control it, which they tried with their Punisher. They really gave it a good go, but now the Cenotaph is free to just ruin every part of this comp.
And with that Punisher goes down as well and frees the Cenotaph. Nothing controlling the Cenotaph as it can run right around any big ship, get a dot on it, and just have it be bleeding for the rest of the match. The Cenotaph does take a lot of damage here, but it's still holding.
Yet, meanwhile, the first of the ultra tanky, by the way, Abaddons goes down remarkably quickly, and the second one is now being chunked as well. This triple battleship comp is being pulled apart. I just want to point out again, Ishimu is still being held a million miles away, unable to do anything.
And there's not much reason to go back and fight it for Doro Sweetpunch. And they have everything they want right now as they have a Cenotaph sitting on top of battleships. They have their entire rush comp sitting right next to their target. There's not much more that Doro could ask for here.
Yep. This is honestly, this is 100% optimal position for their team. Like, this is exactly what you wanted. They're one, like a E-War ship, fully locked down and useless. Their battleships held down and killed again. This is the perfect situation for their comp. And yeah, GG already, I think. Someone in chat, white flag reset. I can understand that. This has been a brutal match for them.
there's just not a ton you can do against this strong of a rush. Once that Cenotaph gets in, it's over, and you need to dedicate so much of your comp to keeping a Cenotaph back. And sometimes, even when you do dedicate like a Punisher like they did here, it's not enough to hold back just the Cenotaph. You still have to contend with the rest of this rush comp that still is competent.
Yep. We have seen T1 like Punishers before actually hold down ships permanently, but he did not have enough support to really make that work. So the Jackdaws just kept missing until he finally just got obliterated. So it could have maybe helped him, but honestly, that center was creeping into the fight anyway.
And with this much of a rush comp up, even if the Seno is scram, and the Cenotaph can just slow boat right on it. And those Abaddons and
Exactly that.
Valgorn, they're not fast ships. We call it heavy metal for a reason. They are slow and tanky, but they're not tanky enough to survive this.
Your tanky V usually resists most of the time, and Cenotaph just laughs at that.
And with the
Oh, this
Cenotaph
ship
on
is
top
finally
of the
dying.
Ashimu, there's
This ship is
nothing
finally
left
killed.
here.
I
trying
would
to
hate
think
to
of
be
a way
Aaron E. Vega.
Exodus. I don't think that Exodus could have pulled this off here. This comp of Abaddons, I think, just loses to this strong of a rush. If they ban Cenotaph, they have much better chances, and they can hold down something else and
In
maybe
my
peel off a little
opinion,
bit more.
the only change it could have made would be to retarget the Osprey Navies earlier, but I'm not calling that a win scenario. It's more of like you can maybe kill things faster. But congratulations to Doro Sweetpunch. I like the name and I like your comp. Go back to the studio and see what they think.
Hello and welcome back. We have seen Exodus depart in feeders, qualifying for possibly one of the largest upsets in this tournament so far, second only perhaps to Test in 2-0 in feeders. What a match. There was some Cenotaph gaming. Misty, what do you think of that matchup there?
Surprised you've come to me first. You're gonna make Maud hold his hand up for a little while. That's absolutely fine.
sorry,
I'm
Maud.
gonna yap for a bit. This is
Yeah,
fun.
there we
Okay.
go.
So, Twitch chat. Hopefully now you understand why whenever we're looking at the banning strategies and we're seeing time taken at the very end, again for the Widow in this case, and we don't see a Cenotaph ban, usually the teams are deciding whether they want to bring triple battleship or not, right? In this particular case, it seems like they were like, fuck it, we're going to bring triple battleship. We're going to put plates on them. It's going to be great. And then they left the Cenotaph open and then got run down by a Hamrush. Again, I'd like to point out 50% correct. Hamrush was in the match. So pretty good at this whole yapping thing. But
Yeah,
I mean, as it goes, kind of the expected outcome. The Punisher did a really good job of pinning the Cenotaph down at the very beginning. But then, unfortunately, the Cenotaph was able to drift into range of Vitone in the Abaddon, and then we saw the Abaddon basically just died as if it didn't have any plates on at all. So yeah, just really unfortunate matchup there, I think. Can I keep speaking? Does anyone in Twitch chat have any questions that they'd like answered? So I can keep Moore's hand up in this one.
yeah. I will not. I will give Maud the floor at this point. Maud, I think you're suggesting that maybe a different ship was the key to this match. Which ship might that be?
So you'll see up in the corner, I'm pointing to Basilisk of Rakina. The difference between this match being won and lost was that ship being a Basilisk and a Scimitar. The Scimitar does not have remote energy transfers the same way that a Basilisk does. You're being in a Balgorn, you're neuting out the Cenotaph, having an Ashimu for neuts this whole time, you're getting cap fed. Second, Exodus, you brought the exact same comp that Odin's took against Doro and beat them with. No, give them more respect. They're a better team than that, and they 200 to 0'd you because you didn't give them any sort of respect in that match. I understand bringing the Ashimu and the Balgorn thinking that you're going to web Asino away and ban them into that, but everything about that Exodus core was not prepared to deal with any sort of the counter DPS that was coming onto the Punisher. And what happens if your Ashimu gets screened? They just did not fully prepare for a Sino, and Sino into triple battleship is just very dire. I would never ever do that as a captain pick.
Yeah, it's it's particularly tough here. and we do, it is quite interesting. So in terms of things going on with the desk, you know, Misty mentioned his prediction correctness, and we do have a lovely graph of prediction correctness related stuff for you to take a look at while hopefully my camera can come back. Um, Phantomite has predicted some things, and its prediction correctness decreases if wrong prediction increases. The Phantomite replacement does come up there. But we are on and ready to keep going. We're going to have to yap for a little bit longer before this next match. So, what so in terms of comps, we've seen Triple Battleship, we've seen Rush, we've seen other types of things in this particular feeders round. What do you think what do you think is gonna be sort of, if we're gonna look at it, the winner of this weekend, Misty? Anything you're seeing that's really impressing you?
No. No.
Yeah.
No, there's not really anything impressive, so to say, coming out from these. I think the most interesting setups, and I say this as someone who enjoyed flying in similar setups, is the Widow setups that we saw last weekend, right? That's just because I like the Widow. Um, I don't think we've seen anything too crazy. I don't think it's tricky, okay? In terms of what you want to be showing, and also the time that teams have had to practice, I'm not sure if teams have come up with like the wow, this is going to break everybody's meta type comps at the moment, right? We're likely to see that coming in after the feeders, where teams have more time to practice and they've got some experience in the feeders tournament. But also, if you are fairly confident that you're going to be getting in, and you've already like won a match or something like that as well, you may just decide to bring something kind of cookie cutter that you know you can execute fairly well. To one, not show off anything to anybody that you're trying to play against, and two, um, because it's easy to execute, right? The more complex your comp is, the harder it is to execute, the more things can go wrong. And when you're coming up against teams that you're not too familiar with, or you haven't had much time to study, or who haven't had much experience in tournaments, sometimes they come up with some wacky shit, right? And then somehow it rock, paper, scissors your really good comp that you've practiced into every single mainline ship or mainline doctrine that you're expecting to come up against in a tournament, but it just doesn't beat that one, right? So you kind of don't want to fall into that hole as well.
It's true. I had the pleasure of sitting in on listening to Odin's sort of theory crafting and prepping for their match against Doro Sweetpunch, and it is hard to prepare for a set of gamers with no tournament background because you can't just review their tournament footage. Um, and to Maud's point, they went. Exodus looked at the only tournament footage they had available and went with something without perhaps spending as much time on the actual individual pilot research. So we did see a cenotaph there. Maud, how much do you think the cenotaph has been warping this particular little feeders metagame that we have?
I'd say it's been warping and defining about like not every single match, but nearly every single match. You're seeing that it's either banned or it's being almost always picked, and that's because it does just an absurd amount of damage in a way that no other ship does, doing the raw damage with the dots, and controlling it is very, very difficult because it has the ability to fit an afterburner to it over prop with like 100 MN and then just keep burning at you. So think of it as kind of like the Phantasm, where it's got the ability to have an over prop, but instead of having the speed bonus, it has a web resist bonus, which maths out to basically the same thing. So it's very hard to keep down and screen. And if it puts dots on your battleships, then you end up losing 200 to 0 like Exodus just did. And because of that, it's increasingly a pick it or ban it. Now, granted, there are going to be a lot of setups later on in the tournament and other possible drone comps, other kite comps, other control comps where it's not that impactful. But we're not going to see a lot of that today. Maybe some of it tomorrow, but probably in the main tournament. Most of the teams that can really execute on those comps are either already in or already qualified last week.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there are any changes to the Sino when we get the patch notes drop in just 1 hour from now. Yes, Misty.
I'd like to add onto the Senna before we get to the bans real quick. On the Senna,
Yeah.
I do think it has been a defining feature of the feeder so far, but I do think it's because teams have wanted to stray away from the two main setups that we've seen, which is Rush and Triple Battleship. I think if we saw more teams utilizing Kite properly, like we did with the Flykitter setup that it worked in testing brought, or some of the heavy missile launcher setups that we've seen as well, then the Senna ban wouldn't be necessary, and it may actually encourage the other team to bring a Rush setup that you would then be well set up to counter and dictate the flow of if you just bring enough like rapiers and stuff like that. So, or hyenas even. So I think that it's just because teams haven't been as creative as they should be in dealing with the Cenotaph at this moment in time. Also, the other thing is, yes, the Osprey Navy issues did a really good job in the previous match, but we're focusing on the Senna because it's a new ship and it's really cool and it gets banned or picked a lot. That's
Yeah.
Whole Murphy in Twitch chat.
We gotta keep focusing on that. But we also gotta talk about the bans for this match. NPSI.ROCKS versus Deteriorated. We're still in the elimination matches. One of these teams will keep going, one of them will go home. Arbitrator, Ferox Navy issue, Loki, Zarmaz, there's our Cenotaph ban, and finally, the Armageddon Navy issue. Maud, what do you think of these bans real quick?
I mean, Blue locked those bans in pretty quickly. Same with the Zarm and the Cenotaph. Those were locked in very, very quick. I'm seeing some anti-drone picks. It looks like a little bit from the red team, with the arbitrator thrown in as a I don't like getting controlled.
Yeah, and more thinking on the Armageddon Navy issue. Misty, were they perhaps thinking that it's not a very good ship?
I think okay, so Deteriorated, it seems like they brought a Chitin comp before with the double Barghest and the Hugin. It was an armor setup, which is fairly interesting. Again, the Barghest being fairly flexible in terms of the shield and armor meta. I think that they may aim for another kiting setup. It seems like they removed the Ferox Navy, the Loki, and the Armageddon Navy issue because they can project fairly well or run you down in the case of the Loki. So we'll see if that prediction holds up. As for NPSI.ROCKS, I mean, fairly standard common bans that we've seen so far. It doesn't really give much away, apart from maybe wanting to bring guns, like medium gun spam.
Yeah, but even if you're bringing medium gun spam, you probably are going to bring the armor variant because that Ferox Navy issue, it is a very strong ship on Tranquility, and it is a very strong ship in the shield version in the tournament. But to find out what they're bringing, we will go down to the arena where Wingnut and Kevin Grumman will break it down.
And welcome back. We're looking at on the red side for NPSI.ROCKS. Potato salad, triple Dominix is landing at range. What do we see on the other side today?
A good old Minmatar rush. Got a triple Sepnia rush with 3 Vagabonds, so they got a lot of self-rep, that's for sure. And they went down to T1 Burst just to really, really lean into it. And they even brought Thalos just to be extra annoying. So this is going to be a very aggressive comp going against what will probably be an absolute brick of a comp.
Absolutely. Going for Vagabonds instead of Cinnaballs. Going for that T2 heavy assault cruisers that are very fast, lots of DPS, but lots and lots of tank, especially. Against his drone comp, it's going to be difficult, I think, for those heavy drones to really hit those Vagabonds if they end up actually burning around. But given the short range of autocannons, those Vagas are going to be sitting right at 0, probably with low transversal even, so that they can hit as hard as possible here.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of newts from the NPSI group here. They've got 2 Vexes and 3 Dominics and the EOS, all probably bringing newts. Those bursts will likely be doing absolutely nothing, but luckily for this team, they are probably all XLASB fit, so they don't really need the help. They can kind of rep themselves for a while as matches underway, and they didn't drop sentries. They dropped heavy drones. They are not playing around. They're going to go straight for the brawl themselves.
And it looks like the brawl has begun, but looking for the backline. And it is Deteriorated, going for the Hyena first, try to get some of those webs and especially target painters off grid to focus DPS through everything. And Scoping taking a lot of DPS here too.
I see, like, what got the hyena caught? Is he actually caught? No, the hyena's not caught. He's just not moving fast.
Looks
He's
like
moving
just
fast enough. He's out of
drones
the way.
munching on him.
Yeah, he's not Michael driving away being at all. He's just kind of vibing. But hey, first ship down. This brawl commences. They're going for a Vexer first. That's probably the lowest tank and a good amount of damage to kill. So they might be able to kill the next one after that. But after that, you have to start chewing the big stuff.
And trading a Vagabond for a Vexer, maybe not great here, but it looks like it Deteriorated. It's going to be cutting through the Logi to speed up their end. But in the same situation of being T1 Logi frigate, it's not tanky and not putting out nearly so much reps as their T2 counterpart. We'll see if they're able to get the trade well here.
Yep, they're starting to go through the EOS now of Kiatsi. My boy, I saw him in FanFest. That was lovely. All the guys NPSI.ROCKS are good fun as well. Their name is exactly what they are. But he's probably about to go down in that EOS, and once that happens, I think things are going to start looking a bit poorly as that Sleipnir still has not gone down.
And with that EOS go on, that's going to be a more long-term investment for Deteriorated here. With those links out, there's going after a while, once those links do run out, these Dominixes are going to be significantly less tanky, but it will take some time for that to pay off as the Sleipnir bleeds into Hull and is going down here soon.
I think he was getting ready to run, but luckily the Vexer came in, make sure to not let him leave. So he's gone. Now they pick on the next target. The Hyena is still being pressured. I still haven't seen. Do you think that he hasn't propped, has he? Is that like a no prop Hyena? Is that like some tech I don't know about? But he's gone. He got murdered by, I think it was a Jaguar as well as some other ships. And once the Ashumi's down, they've just got 3 big boats to kill.
And with the Sleipnir gone, they might still have a chance, but that Tholos able to get the long-term DPS on in and dodge most of the incoming DPS from these heavy drones of the Dominix. It's going to be able to keep dots up for probably the rest of this match, even as the Vagabond takes heavy damage, though.
I'm honestly surprised to see that one of the Dominix is kind of leaving. The other two are together. One's being tackled by a Tholos. And they're going for a Vagabond, which in my opinion is the right call there. You can kill that quicker than a Sleipnir and try and reduce this damage before the final brawl, as their last Vexer is about to go pop.
And I don't know if the Dominixes want to be getting scattered here. I imagine they want to be grouped up so they can pile up newts on one target, hopefully turn off of hardeners and decrease the amount of tank they have to burn through to actually take this DPS off grid. It looks like there's some smart bombs, so they might not be as many newts as I think, but that Vagabond and taking some serious DPS now.
Yep. Oh, damn, I did it again. Dominix of Jedi is now being taken down. And we see the other Dominix of Nasty sitting next to it. Meanwhile, Louis has actually moved a little bit away to try and potentially nude at other targets. The thing is, they don't need to be that close. They could be like 25 kilometers away from their friends, providing nuke support while not being immediately in scram range. But to see some smart bombs going off from Nutmasty as well, trying to kill off drones. But I think the only drones around him are friendly drones. So that may not be the best call, my man.
The friendly drones are heavies, so they don't take they're not nearly as scared of a smart bomb DPS, but it doesn't look like it'll matter too much. With 2 Sleipnirs on grid and the Tholos still getting dots up consistently, I don't think that NPSI.ROCKS can get it back, despite how much I would prefer for them to win here.
Yeah, you and me both. And this is the moments like this where the bursts are probably better because yes, they don't tank that much, don't rep that much. But they're also dirt cheap and you don't care. Because when you get to a point like this where even under nukes, they can provide just enough rep to make your team outlast the opposing team, which is exactly what they're doing here. They're outlasting in a rush comp.
And this rush comp seems to have gotten the win here. As the Dominixes, they're not spread out. There's not much chance for them to get spread out. With 2 Sleipnirs and a Vagabond still up, there's just so much DPS that's left for Deteriorated. As GFs are going out in local.
Yep. And again, I probably should be unbiased here, but NPSI.ROCKS are a great group as well, so I'm glad to see them coming back to the tournament with a new name change as well, so we know exactly who they are. But unfortunately, the name does not help them here as they are being ripped apart by this rush, which has been rather well flown.
And I don't think that this comp was flown poorly in any way that I saw, at least in the moment. And I'm struggling to see a way for NPSI.ROCKS to have won here other than maybe like a Sleipnir ban. But even then, if they brought Nighthawk instead, it's still going to be a rough time. You can't really screen off that much, and the Dominixes just don't have the speed to run away.
Yes. Well, there goes Hisui Louis. Well done to the Deteriorated team. And with that, we'll go back to the studio and see what they think about this.
So, welcome back. With that, we are saying goodbye to NPSI.ROCKS. They are going home, and their opponents will continue on to see if they can stay in and make it in to the Alliance Tournament 21. NPSI.ROCKS bringing the triple Dominic setup that we saw in the finals of AT20. It did fairly well in the first weekend of feeders. They have brought it here. Presumably, they, like everyone else, took that, chucked it into their spreadsheet, typed up some fits, and went to town on trying to practice it in scrims. But they fell to a rush. Maud, is there anything they could have done that would have given them the victory here?
So the conceits of these Dominix comps, right, is that you have a lot of heavy newts, right? And the one thing that Minmatar will, or any shield comp really, is going to have to struggle with, including some of the logistics frigates, is if you can newt them off, that's a bit of a problem. So the idea here was that you have a Hyena and you have an Ishimu for webs to try to keep those ships from really crashing into you and getting on top of you. And really what you want to do with those ships, right, is you have around 4 webs really between those two. So a few ships are going to break through your screen, but really the idea is that you hold on long enough, you string enough of those ships out that they can't apply the full autocannon damage. Drones can apply anywhere in the arena. Um, Autocannons can apply about 10 feet in front of you and not really any further out than that. So the idea here is to really force those ships that want to be in a bull to be apart. And then as time goes on, you shut down the hardeners. One of the things that we actually saw was that the Tholos pilot was a Gigachad and got into the back line and caught 2 of the Dominixes by himself and mashed the potato. So he was completely just swapping off dots between 2 Dominixes who were so far away, they couldn't newt anything else. So his one Dominix buddy was just dying sadly in a stew, being completely cooked up by these vagabonds and the Sleipnir ball. And from there, it was really just a snowball.
Yeah, we can see here the chart of the Dominics over time. It had its best moment several tournaments ago. It surprised us all in AT20, and it'll be very interesting to see both with the upcoming changes and with everyone's increasing comfort with it, whether AT21 will be the Alliance tournament of the potato. Uh, so, Misty, we have one more team that has rushed their way through at least one more match of feeders. And they brought the Tholos. We've seen the Cenotaph. We haven't seen the Tholos too much. What do you think of it?
I think it's okay. The Cenotaph is scary because it has a higher DPS cap on the Breacher Pod, right? So it does more damage. And for those of you unfamiliar with what Breacher Pods are or what the Tholos or the Cenotaph are, I was going to say they're new Deathless ships, but they are, I don't know how old, like almost a year old now, I think. They've been out for a little while, maybe half a year. I don't know.
Half a year,
Uh,
more or less, yeah.
yeah. The Breacher Pods are effectively little missiles that you launch at something. And if you have max skills, they last for about 75 seconds. They do a set amount of damage the entire time over those seconds. So each second they'll do a tick of damage and it will ignore resistances. So it will just do straight damage to the ship's shields, then armor, and then structure, which is why teams seem to be fairly afraid of seeing the Cenotaph and less so the Tholos. In the tournament, it just does straight damage, which makes it very, very good in these formats. The Tholos, I think, could have been used better in this, in the sense that I witnessed the Tholos burn all the way back to an MJD beacon in the back corner of the arena, and then MJD back in, and then still land out of range. Instead, could have just burned in with the rest of the team, started slapping the breacher pods onto the Dominixes, and you would have had more time where that pure damage is coming out onto the Dominixes and making itself known. With that said, I mean, I don't think it's as strong as a Cenotaph. Obviously, teams aren't treating it like the Cenotaph. They've been allowing the Tholos through in most matches. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more of it, I suppose, but it does have a very small range, which means that it could probably be used as like a fairly effective screening boat in some of the setups that we see.
Yeah, Ma, do you think that they should have left the Cenotaph or the Cenotaph, the Tholos alive, or is that something that should have died for his Giga Chad plays?
So I think it was less of a sh- so the idea is that if you shoot the Tholos, right, you're giving something up, right? If you shoot the Tholos, it means you're not applying damage to the Sleipnirs. And as much as you want to shoot the Tholoses, you have to kill the Sleipnirs, you have to kill the Vagabonds. And really, that's the choice that the Rush team forces you to make: is you're choosing the least bad of two bad options. Unfortunately, um, for the Tholos, like Misty said, it did take a little bit of time to get there, but the reason we're not seeing it get banned as much is you just can't get that much tank out of it. At the end of the day, it is a destroyer. The only destroyers that we really see get brought anymore are typically the T3Ds, and that's because they have this thing called defensive mode, which turns their resists up. Actually, you can see one in my background, the Confessor. But the Tholos, you just can't make them survive as much as you can a Cenotaph or a lot of the other ships in the same class. Like you couldn't assault frigate.
I'd like to add to that. So one of the things that I identified in the match, which is a semi-effective counter to a poorly flown Deathless ship, is smart bombs. So the Dominixes each had a smart bomb on their battleships, which I was very excited to see because we haven't actually seen many smart bombs so far in the tournament. But for those of you who don't know, the breacher pods are very, very slow and they are effectively missiles, right? So 12-kilometer range, 4-second flight time, 3 kilometers a second, let's say, are the stats. Over that time, if you shoot it from like 10 kilometers away, you have time to smart bomb the breacher pod before it hits you, stopping that damage from applying. They have very, very limited structure hit points on the breacher pods. I think the small breacher pod has like 60 hit points on the actual projectile itself. And if you shoot it far enough away, because it moves slowly, it is easy to smart bomb if you time it correctly. Now, you can counter that by hugging the opponent's ship. If you're below a certain range, then by the magic of the ticks and all the tick rates that we have in EVE Online, you're just going to hit the ship that you're shooting at, and the smart bomb doesn't get a chance to actually destroy the projectile. So, two little bits of information for teams out there thinking about utilizing the Seno or thinking about, for some reason, bringing triple battleship into Cenotaph or Tholoses.
Yeah,
Tholos is
it's
fine.
a
Cenotaph lesser.
yeah. It's a little bit of a variant of the firewalling strategy that's so popular on TQ, and part of why we sometimes see like cruise missiles fall off in wax and wane in popularity as people remember how to do it or not. So before we look at the bans for this next match, I just want to look at sort of the aggregate bans that we've been seeing. Those of you who've been watching for this have seen that we've seen a lot of the same ships, and indeed we sure have. So the number one most banned ship, somewhat of a surprise to me, is not the Cenotaph. People have been more content to bring that. Instead, it is the Zarmazd. Nobody wants that Triglavian logistics ship to keep their opponents alive. Followed by the Seno, very common. Armageddon Navy issue, we've seen that a lot. Followed by the Loki. Loki's been a perennial popular ban in tournaments as its webs both enable rushes and counter rushes. And then it drops off a little bit. We've got the Dominix coming in next. The Arbitrator is the most popular of the Tech 1 E-War cruisers. The carries, because getting damped just really makes you want to just slam your hands on the keyboard. And finally, we have the Typhoon fleet issue. I do not know, but I suspect that if this graph would continue, we'd see it sort of start to level out here. Um, Either of you think that some ship there should be higher up than it is, or are people just too scared of one of the ships in the top? Maud, what about you?
I see both of us are very eager to jump.
Yeah, yeah.
Sentinel. I think you're going to start to see that one to be a pick later on. I hate flying against Sentinels, and I love flying them. The reason we're not seeing them ran a lot right now, I think, is because they're very, very, very difficult to execute correctly. So they've got a pretty high skill floor and also very high skill ceiling. The issue with them being is that with that being high skill floor, if you fly them incorrectly, they die very, very quickly. One of the things that they're infamously very good at doing is dealing with a lot of these cruise battleship compositions. If you have 2 or 3 guidance disruption modules on them, it can very quickly take your 130 point cruise or rapid heavy comp and make it shoot, 20 kilometers instead of 80. It's very painful to go up against, and you're going to see it come into play a lot more with control. Right now, though, I think that the Cenotaph ban makes a lot of sense. The Zarm makes a lot of sense. What about you, Misty?
Yeah, I think the bands are kind of falling where we expect based on the types of comps that people are bringing, right? Like the Loki band makes sense because it weakens Hamrush. Really, I'm surprised we're not seeing more Cinnable bands. Cinnable has been a linchpin ship for some
Yeah.
of these gun rushes that we've been seeing coming out, the Minmatar rushes.
We've
Um,
actually we've got the teams in local, so we should actually take a look and see what did these teams ban. How many of the top ships have made it on here? There's the Arbitrator, there's the Cenotaph, there's the Dominic sub. We've also got an Orthrus, a Raven Navy issue, and a Sleipnir. Apparently they listened to the person in Twitch chat who really wants the Raven Navy issue out of there. They have and they've decided to pump up the stats of some other ships, although not Moderator's beloved Sentinel. Yes, Misty, real quick.
I was just going to say, Raven Navy issue actually probably should be banned a little bit more. I don't think teams are utilizing it as much as they probably should, given the point cost. I was going to point out the Orthrus is a strange ban, and I don't really know what comp it takes away from, apart from maybe Heavy Missile Launcher Kite. I don't think it's a good rush ship because it is paper.
It is indeed paper. What have they brought to get this around? We will have to go to the arena and take a look with Wingnut and Kevin Grumman.
I feel like we're going back a few years because we've seen a good old Nighthawk rush from back 2ATs. Meanwhile, the opposing team also have gone back a few years and brought a Leshak to a comp again. What are you thinking here, Kevin?
It's very interesting. I did check the guns on that Armageddon Navy. They are guns. That is a Mega Pulse Laser or Armageddon Navy, not rapid heavy. Yeah, pairing with a Leshak and a lot of control here. He's and a Sentinel together, and a Curse. Lots of control here, but we'll see if they can make use of it, as this Rushcom probably wants to run right on top of that and try to negate some of those damps, some of those range disruption and guidance disruption, I should say. To
Those
get
Lodges
that
will be
DPS
working their
on.
ass off because there's 3 Jackdaws who are very happy and willing to murder that Sentinel carries if given the opportunity. With the match about to be underway, and you said, it's a gun Armageddon Navy. If it was rapid heavy, I think Misty would have face palmed so hard his fist would have come out the other side.
Absolutely. Yeah, this rush comp is rushing. Doesn't look like they're going for the MJD unit, which is what the alternative would be, to try to skip this long burn under the DPS here with these very, very slow Nighthawks as everything passes by them.
So we see a light missile volley hitting the carries. Looks like the Jackdaws are trying to remove him, but the Deacons were ready for that, so that is not going to go through particularly cleanly. We'll have to wait and see when this fight starts, as the first Nighthawk, I believe, is about to land on the Armageddon Navy. No, he's going straight past. What are
We
you
see
aiming
damps
for?
coming out on the Loki. We see guidance disruption spreading across the Nighthawks and the Serb, trying to keep that DPS off them while they got the chance. No GDs coming out on the Jackdaws. Being a T3D, they do have a bonus to resist E-War, so it's hard to damp or guidance disruption them off, probably taking advantage of that.
Yeah, Cerberus tried to run in and get tackle or at least get close to the curse, but he's been locked down by the carries, I believe. Yeah, the carries, and a few of the ships have actually slowed him down as well, so he is not moving at the moment. And there's some spread damage, but they are putting damage down where the opposing team hasn't really made any holes yet.
This Lashak needs to be getting on the spool. Looks like he's going after that Loki of Nana. But it doesn't look like it'll be enough for in the short term, as the Kiris and Nurgle are dipping very low with the curse following suit.
Once that Loki goes down, this Nighthawk comp is going to be reasonably good as the carry just gets obliterated. There he goes. And yeah, the
Those
Loki's kind of
Jackdaw
linked to that comp there. They need the webs to be able to apply to things, so he's got to stay alive as long as he can.
And it needs those webs to be able to actually catch things. Once these Armageddon Navy and Lashak might not be fast, but they're tanky as another ship is lost from hull control.
This is the power of triple Jackdaw and probably some light missiles, light drones as well. But yeah, the Nurgle now being hit as well. I think the Nurgle actually hold a night. Yeah, the Nurgle's got a Nighthawk held back. The Nighthawk of Sir Rubug has been stuck out of the match. Sorry, Furbag.
That's an amazing thing. Without a third of the Nighthawk fleet getting held back and not able to apply its DPS, this curse is actually holding up under the DPS remarkably well. With both of those deacons still up, but it might not be for long as Jace is starting to take some damage.
Well, one of the scalpels just went down of Ricky Ducati, so that might start turning this against this comp, as now a Jackdaw is being pressured as well, I believe almost entirely by drones and maybe some, I think the lasers are firing at him. Let me just double check that. Yeah.
Mine can't see, he's not firing anymore. Being thrown at him. So there's something going after those Jackdaws, trying to, if they can take down those Jackdaws, then he can release a lot of the pressure on the Deacons here, and it looks like there might be some misplaced reps as shield reps are coming onto Jace. What is shield repping Jace right now? There's no drones on that. One of that scalpel is repping the wrong ship. That might be huge here, actually, as it keeps Jace up under the DPS. With that Deacon staying alive, there's nothing that they can really do to break these comps. The curse does go down, and that'll free up a lot of the DPS here, or without those tracking disruption, but there's still so much tank on the Lashaks. It doesn't look like they're getting much in return, though. Looks like Captain Cookies and the Jackdaw standing up under the pressure here with even just one scalpel still alive.
Notably, it has been this Draugr from Sweet who has been doing a great job of trying to pressure down these Jackdaws, but they're still all holding. That one scalpel seems to be just enough for the moment to keep them up. They really need those Jackdaws in order to have a good shot here, still breaking through the rest of the low end from the whole control team. It's a pretty tough ask still, and so much control just still there for that whole control side.
And with whole control is starting to lose their Lashak under the DPS here. It's not able to hold. They're trying to, assuredly, they're trying to spool up that reactive armor hardener, trying to get the tank that it needs to continue to live, but it doesn't look like it will be enough under the pressure of these Nighthawks.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job of trying to prevent as many ships from possible from getting all of those ham launchers to bear at the same time onto one target. But to their credit, they were able to finally get all of those Nighthawks applying at the same time. But still, these armor ships are so tanky. Deacon's doing a great job of holding things up where possible. Cerberus goes down now from Space Madness. Will they have enough damage to break through the rest of this whole control comp? Draugr now getting pushed into low armor. We saw target paint go on him momentarily, but that is also swapping off. And Draugr's also starting to pull back some armor hit points here.
And it looks like Sir Furbag's missiles is currently going into the Nurgle of Wari. With that DPS on the main ship, it's going to take even longer. That Nurgle still holding back a Nighthawk, keeping the DPS off and splitting up his rush into its component parts, not letting them break as nearly as quickly as they need to here, as Jita continues to spool up on, a Nighthawk now, Calrissian, and Calrissian is not holding.
No, the control here is absolutely incredible. We did see the scalpel die off now from Space Madness as well, so that Nighthawk is not going to be able to claw back any additional shield hit points here. Meanwhile, Jita still tanking Those Nighthawks have been on him for absolutely forever. But no, it is Jita, the one who has spooled up, is now taking out the first Nighthawk of Calrissian Lando. Wow, really impressive showing. Jita pulling some weight in this match here.
Absolutely. The amazing showing, especially from that Nurgle, still holding back the Nighthawk, keeping it back. Like, it looks like all the shield bots are on that Nighthawk, probably trying to offset the spool from the Nurgle. Well, but it looks like it's going to have a lot more to try to prevent it from dying under here. As lots of DPS now going to attain, actually, as the spool is really going to rack up on him.
Yeah, and I've just been so shocked to see as well, these triple jackdaws have just been unable to break through the rest of this low end. They were able to take out that Carries and Sentinel duo, but that Nurgle is still completely untouched. Essentially, it does lose some armor here and there, but that Nurgle has been holding so well. Nighthawk now of Attain is falling, and with it, I think it's Space Madness's chance in this match. Yeah, jackdaws still trying their best, but it looks like now they're under pressure. First one falling as well.
And I think that might have been critical here. If that Nurgle had gone down earlier, the Jackdaws could have been shooting it this whole time. Their DPS, not as much as the Nighthawks, but very well applied DPS, could get rid of that Nurgle to free Sir Furbag. That's a bunch of extra DPS that could have maybe broken the Lashak here, but it's far too late now with two of the three Nighthawks down and Sir Furbag about to follow shortly.
And it's been a beautiful job from these two Deacon pilots here from Hull Control as well. Every single time that they see DPS starting to swap onto that Nurgle and the rest of their important mid and low end, they've been so quick to provide reps in time, keeping their ships alive. They've needed every single one of these in this match, and wow, are they leveraging them. Beautiful stuff, really impressive to see. Just this one Jackdaw left now from Dragon, and that will be it for Space Madness here. But it does look like they're going to kite it out as long as possible. I wonder, will this Nurgle catch him quickly?
And I think something should be said for the Deacons here of Hull Control, doing an amazing job of keeping up under the DPS. As with those Jackdaws switching between those small targets that need to be held up and that long spool up time, and it was enough to win them this match. And with it, we'll throw that back to the desk.
Welcome back. We have Hull Control staying in the tournament and Space Madness heading home. Very good game to both, well fought. We have seen a Rush without a Cenotaph fall to the Lashak and the Gun Armageddon Navy. And I will note it is also one Armageddon Navy, the smaller number of Armageddon Navies. Moderator, how did the target calling from the Rush team work out there?
Well, I like the initial choice to get rid of the carries and the sentinel there. Those were, I think, the correct calls. Where things started to fall apart for Space Madness was when they had one of their Nighthawks get caught, and the Nurgle of Wari, to his credit, was being an absolute Chad holding that down. That was actually the difference between the match getting won and lost there. Had that third Nighthawk been on top of the Lashak, it breaks. Unfortunately for Space Madness, this is where you have to understand like your break points for what can and cannot kill a Nurgle under Deacon reps, and understanding that you need to switch over and you need to commit to that Nurgle breaking, because once it goes down, that's really the last hard tackle ship that Hull Control had. And if that goes down, you get all of your Nighthawks on top of something, and you will eventually chew through. The Curses nukes were gone at that point. The Sentinel can't nuke things out, and you'll eventually win the race. But I mean, without that Nighthawk, it wasn't enough to break Hull Control.
Yeah, and it truly that is truly one of the tough things about Rush is, of course, you want all of your ships to get on top of the enemy. If the enemy does a good job of stringing you out, then you are in for a rough time. Misty, was this one at comp selection, or was there more that the Rush team could have done?
I don't think it was one at the comp selection, and in fact, I would have favored the Rush team. I think they ran into a similar issue that Boss Alliance did earlier today, which is that they struggled to keep their Rush together. It is one of the very few comps where being right next to each other is probably the ideal way for you to fly it, because it means that none of you can be left behind or screened off. And you need, in a rush, to bring the full brunt of your comp to bear on the enemy team, or else, I mean, why bring it in the first place, right? I was going to say the Jackdaws did a very good job of forcing the Nuggle to burn away from the tackled Nighthawk at one point, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if the Nighthawk just didn't have time to turn their prop board on and like try and gain some distance towards the main blob, or whether they perhaps weren't paying attention to that. I'm not sure. But the Nurgle was driven off at one point when it got down to about 35% armor and it was out of Deacon rep range. But did a very good job of catching those reps and then burning back in. So I think it was more execution based this win versus a comp selection choice thing.
Yeah, and definitely a tricky thing in the arena to know what you're supposed to do at any given time. The best teams are ones where you practice, you learn all this in scrims, you know your role, and that Nurgle pilot was one who absolutely knew his role. So we've got one more match coming up. Chat is also asking still about the updates. Chat, hold your horses, calm down. We're almost there. We've almost made it. Um, but we have a little bit more spaceships to come yet. One of the interesting things in that last match, though, was we saw a Leshak. We saw some earlier today, but not really last weekend. Leshak was hugely popular right after it got released because it was hugely good right after it got released. And over time, the Leshak has gotten nerfed and the Leshak points have gone up. Um, the Leshak at 49 points. We've seen 3 Leshaks, I believe, on grid this tournament, and only one Babaroga at 50. So its Tech 2 brother is not nearly as popular. But Leshak still holding on strong. Moderator, do you think this is worth the points?
I think it was great back in the day, but nowadays there are too many counters that teams understand too readily, and there are too many ships that are very good at nuke pressure now that can really offline it, and that it's good, but it's not good for the amount of points it costs.
Yeah, it's tough. Of course, we end up we end up wanting to bring the ship. Zealous is reminding me in the production chat that it is 5 points cheaper than last year. The Leshak is at a discount, and that is true. Last year, however, people flagshipped it. Whereas this year, it seems like the popularity, even with the points discount, has fallen off a little bit. Now, maybe it will. Maybe the popularity will pick up after the update announcement. Again, we are waiting eagerly. One more match of spaceships. One more small little yap from us, your friends at the desk, and then you'll get to see CCP Kestrel do a very big yap about what will happen next. And then again, yes, Twitch chat can get on with the raging. But we do need to watch No Need Lose Face versus Bright Side of Death. We are still in the elimination rounds. Both of these teams are teams who lost their first match. Bright Side of Death falling to Paper Numbers, who made it into the Alliance Tournament, while No Need Lose Face fell to Space Violence. Space Violence will be battling it out tomorrow for their chance to move on. And but No Need Lose Face versus Bright Side of Death. They are here. They are battling. They would like to see which team will survive, which team will go home. And in order to do that, first they have to ban some ships. So bans, very, very classic bans here. Armageddon Navy issue, Jackdaw, Zarmaz, Cenotaph, Typhoon Fleet issue, Widow. Misty, how do you feel about this remix of the classics?
Honestly, I mean, these are all bands that we've seen a fair few times, apart from the Widow, but the Widow has been notably called out every single time it has been banned. So, yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna back No Need Lose Face just because they banned the Geddon Navy naturally. So they have my full backing and all of my points.
Excellent, excellent. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, both teams also didn't spend too long thinking about this. Maud, where are you putting your channel points on this one? Any predictions?
Well, for me personally, I'm opening up my eager eyes, and I'm with Mr. Brightside of Death here. I think they're going to take this. They lost to paper numbers. They got top 12 last year. Man, I'm really looking at these bands, and I'm like, I'm in Bikini Bottom right now. I'm at the Krabby Patty, being like, how original, SpongeBob. Because we've seen these bands time and time again. I think we're going to continue to see it. The Armageddon Navy and the Typhoon Fleet issue. Imagine that. The Cenotaph. Imagine that getting banned. You banned 3 of like the top 8 picks once again. The Zarm. Wow, the #1 pick so far. Jackdaw used in every single kite and comp, rush comp. The Widow. That's the only one that's kind of a curveball pick. But I mean, Russian teams and ECM name a more like iconic duo.
I will say, Death Thrower 2 in chat says, I thought the Armageddon Navy issue was bad. Doesn't that mean they wasted a ban? There is never a wasted ban when you ban the Armageddon Navy issue, okay? Nobody wants to see 3 of these things on a grid, all right? They're not bad ships. They are actually fairly good if they're flown well and everything, but 3 Armageddon Navy issues is meh.
Yeah, yeah, and by banning it out, one of the nice things about banning a ship like that is this is a ship that doesn't have a lot of substitutions. So you ban the Armageddon Navy issue, the vanilla Armageddon is nowhere near as potent in its role. But we have the teams on grid, and so we will send it down to the arena with Wingnut, again, he's back, and Kevin Grumman.
And welcome on back. Indeed, as you have heard, we are in the arena, looking at No Need Lose Face in the red, bringing a triple dominant X comp, and Wingnut is back!
I am back. I have returned. The storm can't keep me out. But the opposing team has brought another drone comp, but with some control backing up with double arbitrators. You probably feel about as useful as a screen door in a submarine right now because there's going to be a lot of drones coming at them.
And as we know, ships aren't drones. They do all the DPS themselves, but drones can be dropped by ships. 5 drones per ship usually. And with that, there's a lot more targets to DD. Those TDs not going to be doing much today. Hey, but that Blackbird might have a little bit of use, especially trying to jam that Inquisitor, or not a lot of mid slots on him to resist it. But against the DPS ships, drones will just keep shooting what you last told them to shoot. So it helps a little, but not very much.
Well, even better, you don't even need to tell them to shoot anything. Just assist your friend, have him shoot him for you. Problem solved. Now, match is underway. Let's see if they drop sentry straight off the bat. They do indeed. We see bouncers immediately dropped by the Dominixes. Let's see who they decide to ruin first. If anyone, they kind of had arrangement. They actually came in at the maximum distance possible. Both warped in at 50 from opposite beacons, so they were a full 100k away from each other. I see an arbitrator being the first person to get the eye of the drones.
It looks like Brightside of Death is choosing to burn in a fairly long distance before dropping in their sentries, trying to get them a little bit closer, maybe a little bit
MJDs,
more
hold on. Triple MJD from the Dominics has all landed behind the opposing team, right on the Guardian. They put newts on Guardian. They're not on scram range, but they got newts on them. They're trying to slow him down, and yeah, they are all directly there and burning in. I think they're going to catch him.
And with that Ashabu right next to him as well, that Guardian ain't going nowhere quick, as all of the drones are now catching up to him and hammering that Guardian.
Oh, that's going to be brutal. You've shelled out big boy money for the expensive Tech 2 logistics crews. Like, hey, this is going to be one of the linchpins for our comps. And then the triple potato salad just decides, yeah, nah, mate, you're not keeping that.
But it looks like the Inquisitor going down very quickly for No Need Lose Face. They might be able to pull this into a Logi trade at least, as the looks like the Thalia will be coming up next. Without these Logi ships, this fight will be very much shorter than it could have been. And as the Thalia looks like actually, Brightside of Death is ahead on the Logi trade as the Guardian continues to take remarkably well.
Yeah, but he is not going to last particularly long. He's better go down. You see, the Dominators, I think they're actually starting to move already. See Raiden starting to move towards the Arbitrator of Fox Pure, but I think he's just circling back now. I'm surprised the Guardian's still alive. I'm not going to lie. He should be gone by now. There's a lot of rep drones on him as well, but that shouldn't have been enough to keep him up with all these newts and all these drones just absolutely melting him.
It looks like with this extended period of time where they had the Logi advantage, Right Side of Death wasn't able to leverage it for very much. The EOS looking like it's in half armor, same with the Vigil. Oh, the Vigil might actually be dropping here.
To the point as well, for a moment there, the Dominics weren't even really staying directly close to the Guardian. They were staying close enough to keep nuding him, but they didn't even bother staying next to him. They just burned off to the next target while they're killing him. Next target, Purify, very good call. Get rid of Bomber DPS. I would pick that straight off the bat as well. What are they going after next? I believe potentially the EOS? Nope, they might be going after the Blackbird. Yeah, fair enough. I can see that.
And not Alvin very low here. That's the only boosts available for No Need Lose Face. If No Need Lose Face loses this EOS, suddenly in about a minute and a half, so not very suddenly, but they're going to lose a lot of their tank and a lot of their mobility off this grid. And it's going to be very difficult for them to get on top of the control elements, but it doesn't look like they'll be missing it too much as the Blackbird goes down.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about control when the enemy Dominix is right there. He hasn't moved particularly far. It's right in front of them. All Dominixes can get on close, and there'll be a gigantic newt war going on as newts are being thrown in every direction. We got at least 2 newts in the Vexor, I believe. Vex is newting off a heretic himself. The Dominix is being newted as well. It's just no one's gonna have capacity in this match. No one's allowed to have capacity. No one's allowed to have nice things.
And the thing is that with a drone composition on both sides, drones don't need capacitor to shoot. They don't care even a little bit about how dry the Dominixes are, or they can just keep on pewing away all day long.
I'm just keeping an eye as well. The Confessor was doing pretty well, but he just ate a couple of newts from a Dominix, so he may be a little low for a while. Is he actually, what is that? The Heretic and the Confessor are currently trying to take down the Ashimi on their own. Honestly, they'll probably do it. The Heretic doesn't care about newts. He can keep shooting. I think he's actually scramming off a Vexor while at the same time engaging the Ashimi next to him. So this low end is actually doing very well on their own.
And it looks like Zare and the Confessor, though he did take some damage, is going to be able to hold up no problem. Not moving very quick though, but that's going to be integral to keep tackle on stuff, and keeping things next to that massive drone ball in the middle of everything.
As someone who flies the Confessor, no, second to my Vindicator, of course, but the Confessor, my second favorite. If flown well and in the right circumstances, it can be an obnoxious ship to kill with drones, unless you get lucky wrecking shots. And he's got some rep drones on him too to make it extra obnoxious. So he's probably one of the last targets they kill.
Might be better served on Sagrid in the Dominic, as he takes heavy damage going into low armor here, going to look for a trade to raid it, and on the other side for No Need Lose Face. But it looks like Sagrid will go down first from the looks of things.
I'm just looking at the Vexes. What are they nuding? Okay, I see a Vexer nuding out the Confessor. What's the other Vexer nuding out? What are you doing, buddy? You are a million miles away, not nuding anything. Okay, fair enough. As this Dominix of Sagrid is about to be put into hull and soon removed from the field, they actually ate into Raid and Rattlehead pretty quickly, all things considered.
Yeah, I don't think that arbitrators are quite as good of drone boats as the Vexers are, but they are substantial drone boats still. Well, even though they do get bonuses to the tracking and guidance disruption, that's not relevant here. What is relevant is that they do get a bonus to their drone DPS, which is helping a lot with Raiden going into low hull end armor right now.
I believe the arbitrators are running medium rep drones there, which is trying to buy some more time. So I don't think they're going full DPS, but they're going maximum utility, as Raiden will go down pretty soon after this Dominix. Question is going to be, can 2 arbitrators, 2 EOSs, a Heretic and a Confessor actually break through these Vexes and then these Dominixes? It's a very tall order.
And with Ampa being close, it looks like that'll be their next target. Try to save their drones from having to drive all the way across the arena to go get Strida. But it looks like Strida's conveniently come in right next to him to be the next easy target.
Yeah, that's the whole way of playing drone boats for sure. Is like you can both kill the closest target or the closest target to your drones, and those are sometimes 2 different things. But the Vexor and Amber Tubia just goes down. And honestly, the damage is starting to slow. I'm seeing a bit of damage on the EOS, but it's not particularly fast. Oh, look at the nuding power. Ooh, the EOS is not having fun now. He's being nuded by 2 Dominixes. Oof.
Those heavy newts, they hurt. If there's any active hardeners on that EOS, like a reactive especially, it's not going to be running for very long. As it tries to run away, try to drag away drones at least. But it doesn't look like that won't work for Strids as Strids gets into low armor.
I was going to say he's actually pulling away the two Dominixes away from his friendly EOS, but that EOS is kind of burning parallel to the fight, so kind of getting back into it a little bit. Honestly, he could probably sit like a good 70, 80 away and still put his drones on. But there goes the last Vexer. It's just two Dominixes versus the rest of this comp. There is still potential here, but those are two big potatoes to eat through.
And with those rep drones you mentioned from the arbitrators, the EOS is actually holding up quite well here. As I say, he dips again, but and with the EOS's extra DPS, it's something here.
Yeah, he's got a flight of medium rep drones on him, plus potentially he's boosting get an anti-sealed rep off himself. He's got some space to play with. If he can just take as long as humanly possible, just try and get get Phalanx Warrior down to at least half armor, they are not looking too poor.
It looks like most of the DPS coming onto the EOS here is from the long ago dropped bouncers at range. He's not close enough right now to get under those guns, especially not while he's getting tackled. But that might be an opportunity for the other EOS to move over there, but it doesn't look like they're taking it, as the EOS is very far from that sentry wall.
Honestly, he's lasted very, very well for the situation he's in. He's gotten into low hull now, but he's actually got the first Dominix down to 1/3 armor. If the other EOS can outrun these Dominixes to keep a good safe distance and you not get killed by the giant ball of angry bouncers, they have potential here. This is not over yet, I don't think.
That EOS did get one last boost cycle off before it went down, so its team will have some time with those armor boosts still, but there's not a lot of DPS left on this grid for the blue side here, bright side of death.
Just trying to spot. So the Heretic actually has gone in to tackle down Phalanx, potentially maybe trying to stop an MJD play to get out of the situation. So the Heretic is now just brawling out with a battleship, as small ships love to do, and he actually might get the kill.
That DPS is something, and at least those missiles. You don't think about Heretics very often.
I swear, maybe I missed it. I swear, lost touch of the Dominix. MJD'd up to the Arbitrator of Fox Pure. I swear I just missed that. But yeah, he's right next to an Arbitrator now, which is going to be potentially a free kill, as the Arby is now neutered out pretty effectively and being hit by sentries.
And with but at the same time, Phalanx is going down here, and there will be a single Dominix left for no need lose face, as they are now facing off into a 5v1.
We're running out of time. It's 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. I think it's going to be Brightside who gets this. An absolute nail biter. Well done to Brightside. That was so close and such an amazing match. But unfortunately, we'll have to send it back to the studio and get their opinion on that one.
The pythographs. Like Jordy says, the comps might seem bad, but they work. But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha. Yeah, what about it? Stop shooting our Logi!
Because someone said our previous ad was annoying, we've simplified things. Pew pew, zoom zoom, meow, pew pew pew. NPSI.ROCKS, the home of PvP on demand.
Crap, mega crap.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the Battle of the Drones, where we had two teams trying to battle it out with drones, and remarkably, drones won. Moderator, how do you rate the difference between those comps?
So I initially looked at this and I said, oh my God, I am going to lose all of my channel points betting on Mr. Brightside, because they brought two arbitrators and they brought a Blackbird. And infamously, Blackbirds do not do very well at jamming drone ships. You can jam drones, but it's not a very effective use of your points. So I'm like, okay, they've dumped all these points into ships that are going to do nothing the entire time. But the low end, man, that Heretic, that Confessor did absolute work making sure that the primaries were held down, and then the arbitrators, while not having a ton of damage, were just able to send out rep drones to their EOS at like just the right time. And it looked like there was some like initial defanging of heavy drones. So bouncers were often the only thing shooting, but like in deep fall off.
Yeah, so coming in, the 3 Dami team, they have the advantage with the right, no wasted points, no ships that are gonna have trouble. But still, they didn't quite make it through. Misty, where did they fall short?
I think there were like a lot of minor things that could have been changed for both teams, to be honest, in that match. But one of the things that I kind of hyperfixated on in the background was the use of the Vexers. Unfortunately, okay, so not unfortunately, the Vexers, I believe, were nuke fit in their highs, which meant that they'd be able to get on top of a target, tackle it down, and then run their medium or small nukes and cap it out, or at least put some cap pressure on those targets so that they'd be stressed the entire time. However, um, we seem to see the Vexers just kind of burning around outside of the fight, not really getting involved too much on apart from putting their drones on the targets that are being shot. And I feel like that may have swung the fight in their favor if they had just decided to burn in. I was saying that they should have probably pinned down the EOSes and been running newts on them to just pressure them at every point in the match. Since they are link boats, I mean, just having them miss their link cycles here or there, or at least making them use their cap boosters to run their links would have been a good choice. Or I think Moderator said that they should have cleared the Confessor a little bit sooner as well. Either way, if you put a Vexer on the target, you put newts on it, and then you swap all your drones over to it once your primary is dead, I think you stand a better chance of winning. But that isn't what we saw, unfortunately. So I think target selection is really what let them down. Besides that, I think they did a really good job with the MJD at the beginning, getting on that Guardian, and then working their way through the rest of the team.
Yep, and good job to them. But now it is the moment you have all been waiting for. It is the moment where we get to find out how our meta is being shaken up on Tranquility and on Thunderdome. So, with no further ado, I'll present CCP Kestrel talking about the changes that are coming on September 9th.
It's time to dive into the major update coming up. I've got CCP Kestrel here, and like always, when you need some information about something in EVE, you walk to CCP Kestrel. The Naglfar is getting a bit of a buff, I would say.
Yeah, we're actually changing the slot layout of the Naglfar. So we're taking away a low slot, but we're giving that back as a mid slot. And what that is going to do is that extra mid slot is going to allow players to fit an extra module in the mid. So like an extra shield tank module, like a multi-spectrum shield hardener or shield extender, which should hopefully allow it to get a higher effective hit point total, which means that it should be able to be like more competitive with like Revelation Navy issues and Morris Navy issues, which have like dominated like the anti-cap dreadnought meta for a long time now. So hopefully that should like switch things up a bit.
There have been calls on the Naglfar just not maybe being able to withstand the pressure that the others can.
Yeah. The CSM definitely requested this change, and we see that the Naglfar isn't being used as much as the other dreadnoughts. So hopefully this is going to just change it in a healthy way.
There we have it. The Naglfar getting a bit of a buff. I'm going to talk to you now about big ships and small ships and how hard it is to fit in some places. Marauders, tactical destroyers, they will have a thing in common this time around, but they're both getting a change.
Yeah, so the thing that both of these ships have in common is that the Marauders will no longer be able to get into the encounter surveillance system.
The ESS.
The ESS, yes.
Yeah. Although, I mean, in many ways, like Varkur, the Icelandic word for that is kind of this, farmers would use it to talk about kind of dangerous animals that would steal chickens or sheep or something like that. So it made sense. But as a big ESS player myself, I really enjoy the mechanic. There's nothing more annoying than a cloaked Marauder off-grid.
Yep. We're also increasing the range of which players can cloak on the ESS grid in the main bank as well. So like from 100, right now it's 150 kilometers. Now it's going to be 500 kilometers. So like being cloaked inside is also going to be harder in a ship that's not a Marauder. And like tactical destroyers are now going to be able to get inside the ESS.
I think this is going to shake up the ESS playing so much because we have the tactical destroyers in there, which are awesome ships to filament and just travel around in. But we haven't seen that many, for example, AB fit or oversized prop module fit tactical destroyers.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely might see a lot more of them. And speaking of tactical destroyers, we might start seeing a lot more of the Confessor and the Sweeple.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So we're giving the Confessor and Sweeple buffs. These Confessor and Sweeple are getting an extra speed boost, so they'll go a little bit faster. They're getting a little bit more damage as well for the tactical destroyer skill. So if you train that higher, you'll get more damage. And the Sweeple and the Confessor are also getting a new bonus to the defensive modes, where they'll actually get a bonus to remote reps.
So the ESS changes. Marauders, you're not welcome anymore.
Nope.
Tactical destroyers, Tech 3 destroyers, come on in. This change should also, with the Marauders being out, probably create more of a battleship meta in the ESSs.
Yeah, like we really hope that we'll see a lot more pirate battleships, like things like Nightmares, Vindicators, Praxises. We actually saw a lot of those before the Marauder update, so hopefully we'll see like a bit more diversity inside the SS with Marauders getting blocked from them.
But last in this discussion, we need to talk a little bit more about the Marauders because there is also changes both individually and to the class as a whole.
Yeah, so let's get the individual one away. The Varga, as you mentioned.
Hate it or love it.
Yes.
That's what people do.
We're nerfing the fall-off bonus on it a little bit, so it won't be able to project quite as far as it did before. It's just because it was an outlier, so just nerfing it a little bit. But then the whole class as a whole is no longer going to get the micro jump drive cooldown bonus. So now they'll have the same cooldown on their micro jump drives as every other battleship.
Right. So a little bit less mobility, but I mean, the ship is, it was probably the only ship that kind of fit, or the only class that kind of fit into all three, mobility, damage, and tank before.
Yeah. So we're solidifying the like design as like super high firepower, super high tank, but they no longer will have super high mobility. If you were just like MWDing in a straight line and using the MGD on cooldown, like it was actually going faster than like a Nano Orthrus, which was kind of crazy. And hopefully that should mean that it's a lot easier to like start fights on gates with a Marauder. Like if you like peel away, they won't be able to like get up to you in like as fast as they did before. And maybe that's going to create like more opportunities to get like little kills here and there. So there's also another change coming to the Bastion module specifically. What we're doing is we're actually reducing the rep amount on it slightly from 100% to 60%. But then we're adding a new bonus to cycle time and cap reduction to repairers. It's going to rep the same amount of HP per second as it did before. So this isn't a nerf to the tank, but by swapping over to the cycle time bonus, it's actually going to help out like active tanked armor Marauders a lot. Because one of the feedback points we got from players was that if you really pimp out an armor Marauder, like you use like X-type reps, mutaplasmids, Asclepian implants, heat, and everything else like boosters, you could actually
all the bling.
Yes, you could actually rep more than your armor buffer, or like something like 70 to 80% of your like armor hit points in one cycle. And because the armor rep is so much slower than shield boosters, it was actually really hard to use it kind of effectively. Because like if you rep it too soon, you waste a bunch of cap over repping, and it was like hard, and it put an extra skill cap on armor Marauders over shield Marauders, and we wanted to adjust it for that reason. The second reason as well is it also is kind of like a very small stealth nerf to like ancillary extra large shield booster fit Marauders. We heard frustrations from players that like killing like triple XLSB Vargas was painful, and because XLSABs are like so cheap and they don't use cap to use, you can't nuke them out or anything. So by moving it into cycle time, Whereas like the ancillary shield booster fits, they tend to care more about like getting the maximum amount of like HP per clip. This should hopefully nerf them a little bit without actually like reducing.
Without actually nerfing the ship
Yeah.
as a whole. Yeah. Okay. There you have it, Theory Crafters. I look forward to seeing what you come up with the AP fitted tactical destroyers and some ESS robbery shenanigans. We are going to take a look now at the ship changes coming in the major update. CCP Kestrel, let's work our way down here. Starting with battleships. There's a couple of changes.
Yeah, we're making changes to 3 battleships. The Maelstrom, the Apocalypse Navy issue, and the Megathron Navy issue.
Go nuts. Tell me what's happening. The Maelstrom, I've barely seen that in space last month.
Yeah, so we're actually adjusting the design of the ship to make it more like a shield Hyperion. So we're actually taking away one of the high slots from the Maelstrom and 2 of the turrets, but we're giving it a bigger damage bonus to compensate for losing those turrets, and then we're taking that high slot and giving it as a mid slot. And so for the Maelstrom, that's going to make it a much stronger brawler or just fleet ship, because it's going to have a 7th mid slot available for extra tank or extra tackle if you're solo. And it's also going to get a utility high slot now as well, so you can fit like a heavy energy neutralizer or NOS if you're brawling.
All right. If we move over to the Amarians.
Yeah, so the APOC and the APOC Navy issue are getting a bit of a design change. We're actually taking away the tracking bonus from it because it wasn't really all that impactful. And a lot of other armor battleships that have energy turret bonuses are already very good at tracking. And then we are buffing the optimal range bonus on it up to 10%. And for the tracking bonus that we removed, we're actually replacing it with 2 bonuses, 1 to damage and 1 to energy cap usage. So they should actually do a lot more damage now, as well as be able to like run an MWD while shooting like a lot more effectively.
So a bit more, the APOC's always been a bit of a sniper, but we're just kind of hardening that role.
Yeah, we're definitely moving it more towards like the attack battleship sniper role that it should be.
What about my beloved Megathron?
Yeah, so the Megathron Navy issue, we're upping the tracking on it a little bit. That's just to partially compensate it for the railgun change. So that way the Megathron isn't hurt as much by that change because it is mostly fine. And then we're giving it actually the same armor plate mass reduction bonus that the extra Navy issue gets. So it'll actually be able to move a lot faster, especially in combination with a lot of the other changes coming in the major update with the armor plate rig changes, etc.
That sounds like some interesting developments there.
Yeah.
Although I'm thinking blasters. Not rails when you're talking about the velocity and agility, but yeah, battle cruisers. They've been used so much recently in all warfare, all fleets, everything like that. I feel like I can't unduck without seeing a Ferox Navy or a Cyclone Fleet issue. What's happening with battle cruisers?
Yeah. So speaking of Ferox Navy issue and Cyclone Fleet issue, both of those are getting minor nerfs. So the Ferox Navy issue, we're reducing the tracking and damage bonuses that it has. We're also reducing the fitting bonus, the fitting on it as well, although we're actually improving the active tank fitting bonus that it has. So it'll be nerfed in kind of like the fleet roles where people are just fitting like shield extenders, but it should feel mostly the same if you're brawling with it with like a ancillary shield booster or a large shield booster on it or something like that. And this is in conjunction with the medium railgun nerfs that we also are doing too, so it is going to be quite a bit weaker. And then the Cyclone Fleet issue, we're just slowing it down a bit and reducing the signature radius penalty bonus that it has, so it should be just a little bit easier to hit.
All right, are there any more battle cruisers getting a change?
Yep, there are 3 more. So we have the Myrmidon Navy issue. We're increasing the drone bay that it has, so that way you'll be able to carry more of the web drones without it feeling as much of an opportunity cost to not take damage drones. And then we're also giving it a drone tracking bonus as well, the same as the Vexa Navy issue has. So now it should just be like a direct upgrade from the Vexa Navy issue. and it has every bonus that the Vexor Navy issue has on top of the web drone bonus. So even if you aren't using web drones, it should still be appealing. We're making a change to the Harbinger Navy issue. It's just getting a lot of extra power grid, so it should be easier to just fit like beams and a plate, or like micro warp drive, micro jump drive, kind of nano fit on it as well, with a lot of like mid slots, which should be cool. And then the final one is the Cenotaph, which is getting a little bit of a rework to nerf it in wormhole space, but not adjust it as much in null sec or low sec, where we're seeing it be relatively healthy. So the Cenotaph, we are taking away a low slot from it, and it's not getting a slot back from that. But it is, we are basically adding in a module into it, like baking it in. So we're improving the base speed and also improving like the missile and projectile damage bonuses that it has. So it'll be a bit stronger. It's kind of like you have like half of a gyro built in for the loss of that low slot. Then we're also actually nerfing the sensor strength of them quite substantially. So they'll now actually be lower than the weakest Minmatar ships. So the Cenotaph is easier to jam than a Cyclone now. And that should mean that like there's a bit more counterplay. ECM is actually very interesting when it comes to the Deathless ships, because when it comes to like you just like keeping a breacher pod on like 1 or 2 targets, you can actually kind of do that quite easily, even if there's an ECM ship on you, because like as long as you get like a lock every like 3 or 4 cycles, and you can put the breacher pod in and it lasts so long. But it's a big nerf to like if you're like trying to keep like 7 pods spread between everyone all the time. So hopefully that should balance it a lot better for like wormhole brawls, where it is a bit oppressive.
All right, moving from battle cruisers, the obvious one would be cruisers, and I believe we need to start with the heavy assault cruisers.
Yeah, so we're making adjustments to 2 ships, the Zealot and the Deimos. The Zealot, we're just changing the rate of fire bonus that it has to a damage bonus, and then improving the damage bonus slightly. It's only going to get like a very minor damage boost from this, but the big quality of life improvement from that is that it will no longer drain as much cap from the ship, because rate of fire bonuses on Amar turret ships drain their cap quite a bit. And then it'll also mean that your like crystals won't break as fast if you're doing PvE or something like that. Then the Deimos is just getting like a really big signature reduction. It's going from 150 meters to 120, which like puts it in between the Vagabond and the Zealot, which seems like a lot more reasonable for it.
All right, sounds interesting, and yeah, hacks are a funny thing. You seem to see a lot of them sometimes, and then they kind of just disappear completely. Tech 3 and stuff kind of taking over. I think a nice segue between cruisers and destroyers would be to look at the Stormbringer and the Skybreaker, because they're getting changes as well.
Yeah, they're just getting an extra high slot each. So the thought process there is to just break them out of their niche that they have right now. Like the Stormbringer and Skybreaker are very strong in specific PvE scenarios, but like giving them an extra high slot means that maybe you can do exploration, maybe you can fit like a small Nosferatu module on them. Yeah, just help them out do other stuff than what they're good at right now.
All right. What about destroyers in general?
Yeah, so we're buffing 2 destroyers, the pirate destroyer specifically, the Mamba and the Mechable. Both of these ships are about on the same level as the Navy destroyers right now, but because they're pirate destroyers, they're just significantly more expensive, and they're just not meeting expectations for that price right now. So we're giving them both an extra roll bonus. So the Mechable is actually getting an extra 50% fall-off bonus as a roll bonus, so it'll be able to hit out further with autocannons or artillery if it wants. And the Mamba, we're actually spinning it up a little bit, so it'll be faster because it was quite slow before. And then we're giving it the same drone velocity bonus that the Algus has, so its drones will move around a lot faster, which should help it out.
All right. Any frigate changes?
Yeah, just a small one to the Navy exploration frigates. We're increasing their capacitor pool up a lot, and then nerfing the cap regen time. We're actually setting them to the same as all of the other Navy frigates. So right now in PvP, they're quite hard to use because they had the same capacitor pool as the like exploration figure that they're based on. And that just makes them like super easy to new out, or if you're like trying to run like a dual rep setup or something, you just like cap out super fast. So this should improve them a lot.
Thank you very much. There we have it. There's quite a bit of ship changes coming up. So, well, we'll just look forward to see what people do with them.
Hello, and welcome back to the desk, where we have just gotten all the hot details on what is coming up next. We have a very short time before our next match, though, so we are not going to spend too long yapping about the potential future of our comps. We're going to let you all in Twitch chat do a little bit more cooking. We want to hear your absolute best theories of what can be done with the new battleships, the new changes, all of it. Just lay it on, lay it on.
Or we thought we had Hot Take City last night. It is Hot Take City in chat right now. Let's go. Absolutely Hot Take City.
Absolutely. But our next match here, right off the bat, is going to be Entropic Thunder versus Neon Nightmares, and we are still in the danger zone, folks. Both Entropic Thunder and Neon Nightmares lost their first matches to Scary Naval Theory and Polaris Mercenary Alliance. Polaris Mercenary Alliance, they're the ones who made it into the Alliance tournament. Scary Naval Theory is waiting tomorrow. But Entropic Thunder will be battling Neon Nightmares to see who can stay in and who is going to go home. I do have to wonder, after all that, is it, do you want to go home, get out of the gulag? I don't know. But first, you have to ban some ships. We are banning the Widow, the Typhoon Fleet issue, the Zarmaz, the Armageddon Navy issue, the Seno, and the Dominix. CCP Jotun, while we are in Hot Take City, any hot takes about these bans?
I'm just saying, listen, there'll be a lot of commentary about the cenotaph, but at least for the rest of this weekend, that cenotaph is unfazed, fully focused on its one job of causing mayhem and wanton destruction. So cenotaph, easy ban. Shout out to Entropic Thunder for that smart ban. And of course, also shout out to Entropic Thunder for the smart Armageddon Navy ban. Mystical Might, very thrilled. I can vision him right now. He's in my mind. He's just giddy with joy. So very, very wise bans from Entropic Thunder. And Neon's fine too, I'm sure. They're pretty smart.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Maud, we've got your favorite Widow ban here.
Yeah, we do. We're actually seeing that the Neon Nightmares team actually has banned exactly the same ships that they did last time at Tropic Thunder. In their previous match did ban Widow, Arbitrator, Armageddon, Navy issue. So really not changing up too many of the bans, just the Dominic swapped out for the Arbitrator. Otherwise, these teams doing exactly the same bans that they did in their prior sets. So both teams really sticking to their theory. We can see that, like the Widow was an insta lock-in, same with the Typhoon Fleet and Zarm picks, but the Armageddon Navy issue and the Seno looks like they were kind of cooking or thinking on those.
Yeah, do you think this was a case where they had to think about the Seno ban? Like, do we leave it open and try to kite it out? Or do you think they were thinking about the Armageddon Navy instead?
I think that this might have been something where they considered doing something different and then said, nah, we're just going to stick with our game plan. We're going to lock in what we've done previously. They might not have had enough time to really change it. And at that point, it's usually better to stick with what you're most comfortable with rather than trying to make a very last second ban pick if you're not 100% confident in changing that.
Yeah, and that is the really tough thing in the tournament, especially on a second weekend like this one. You've had an entire week to review your footage, your opponent's footage, your scrim footage, figure out what you want from the world, and do we bring something we've barely tested? Do we change it up, or do we go with the old reliable and worry that they'll read us? The teams are on grid. We'll be able to see, did they run it back? Have they brought something new? And for that, we will go to the arena with Novatera Ren and Wingnut.
Welcome back, Capsuleers. I am Novatera, thrilled to be joined by Wingnut for what is sure to be another nail-biter of an elimination match, this time between Entropic Thunder and Neon Nightmares. Neon Nightmares showing up with a 1-point lead in what is a Sleipnir battle. What do you have to say about the red side, Wingnut? How's it looking?
This is the rushiest rush that ever rushed against another rush who's the rushiest rush that ever rushed. There is nothing but rush. They're all autocannons. They even warped it at 0 to make sure you know exactly what's going on. This is going to be a lot of damage coming very quickly. Bassi vs Osprey is going to be an interesting pick, as well as stuff like the double mower pick, the Uber tank. This is going to be a very quick match.
Oh, it definitely is. Notably, no Cenotaphs in this one, so that does give us a little bit of a difference compared to some of the other autocannon rushes that we've seen and other rush mirrors, but this one is bound to be pretty quick. I think there's going to be a big difference that we're going to see from one of these teams having access to a Loki versus stuff like the Tholos and the rest of the low end from the Neon Nightmares side, but we do see links coming up now, and yeah, I'm sure this is going to be a blistering pace match. Let's see if we can keep up.
Well, matches like this where target calling and how quickly you can choose targets is going to be the one thing that kind of changes things. As the match and the way they've already rushed in, who are they going for first? Looks like they are hard targeting Sleipnirs as their first tackle. And damage is going onto both a Navy Osprey and a Sleipnir by the looks of it.
Yeah, and Entropic Thunder Swipple's also burning directly into the backline as well. I believe they're trying to tackle down some additional ships back there where they are unable to apply, but tons of damage now coming across both teams. We are seeing that Tholos apply to multiple ships at this point with their breacher pods, but a Sleipnir is the primary from Neon Nightmares, and it looks like they're trading for an Osprey Navy. Osprey Navy is the first to fall from the Neon Nightmare side.
Yep, looks like Entropic Thunder is bringing out the Forbidden Tech, which is putting out Hornet ECs on the Basilisk. If that was me, I'd be jammed every single time. But so far, this rush is rushing. The Swipple's gone down, trading for a Navy Osprey. Not the best of trades yet, but so far they're eating into a Sleipnir as well.
Yeah, a ton of damage now coming down onto the Sleipnir of Entropic Thunder, but trying to get off every Ensel charge they can before falling. The longer they're able to last and get off those charges, the better the chances for their entire team are going to be. So they're trying to get every single point of shield they can out of the ship, but it does seem that Daniel Sunkist is now falling from the Entropic Thunder side, as does another Sweeple, trying to trade for the second Osprey Navy here. They do get it, but pretty good trades for Neon Nightmares. Really impressive.
Absolutely. And Neon Nightmares is absolutely ahead at the moment. They are currently in the driver's seat, and honestly, I'm not really seeing like they're going after a Swiple next. Maybe I'm not seeing any real damage from Entropic Thunder onto a target just yet. They're kind of lost almost. Like, what are we going for next? This is where I said target calling and how quickly you can engage targets is where these matches matter, and they are taking too much time.
I agree. Neon Nightmares are so fast to get onto the next targets now, and this time the Sleipnir might be falling even before getting through so many of these Ensel charges. We're seeing him try to claw back some shield hit points now, but too little, too late, as they, I believe, are going to fall here. Yes, they do fall. Wow, beautiful trades from Neon Nightmares. Basilisk, you said it, there's these cloud of EC 300s and even Vespas after him, but I don't think that gems are landing. I think
I can tell you why.
Really well.
There is a re-Seabo Heron Navy who has been sitting on that Bassi the entire time while also shooting off the drones. Anthony Parker in the Heron Navy might have honestly just given the team the win here. His job has just been keep that Bassi repping, keep the drones off of him, and he will give him the win. But at the moment, the Bassi is now being hard tackled, like uber hard tackled. We got a Loki, a Moa, and a Swiple going in to try and get rid of him, but it might be a bit too late.
Yeah, exactly. It's, finally enough DPS ships going over to truly pressure that Basilisk. But imagine if that had been the bulk of the Entropic Thunder comp. Meanwhile, everything else is falling apart for Entropic Thunder. Losing the last Sleipnir now, it's even doubtful whether this Basilisk is going to go down. And yeah, I think there's been some chatter about what is a Heron Navy good for. But it seems that, doing a great job with those remote SIBOs to keep it from getting jammed in this case. Yeah.
Yeah, good value for money there for sure. The Bassi may go down, but nevertheless, he has done his job. The Heron Navy's done their job in their entire DPS core. And whoever's been doing the target calling has done their job perfectly. Fast target calling, fast kills, and they've just kind of led this match from the start, just kept it going.
Yeah, we've definitely seen rushes like this fall apart when they aren't able to get, it's not just the primary target that they go after initially, it's when they can line up the next target as the first one's falling and apply all of their available DPS onto it immediately instead of taking a lot of lead up time to switch over. It does look like the Basilisk does finally die, but job well done to the Bassi and to that Heron Navy as well. Great job there. Loki now falling from Entropic Thunder, and I think that unfortunately for them, we are going to be saying goodbye to them from this year's Feeders tournament. One little thing they wanted us to know absolutely is that, quote, we are flaming wagons, and with that, we will be throwing it back to the analyst desk to walk us through this rush mirror.
Welcome back to the desk. That was a blisteringly fast rush mirror, which is great because that means that we here on the desk, including a wonderful, adorable little kitty cat, can yap about the changes. Before we get on to the yapping, though, um, moderator, any thoughts on that rush mirror? Which team? How was the execution?
Yeah, I mean, that was really just generally superior calling from Talia. I mean, I think she did a really good job of directing the Bolos to get on top of various targets, and we could see the effectiveness of those dots really being applied broadly across Sleipnirs, forcing some ASB charges to come out. And once they had already been softened up a little bit, they were able to get punched through just that much faster. Just a very effective DPS trade. Nightmares was just generally faster at getting on top of their targets, and that's kind of the difference that you really see in a Svipal versus a Moa. Is that Moas, they do tank, they do maybe about the same amount of damage, but Svipals are very, very fast and able to get on top of things.
Yeah, it's really it's tough with those kind of mirrors. It really does depend on how well you're able to just get in there and start blasting the opponent and just like line those targets up one after the other. All right, so first hot take question of the day, and I'm gonna throw this to CCP Jotun.
Yes.
We've just seen a rush mirror. We saw some people try to make Maelstrom work
Hmm.
in Rush. Do you think the post buff Maelstrom is gonna make it into an Alliance tournament?
Listen, but they had the right idea. They were just a couple months too late, which is unfortunate for them. Which I should say, not a couple months, a couple weeks. That's how time works. The Maelstrom is basically going to be a shield Hyperion, which is very cool because the Hyperion is based. The Maelstrom will additionally be based in the future. Has been very unbased up till this point. Unfortunate for the Hyperion, but it's going to be pretty sick to see people, or not Hyperion, sorry, Maelstrom. It's gonna be pretty sick to see people throw in Hyperions. I made this comment last night though, Aliars, and I hate to derail your very well said question. I know we've got some time, so I'm gonna rant for a very small amount of time. Rush comps. Fuck rush. Oh, okay, there we go. Fuck rush comps. Okay. Fuck rush comps. Rush comps to me, I mean, I understand. I get the appeal. It's a lot of damage, and they're very strong, blah, 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 numbers, whatever. What I want to see are two teams just choking each other, just with the hands on the metaphorical throat, just giving them the business. You know what I mean? Rush comps are just like, two guys in an alley with a knife. I want to see somebody like plotting their revenge over long periods of time.
I mean, this is where the armor buffs come in though, right? Like we did not get all the details. Clearly there are things that CCP Kestrel knows that he has not opted to share with the rest of us.
Oh yes. Oh yes. That's true.
We've got rumors of armor buffs on the horizon, not just the Maelstrom, but we've got the Apocalypse, we've got the Mega. Unfortunately, I will say the Mega gets used a lot in rushes itself. So
yeah, Mega Navy's sick as hell. It's got Mega Navy's got that's that kind of ship. Mega Navy is the moderator of ships. It's thick, it's swole, it's hot. It hasn't always been hot, but it's very hot now. When people in chat see a Mega Navy on the field, they go, "Oh, yeah," because I know there's some action about to happen.
That is one of the takes. Yes, we are
Should I be complimented or concerned?
Yes, absolutely complimented.
Okay.
Concerned potentially, but mostly complimented.
Yes,
Okay,
we are fully into Hot Take City here. So, moderator, your turn to contribute to the hot takes here. Ferox Navy nerfs, rumors of railgun nerfs. Well, sorry, railgun changes, but I think all of us who have eyes can think about what kinds of changes the railguns might deserve. Is this going to kill Octo?
No, not necessarily. It's a little too early to say. We're gonna have to kind of see what the exact numbers and how they kind of shake out in Pyfa, and then how people scrim them. Keep in mind, there's also the beams as well. There are these Amar ships called the Absolution, and the even like the original Octo Dad had like Navy Harbingers. It had things like the Prophecy Navy issue. So there's like variations that can still get played, but it remains to be seen really what the viability of those ships is. Of course, we're not going to stop the patch cycle because of the tournament, but between now and when the tournament happens, we've got around 2 to really figure out what will and will not work. So a lot of teams are definitely going to have to go.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of teams getting into the theory mines and from there into the scrim gulag, because that is something that once you get your theory, once you cook up your ideas, you now have to test to find out which ideas are good and which ideas really ought to spend some more time in the kitchen.
Indeed.
So, in terms of the changes, Jotun, do you think this change to the cenotaph is going to at all reduce the number of times we see one on grid?
Not really. No. I mean, the cenotaph is still very strong. In fact, it's arguably stronger. They're not nearly as strong in armor comps because you missed that low. But the gun is still every bit as strong as the guns are effectively every bit as strong. In fact, in a lot of Ceno setups, probably even stronger because a lot of people just don't fit any damage mods in their lows and they just rely on the breacher pod. So you're getting a little bit of extra damage basically for free, which is kind of nice. The breacher pod still slaps ass. It is still very, very strong. And then it's a little bit faster. Now, granted, yes, it has some of the worst sensor strength of a ship in its class, but that is really relying on people committing to ECM in their matches. And while people will bring the occasional Widow, and you'll see the occasional Griffin or the occasional Kitsune, it's not happening so frequently that it's like, and if you really don't want to see those, just ban the Kitsune. And they're like, okay, you force people into a Widow comp, and then okay, if the Widow jams the Cenotaph, then okay, I guess the Cenotaph is just going to sit on top of the Widow and do damage to the one ship that it can target, which is the Widow. So like, no, I think the Cenotaph is still strong. It's going to continue to be strong, which is good. I mean, Cenotaphs in this matchup are fun. I know a lot of people will whinge and complain about how they're super broken, but they're also worth quite a bit of points. So I'm excited to see how they get used in the future.
Yeah, what this does in terms of cooking that we've seen last weekend, what this does buff is you remember that ECM Tengu, the sole ECM Tengu with the jam specifically targeted towards the Cenotaph. And it had a full rack of heavy assault missile launchers. Like that Tengu was absolutely blasting people, potentially. But also potentially jamming people. And maybe we'll see more the return of the Tengu in Alliance Tournament.
Yep, we can only hope so.
We could only hope so. One of the other changes that got announced that I'm kind of curious about, and Maud, I'll take your wild speculation on this. Tech 3 destroyers with remote rep bonuses. Should they be allowed in the Logi slot? Yes or no?
Maybe as a single one, I could see 2 of them being kind of oppressive. We already have the Deacons. Imagine Deacon, but better, and 2 of them. I could see how that could be a bit of a problem with guns. Yeah, imagine your remote rep like Vex or fleets that you take in Lowsec, but even better. I mean, remote rep confessors used to be kind of a thing you could roam in, but now they actually have the bonuses. It kind of harkens back to what you were talking a little bit ago, Ollie, where Tengu's maybe coming back into vogue, but also ye old logistics Tengu. So maybe the T3 destroyers taking some of the role that once upon a time the T3 cruisers did and still kind of do have on Tranquility as a logistics boat.
Yeah, it's could come back. Certainly, they'll be fun to fly on TQ. That's for sure. You've got that remote rep fleet that you can spider tanking suddenly a lot more viable, and not to steal CCP Jotun's wormhole thunder, but I'm really interested to see what the Wolf Rayet meta is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of other stuff in there too. It's gonna be pretty sick. But I'll tell you the thing about the Cenotaph. This is something I think that the design team kind of fucked up. I think that the Cenotaph should have a native defense or should be natively natively worse against ships that have fucking soldiers inside your cargo. If you have soldiers in your cargo, Cenotaph weapon not nearly as effective.
So we're looking for flavors here.
That's what I'm saying. That's where Listen, I'm going to be petitioning the team tomorrow. I'll walk up to CCP Okami and be like, listen, Okami, soldiers, cargo, Cenotaph, not as effective. And he'll be like, hey, CCP Jotun, you're very wise. It probably won't go quite like that, but hey, a man can dream, right?
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Buy out the soldier stocks in Jita.
For legal reasons, this is entertainment. This is a joke. I need to be very clear ahead of time. I'm not saying this is not something that's being considered, but I mean, maybe. Who knows? I mean,
it is being considered by one CCP Jotun and possibly no one else.
That is true.
All right. We have yapped.
Sorry,
We
go
have
ahead,
yapped a lot about the changes. We've yapped a lot about the potential futures. We've spread some misinformation, but we have a game to watch. We are going to be seeing Goonswarm Federation fighting for their life against Fancypants Alliance.
Okay.
Both of these teams, again, they lost in the first round. Goonswarm to Sedition, Fancypants to Postpod Clarity. Sedition is on 2-0 into the Alliance Tournament. Postpod Clarity is waiting for the winner of this match tomorrow. So Goonswarm Federation versus Fancypants Alliance. Goons, obviously, they have been in the Alliance Tournament for a long time. They have the boundary record right now. Hopefully, they will not have cause to attempt to get it again. But here are our lovely bands. And once again, we are taking almost exclusively from the top band chart. Loki #1, followed by Armageddon Navy Arbitrator, Dominic's and Cenotaph, and the Zarmaz. There was some real thinking there. Moderator, why do you think they thought so long on that Zarm ban? It seems obvious.
They truthfully, I don't know why people are going this hard on the Zarm. I get it. It's very good at dealing with certain rush comps. It's very good at dealing with certain drone comps, but it'd be interesting to see some Oneros bands and maybe some Amar jams as well here. The Zarm is good, but I think people are too afraid of it.
Yeah, I mean, is it really that much better than the Guardian? Like, is it that much better than even like if you wanted to do a worse version of it? Is it worth that much more than like? Is it worth a ban when if somebody really wants those single target reps, they can just bring a Rodiva? Like, I don't know.
Well, the
We've not
Rodiva,
seen many Rodivas, to be fair.
Rodiva does not get used for a very good reason, and that's because you look at it and it dies instantly. And the Zarm,
Unlike the Zarm,
tanks very well.
Yeah,
the Zarm has better tank than probably any other logistics cruiser in the game. But yeah, the Zarm has very good range against things like the Armageddon Navy issue and the Typhoon and the Dominic's newts. That's one reason that it gets used a lot. I'm just not as afraid of it as I think some of the teams here might be.
I think honestly, it's because one of those things is you play against a Zarm that really knows what they're doing, and the whole team just feels unkillable. So you have that experience enough times in scrimmages, and you're like, all right, that was terrible. I am logging off, closing my computer, and banning the Zarm every single chance I get. So both teams are now on grid. No Zarmaz being fielded, obviously, it is banned. But a comp that we have not seen a ton of. So we will send it down to the arena where Novatera Ren and Wingnut will discuss their comp.
Well, we've gone from oops all rush to oops all kite because both teams have brought heavy missile kite comps. I think they heard the Cyclone fleet was getting nerfed or something because they decided to bring all of them.
Yeah, it could be that, or maybe they heard me earlier saying that I was hoping for HML Kite to exit the building with these feeders, but no, they're saying that one of these teams will continue forward, the other one getting knocked out while fielding an HML Kite, but this one is sure to be interesting. Really excited to see, especially how this one carries from the Goonswarm Federation, what big of a deal that having that potential damp ship there will be able to do, or whether they're just going to get knocked out of the sky right away by these double jackdaws from the Fancypants side. But yeah, this one's definitely going to be pretty interesting. And these kite mirrors, I'd say, have a way of oftentimes having some really sweet plays.
Yep, one team, Goons, decided to bring a bit more control and other various tools for the job. Meanwhile, Fancypants went, yeah, you know what? Nah, we're just going to bring some damage and some tank and go for it. And honestly, I kind of prefer theirs at the moment because those jackdaws are going to be very annoying, as well as the Osprey Navies.
That they definitely are. Both teams bring in those pair of jackdaws. They're a really powerful ship at range, but notably, there are less small targets potentially for Goonswarm to go after with their jackdaws. But things starting out, and immediately the Fancypants Alliance side is burning in towards Goonswarm, so they are playing sort of the rush in the setup. We are seeing some drones launched immediately, but nothing that can go over to the opponents yet. However, Goonswarm are putting out medium shield maintenance bots already to potentially help soak up some of this damage and keep things alive. Looks like Carries is indeed the first target from Fancypants side. Navy Caracal also target painted, but no damage coming into them yet. As I say that, starting to take some little chunks there, but wow, a great job of trading from Goons, going after that Osprey Navy, and they might be just getting it down right off the bat. Scimitar, I think, was just damped out there.
Yep. One of the little quirks of missile comps is that when you charge in, you get hit harder. And exactly that, he just got ripped apart. And I think the Scimitar, might have been damned because I haven't seen that much in the way of reps. The Stalk now is being absolutely destroyed. There he goes. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes with these rush comps as well, we have a situation where the difference in speeds, especially when all of the team is burning, it can result in some gaps forming between where your ships are located. And it turns out if your lock range is next to nothing and you're a Logi ship while the rest of your team is getting strung out, it can be incredibly powerful. Having those damps on them, just breaking through the reps or preventing them entirely. Really nice job so far from Goonswarm to take out ships while they had that Carries alive. Fancypants recognizing the threat of that does take out the Carries, but so far nothing else breaking from Goons. Orthrus now potentially falling from Fancypants. It does. Wow, snowball is happening, I'd say.
I'd double check and triple check. I'm pretty sure those are heavy missiles because they flew this kite comp like it was a rush comp straight into the teeth of this opposing team. And it's not going well for them. That Scimitar has not paid itself off whatsoever.
No, I've checked a couple times here. I'm pretty certain it is indeed a HML kite from both teams. That is a situation as well where missile range and just the way that missiles work really typically advantages the team that is pulling away from the opponents, especially when it's a mirror like that, just because you end up getting so much more range on your own missiles. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Goonswarm here. Still keeping up reps on both a Caracal Navy and a Jackdaw that was getting pressured on the low end. It's just going to be, after this Osprey Navy falls, at least here, it's just going to be those high-end ships of the Cyclone Fleet issues and the one lone Scimitar for Fancypants that's left. It is enough to potentially be able to kill a couple things, but there's just so much available still for Goonswarm.
I'm going to say some words now that would be cursed at any other moment. I feel almost sick getting ready to say this. A team has just been finessed by the Goon AT team. I am terrified. I feel like I've fallen into an alternate dimension here where the Goons are outright out-piloting a team right now. So I don't know if that's them out-piloting or fancy throwing, but nonetheless, Goons are absolutely going to win this match.
That they are. Rapier now has caught first the Scimitar and then swaps those webs over to a Cyclone Fleet issue after the Scimitar drops. It just helps so much for application, not just being able to tackle things down, but being able to apply to them so much better. Not that they were struggling with that to begin with, but yeah, tons of damage now coming in to the first Cyclone Fleet, and just trying forlornly for Fancypants are they to put some form of damage into a ship. They've picked the Drake Navy issue of Dirk. But yeah, there's virtually no chance they're going to be able to break them here. First Cyclone Fleet is now in armor.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the Goon team. There is a chance they could all collectively boundary. But I think beyond that very rare and very specific scenario, Fancypants has been absolutely destroyed here. Again, finessed by Goons is not a statement I expected to say today. I feel like I'm in La La Land, but they've done very, very well. Like, honestly, respect to the Goon Swarm Federation team here today.
Yeah, it's a crushing performance. And I'd say they were really well able to leverage that Carries specifically. I think going into a setup like this, I think potentially Fancypants were aware from the get-go that they might have to push in simply because there was that threat of the Carries, damping things out at the right moments where Fancypants just does not have that ability with the setup that they have. But wow, so many advantages there going in Goonswarm's favor. I like that they did put some missiles into the Drake Navy there. It was the captain, Dirk from Goonswarm team, just saying like, yeah, we know you got us, but we're at least going to put a few missiles in. And I think that will be it, unfortunately, for Fancypants in this tournament. I don't think there's going to be any crazy boundaries that could potentially save them. And with that one last ship, it is going into armor now. It's rough one. But hey, well fought. Glad that they showed up, gave it their best, but not quite enough this time around.
Yep, I see controversial, which is definitely a correct name here going down, the last member of his team. And yeah, well done to Goons. Sorry to see you go, Fancypants. Just die, please. Hurry up. There we go. He's finally gone. Huzzah, huzzah. Well done to Goons. And let's go back to the studio so I can shake this off.
Hello and welcome back. So with that, Goons are staying in their Alliance Tournament dreams. Stay alive, and we are joined now by Colonel Kurtz. Kurtz, welcome. One of the things that we saw in that match, a somewhat unconventional ship choice, is the rapier. What do you think of the choice to bring a rapier in that particular matchup?
I mean, Goon's clearly very comfortable with a rapier. Normally, it would have a sinusoidal field fitted to it, so this is a little bit of a deviation from the usual course, but in this case, I'll allow it. We don't see a lot of rapiers, and there is a fairly good reason for that, and that is that the Hugin is just such a better choice. Generally, better tank. It's generally a little bit quicker. The fitting room is a bit better. The slot layout is better. So the reason for going for a rapier in this case, I would love to know. I would love to know the thought behind this one. I'm sure there was a good reason. Did it work? Well, it seems to.
Yeah, and only 7 rapiers have survived a match of the overall. Just doing quick sums, 43 that have been brought. They tend to die quite quickly. Now, to be fair, it is an E-War cruiser. Target painters, webs, they matter, but usually they're a little bit thicker overall. Moderator, how'd you feel about the piloting in that particular matchup?
I would say it was better than I've seen Goons do in previous matches. To their credit, I really liked the um, way that their carries actually had damped out the scimitar and had bought time. A couple of their players had kind of gotten a little bit too close and it kind of started to int a little bit, but their Joktos did a really good job of actually kind of picking apart some of the backline, and Goons seem to just really understand how to do HML kite a lot better than Fancypants, to their credit. I don't think either of these comps are particularly viable in the present tournament meta, but Goons made it work, and I'll give them a B minus over my shoulder, wrong shoulder, for having gone 1-1 and being in the tournament.
Yeah, well, they're not in the tournament yet. The brackets are such that they need to keep battling it out. If you had the misfortune to lose your first match, then there are more there are more matches ahead for you. Now, to be fair, if you had the misfortune to lose your second match, you are also still in the position of battle. You heard it here first, folks. In a tournament setting, it is important to win matches in order to continue to advance in the tournament. Major
Sound
insights.
advice.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got some time to talk about additional stuff, either from that match or otherwise. Kurtz, so one of the things we talked about in our pre-show was the HML kite versus the triple Typhoon Fleet issue kite. Here we saw the HML kite favored. What do you see as the differences between those two, and is there one you'd prefer over the other in the current metagame?
I think it depends on what you're expecting to come up against. With the Foons, cruise missiles, right? You are entirely dependent on somebody else allowing you to kill things. If the other team happens to bring something that is able to destroy your friends that are helping you, your target painters, your stasis webifiers, where hyena pilots, I'm looking at you, then you're going to be in big trouble because they can literally hamstring you, right? Your 3 Typhoons cannot kill everything if they say bring an Octo setup that has nothing bigger than a battle cruiser and likely a lot of the low end stuff. When it comes to the smaller missiles, your rapid heavies, your rapid lights, etc., if you're thinking, I've got a feeling we're going to get some logistics frigates here, then boom, you've cashed in, right? You're in good territory, you're surfing, right? So it's all a big mind game. And I talk about a lot this in terms of the sort of banning phase. It's all about the mind games. What are we going to ban to try to mold them into bringing what we would like them to, and thus We can pick between our cruise missile kite setups, our rapid light missile comp setups, or even our rapid heavy missile kite setups. So, all you got to do is read minds. Very simple. Read the minds, win the games. You've won it. Simple as that. Easy advice.
Yeah, Desk coming in with the amazing takes here. So, Ma, do you think that the HML matchup is what they were looking for here, or were both teams kind of hoping that the other would maybe bring something a little bit more countered?
I think both teams largely brought most of the setups that they were comfortable with. Most of their bands, I mean, really only one or two bands really changed from both sets they brought previously. Clearly, they were comfortable with that setup and they brought what they knew how to fly. And to their credit, it worked here. I think that now that we're no longer in kind of the 0-1 matches, right? Those have concluded for the day. We're now into kind of the 1-1 set where you can still lose a match and be in the tournament, but if you win here now, you're actually in, you're qualifying. So you can still drop the set. Obviously, you don't want to. It will be very important for where you get seeded into the tournament. I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about on that later. But I really actually very much do like a lot of these kite comps when they come into cruise. I think to Colonel's point, that they require very, very good support from your webbing ship. So you need to make a Hugin work. You need to make an Ishimu work. You need to make a something like a Hyena work, and you need to get secondary tackle. Otherwise, they don't apply very well. And I think we're going to, as we get later on in this tournament and into the main event, we're going to see who can really get that secondary tackle, who can get that screen, and that be the key deciding factor in who actually goes forward in these mirror matches.
Executing those cruise comps it can be super high skill, and you can do a lot of really interesting things with them. So for example, you might send one volley of cruise missiles on one ship, so the other team scrabbles, sends it back, gets the reps on it, and immediately start opening up on something else. And you can volley things. Crews have such a high amount of alpha. You can truly volley things if you can get, like you say, all of those control measures, paints, webs, scrams, whatever it might be on. You can do some really interesting things. But that's pretty high skill ceiling. And I imagine not a lot of teams are going to pull this off. But if you want to win this, you want to win the tournament. You got to be good at this game, right? That's what I hear anyway. I've heard this rumor. I don't know if you guys have heard this.
I mean, allegedly.
Or once, right? I mean, you're pretty good at the game.
Well, I mean, we came second and we're absolutely dreadful. So I take that back. I rescind that statement. Anybody could win this thing. Go for it. Who knows?
Yeah, and it's anyone can win this thing. Anyone can get through feeders. Anyone can get through feeders. It is actually genuinely true that with just a couple of comps and some good practice and some good piloting, you can find your way through. Again, look at Doro Sweetpunch, first year in the AT. Now they do have players that can play pretty well, as moderator was alluding to earlier, and as we saw on the stream. But for anyone who's interested in participating in the tournaments, form a team, watch the streams, learn the comps, watch Colonel Kurtz's talk at FanFest about how to run an Alliance tournament team. Very, very useful material. But yeah, lots to see here. So we are moving on, as moderator said, to the next stage of matches. In this next stage of matches, the winner will go on to the Alliance tournament. And the loser will sadly have to go home. We get 2 exits from the group. We'll find out which of Seker, Matar, and no vacancies will be continuing on to the Alliance tournament. Both teams have done fairly well before, and they have to keep playing today. So we have some bands. We have some different bands. We have actually many different bands. The Zealot, the Magus, the Pontifex, the Tholos, the Dominic's Navy issue, and the Cenotaph. So these are different enough that we have some time to talk about them. Kurtz, what do you think of these bands here?
Well, I think one bit of information you get from this is the times, right? So we see both teams picked their first set, 2 sets of bans, or the first set of ban each within 20 seconds, right? 15 seconds or 17 seconds. They knew they wanted to pick that before they got here, right? So there was very little counterplay from the Magus and Pontifex ban there. They didn't look at the Zealot and think, that means I want to get rid of a Magus and Ponty. They were banning that anyway, right? So that's interesting to know. They clearly don't want links on the blue side. Novak don't want to see any destroyer links on the armor side. That's very simple. The Zealot ban, have we seen a Zealot this year? From memory, I'm not so sure we have. That's a very interesting one. Maybe Seker Matar knows something the rest of us don't. But it seems a bit puzzling to me. Maybe it gives you insight into what they want to bring. Zealot, medium lasers, frigates. They want to bring frigates. I don't know. This is the sort of things you can glean from this. And then they sort of progress from that into a Tholos. I'd say that's a pretty sensible ban. Obviously, they're gambling in the fact that they're probably hoping Novak were going to ban the Cenotaph at the end, which, gamble. Tick paid off. The Dommy Navy for me, that's a really interesting one. So we've seen a lot of normal Dommies floating about. Dommy Navy is slightly more scary than a Dominic's Navy, but that would mean that your lower end is going to be, more beefy if you're bringing a normal Dominic's, not a Dominic's Navy. Sorry. So I'm not sure. They don't want to see drones, but they're comfortable with a normal Dominic's. So I wonder what that says about them. Wait, maybe they want to bring the normal Dominic's. Maybe that's what they're saying here. That if it was me, and you're thinking, I don't want to get countered, what counters a Dominic's Navy? Look, see, mind games.
Yeah,
I'm just so
mind
clever.
game.
I have to
Exactly.
think that was a misclick. So the Dominic's Navy issue. Look, a lot of battleships in this game fundamentally are just essentially upgraded versions of their Tech 1 counterpart, right? You look at something like the APOC to the APOC Navy, right? Then something like the Armageddon to the Armageddon Navy. I mean, you see a pretty consistent trend here. The Dominic's to the Dominic's Navy does not quite follow the same setup in that the Dominic's Navy does not get the optimal bonus that the Dominic's does. And that's critical because a lot of the comps we're seeing come from dropping sentries and then having the ability to flex from sentries at long range to close range with a combination of nuke pressure and heavy drones. The Dominic's Navy can do one of those, and because of that, it doesn't have the flexibility or the kind of the scaling that the Dominic's does, and that's making me think that they either don't understand the drone comp or they just fundamentally misclicked it, or they're trying to ban out Kalende ships.
Yeah, we'll find out which in just a few moments. Both teams are ready on grid, and I'm going to send this to the arena with Nova Terra Ren and Wingnut.
Welcome back to the arena. I am Nova Terra Ren, joined once again by Wingnut for what is actually a rematch from day one of this Alliance Tournament feeders this past Saturday. Seker Matar going up against No Vacancies. No Vacancies showing up with triple Raven Navy issue, and they are torp fit. What are we seeing from Seker Matar, Wingnut?
Well, they brought triple Sleipnir, but the key point you missed there is that both them and the Scorpius Sleipnirs and the Raven Navies are all at 0, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Now, the Sleipnirs may attempt to go for a run and chase after the Scimitar or something else, but if not, this is going to be an absolute brawl. And of course, both teams decided that the Squall is the superior ship, and that both teams have brought 1 or 2 of them. So this is a very wild set of comps, and it's going to be a very, very, very quick match.
Definitely the case, and both teams have also positioned their Logi conveniently away from the brawl of everything, but things kicking off immediately. It looks like the Raven Navy issue of Veridun is going to be primary from the Seker Matar team, but so much damage coming into the Sleipnir right away. No Vacancies putting it all directly into that Sleipnir, trying to break through before they can get any Ansel reps off, but I think the Sleipnir is getting a couple of them off. It's looking pretty okay, trying to trade out, but still haven't broken through halfway through that Raven Navy's shield just yet.
Between Bassi reps and the XLASB, that Sleipnir's shield is bouncing from 0 to full consistently. Like, that is ridiculous. That Bassi's doing his absolute level best to hold him. He's probably going to survive until his last XLASB. The Raven Navy is going down reasonably quickly, all things considered.
Yeah, these could very well drop at similar timing, although it does look like the Sleipnir is potentially taking a little bit less damage now as well. And you'd have to say at that point that things probably favor that Seker Matar Sleipnir. However, again, they are bouncing yet again. Raven Navy now is dropping into Hull. I have a feeling they're about to go and potentially, yeah, trading out first, getting rid of one of those battleships
There
off
he
grid
goes.
right away. They trade at the exact same time, essentially, and we're off to the next target. Let's see who gets something down first. It looks like it's going to be just another Raven Navy for on the no vacancy side. They're trying to trade. Oh, they have landed tackle in the Basilisk though on the back end.
Yep. Bassie's been held down. Been held down by the Skybreaker of Midnight, but I'm not sure if they're really in a position to go kill him. They're kind of a little bit busier at the moment, all being tackled down. As Roderick now being hit by the Sleipnir ball. They actually are shooting him. I think,
Yeah.
there are torps going out. They are firing torps at the Bassie. They will take him down. This
They
might be
have
the turn they
done
need.
Yeah, they have done a great job at finding a way to kill through that Basilisk, and they absolutely needed to in order to trade out well enough here. They were losing ships much faster than Seker Matar, especially while that Basilisk was able to keep things up and give those additional bouncing shield bar that we were seeing before. But now it looks like the second part of the battleship core is about to drop off. There is just going to be one Raven Navy left for no vacancies, but they're trading again for another ship here in the Caracal Navy. I don't know who this favors at this point.
This is a hard one for sure. Part of me says the Sleipnirs and the Swipples, but this is starting to go against them as they've lost their logi, but the Scimitar is still alive. What are these Swipples even up to? Are they just in the brawl? Swipples are actually chasing off. Yeah, Swipples are chasing the Scimitar. They've heard, okay, time for us to do the logi trade. Both Swipples are now chasing after the Scimitar to get that killed and try and get the logi trade done.
Yeah,
This
it
is
does look like
absolute chaos.
Yeah, they're managing to put a lot of damage into that Scimitar, but their insult charge is now coming in as well. I believe what actually happened there was that I believe the Basilisk actually just chose to sort of burn in a little bit. They started things off at a nice, comfortable 50 kilometers and kiting, but they ended up dying around 20 kilometers away from the center of the arena. So potentially it just got a little bit too close and then got immediately punished. But still, trades are going pretty reasonably in no vacancies favor, but the Scimitar is likely to drop here. Squall is the next target from no vacancies as well, but it's still this bulk of this DPS at this point. It's probably just these two Sleipnirs.
I think if the Scimitar goes, then this Sleipnir rush will have it, but it's the longer he holds, the more better chance this team has, because once that Scimitar goes, they're going to go straight for that Raven Navy and go for the kill. It's so this is all going to rely on Bed lasting as long as he can, I think.
I believe that is the captain for the no vacancies team as well. Did such a good job holding as long as possible, but they do fall here. Now the primary or most of the DPS from the no vacancy side is in that Raven Navy. They still have a couple supporting Squalls, but that's nowhere near as much DPS as the rest of that comp would provide. Trying to duke it out now against double Sleipnir, triple Swipple. I think that's just a lot more available DPS from Seker Matar, but we're going to see if they can leverage it or not. Lots of damage coming into the Sleipnir. We're seeing a bit of that bouncing shield bar yet again, but I think they're going to be able to hold and get through all of their Ansel charges on the Sleipnir before they do fall. And meanwhile, they're putting so much damage into this Raven, and I think that Raven's going to fall first.
Yep. They also got drones into the Hyena as well, trying to get him down because that will help reduce damage from the Squalls and the Raven Navy. But the Raven is now going into armor, and this Sleipnir is still holding on for dear life. I think that Scimitar trade there may have been the moment that won it for them.
It might have been even with this Raven Navy falling. If they're able to put a little bit more damage into the Slep, they do have some elements of a chance here. They do have a couple remaining DPS ships with those Squalls, for example, that have been positioning a little bit away from the center. But it looks like the Swipples are propping over to start capturing them now. The Sleipnir of Chosen One was still tackled down over there, so it's a little bit late to get over towards the Squall. But I have a feeling they're going to be able to break through the Squall just fine to start with.
I think the Squalls also kind of starbursted this rook. They're in two entirely different directions, so they're staying away from each other, trying to get a bit more time. They will get the Sleipnir, I think, but after that, I don't know what they're going to be able to get. They're going to have trouble hitting the Spipples with the Squalls.
Sleipnir actually survives with a micro jump unit.
No
They did take
way.
the one at 0 there. They had zeroed up on it. I do believe they have burnt their prop, though, because they are moving pretty slowly. Oh, I believe actually they're picking up some speed now. But yeah, good job, able to survive there with that Sleipnir, potentially getting closer to reloading those Ansel charges, and that would definitely put the nail in the coffin for the No Vacancies team. They're trying to do what they can at the moment. They're getting the Hyena back over. They're landing paints now. Skybreaker's about to tackle down the Sleipnir. But yeah, has the damage already been done?
Yeah. Yes, it has. It has absolutely been done. They've got 5 DPS ships against their, what, 1.5, roughly? Like, they've not really got that much in terms of DPS left in this field now.
You're not believing in the Squall, Wingnut.
No!
These things can still be absurd. I would not be surprised to see them potentially killing the Sleipnir with just that one Squall as real DPS left. But there's, I have a feeling it's just a couple seconds left on the reload there, on those Ansel charges for the Ansel shield booster. But yeah, mid-hull now. Okay, they did land reps. They are repping back up now.
XLASB
And
just got
wow,
reloaded. There you go. You just reload the XLASB. Beautiful. And I don't think the Squall's going to save this, mate. Like, he would need a Bastion module to do it. And even then, I don't think I give him the best of chances. So, well done to Chosen One there for that MJD and that reload. Well played for sure.
You're right on that. Getting every additional second they could out of that Sleipnir's life. Not that they would necessarily have needed it, but it definitely helps things feel very secure for Seker Matar here. They did take the win previously this past Saturday and looking to make the repeat performance here. This time, though, it's not an elimination match, so No Vacancies don't have to stress about being out entirely, but they are going to have to stress about some more matches coming tomorrow.
Sorry, just something else got me distracted. But yeah, well done to Chosen for sure. I'm just watching to see, is it Hyena going to try for the boundary record, or is he just going to try and outrun 3 Swipples? Which, to be fair, that's not the easiest thing to do. Swipples are quite fast when they want to be.
No, they very much are, and they actually provide a ton of DPS for a comp like this as well. They're able to catch things in the back line pretty easily in a lot of cases, and they can actually kill it themselves in many instances. The Swipples trying to chase down the Hyena now. I don't know whether they're going to go for that micro jump play or whether they're just going to try to kite this one out forever. But yeah, maybe it's a good time to check out some of these fire that we are seeing from the hull on Chosen One's ship over there as they've recovered their shield hit points, but notably some sweet new graphics coming in that the CCP team worked pretty hard on and have implemented here on Thunderdome for your viewing pleasure as well. Looks pretty cool seeing a ship like that successfully, I mean, I'm assuming going to fly this one out of the Alliance Tournament match and, you know, have it in their hangar. Pretty cool.
Yep. We saw the Stork go for the boundary record. Only got 197 kilometers. Not good enough, I'm sorry to say. The record is still well beyond that.
That it is. Yeah, and then the Hyena now has been tackled down, so they will be the last thing to fall here momentarily. Swipple's doing a great job of taking down these ships one by one. And with that, that is the match. Well done, Seker Matar, into Alliance Tournament proper. And with that, we're going to pass back to the desk.
Welcome back from that lovely match between Seker Matar and No Vacancies. No Vacancies have been banished to the ultimate redemption bracket where they will fight it out to see if CCP Jotun's prediction of regarding wormholers and the Alliance Tournament will hold, with, of course, the caveat of what CCP Jotun considers or does not consider a quote-unquote wormholer. We won't get into that right now. It was Hot Take City.
It sure was hot, I tell you that much.
Yeah. And we are joined now by GM Ren. GM Ren, welcome. What do you think of that match?
Good evening. Thank you. What do I think of that match? I think that was closer than either team would have liked, really. Where it comes down to picking each other's logi apart, and where it comes down to getting some extra XLASB charges off on one Sleipnir and picking off the Raven before you lose the DPS raise to the set of Ravens with your own Sleipnirs. It was cool to see, and despite looking suspiciously like rush on both ends, it kind of came down to the execution as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we have a wonderful quote from Seker Matar. we as a team working together could eat the weight equivalent of a full-grown human in cheese in a single sitting. That kind of dedication that they bring to cheese eating, they have brought to the Alliance tournament as well, and it will hopefully serve them well in the main event. Colonel
That one
Kurtz,
quote is one of the many reasons why I'm a huge Seker Matar fan, massive fan, love it.
yes, yes, no, great job, folks. Kurtz, you in fact made a point in the analysis chat that I would like you to please make at greater length for the folks watching at home, and that is the warp-ins. Were they ideal? Could they have been better?
Well, so Novak warped in their torpedo barrage at 0. Okay. You will have noticed they had a webbing ship, a Hyena, I believe, off the top of my head, if my memory serves me correct.
Correct.
Unfortunately, when a Sleipnir is fairly close to another ship, it's quite difficult to web it away, generally, quite difficult to use those webs. If Novak had warped in at, say, 20, 30 maybe, bearing in mind that missiles, torpedoes, have a significantly longer range than those Sleipnirs can ever apply their full damage at, if they could have even webbed one Sleipnir away, 2, if you're feeling, particularly clever about it, then that could have been a very different story. Those torpedoes will always outrange those Sleipnirs, and they had the webs, they had the control there. It was in the locker. They just didn't have the key. You know what I mean? They just couldn't get it out.
Yep. No, it's tough. And this is one of the things with Rush is everyone always thinks you warp in at 0 because you want your ship to be at 0, right, on the enemy team. And if we're closer, then we get the other team. But the concern is always, what if the other team does that too? Then they're also at 0 and you're both at 0, and that could be potentially uncomfortable if you have a range advantage. But yeah, so there we see the Ravy Navies exiting the tournament. Did not quite make it against the jump against the Sleipnirs. One of the things I want to talk about, GM Run, you mentioned this just a few minutes ago, but the jump beacon play that one of those Sleipnirs did that save the match for them?
I think by that point it was more about cutting the match shorter, leaving that Sleipnir alive, surviving to get a reload off on the ancillary shield booster. Means that they could do the mop up a little bit quicker. At that point, I think they already, I think No Vacancies already lost their Raven and the majority of the DPS, and it was just getting out of dodge in structure from the small remaining damage that was still applying to it, which was the Squall, and maybe the Command Destroyers had some kind of damage on it still. So I think it helped in mopping up a little quicker. Maybe that was the plan all along if he couldn't break the Raven on its own, but I'm not sure if the Raven brought a scram to stop it. Certainly the rest didn't. And the Sleipnir just escaped and got out of dodge there.
Yeah, one of the things that is really tough or one of the things that's pretty important in these sort of matches is you really need to leave some ships alive. You want to survive as much as possible because it's one thing to say, "Oh, it's fine if we lose that ship. It's fine if we lose that ship." But if you lose too many ships, all of a sudden you look down at or up or wherever you moved your little points indicator, and you're like, "Wait a minute, the number's wrong. We gotta kill something now."
Do you know what I find is really detrimental to winning a match is if you lose all of your ships. At that point, things don't tend to be going very well for you. I think at that point you need to change tact, but I would agree. The less ships you can lose, the more matches you tend to win. Look, you think Jotun's hot takes are up there. I've got this down, right? Jotun, step aside. It's my show now, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So coming up next, we have another match where the winner goes into the Alliance tournament. The loser goes to our very last chance redemption rounds from that will be shown tomorrow. This is going to be UA Fleets versus Rote Kapelle. So the Mademoiselles are out in chat already. And we've got some bands. We've got some familiar bands, some unfamiliar bands. We have the Dominics this time rather than the Dominics Navy. Sleipnir, Zarmaz. And then we have the Armageddon Navy issue, Hyena, and Jackdaw. Kurtz, what do you think of these particular bands?
I would love to tell you, but my monitor's just turned itself off. No, we're good. We're back. Right. These particular bands, So, I mean, the Zarm, that's a safe ban, right? We've seen the threat the Zarm can pose, can be a really powerful ship in the right hands, especially if you've got a big ship that you don't want to die. Incredible layered approach to winning the tournament as Zarm has. So I think that indicates they don't want to see, likely they're scared that they're not going to be able to kill something big, right? So a battleship, let's say they're thinking of a Balgorn, don't want that Zarmaz keeping it alive. Great, fantastic. The response to that Armageddon Navy issue. Can you hear that? That's the sound of Misty clapping and jumping around. He's pleased.
Yeah,
And then the hyena. Hyena indicates you want some mobility, and also you would ban a hyena over a Hugin if you are concerned about getting rid of something small. If you're going to bring something that has fairly bad tracking or short range, and you're thinking that hyena is going to be buzzing around somewhere on the other side of the arena, not sure we're going to catch it, not sure we're going to hit it, let's get rid of it. We don't want it to minimize our mobility. Sleipnir, Sleipnir is a staple of the tournament. Very powerful ship, great tank on it, good damage, very fast, brilliant. And the Dominics, we've seen how powerful that is. Jackdaws are a real threat to logistics frigates, especially shield ones. If you're in a scalpel, or even worse, a burst, 3 Jackdaws are going to ruin your birthday party quicker than a wasp in the lemonade, and I'll tell you that for free. So, again, these mind games, they're getting rid of these sort of categories of ships. This might indicate what their thinking is. I don't think any of my previous crystal ball thinking in the previous segment came true, but that's all part of it, right? Because you have to get into the mind games. It might work, it might not. But if you're not a good team that can think like this and think the other team has banned this, we want to fly this, what are we expecting to see, and plan for that. And also part of your practices, build that into your sort of theory crafting. That's really important. If you want to be one of the best teams, you need to do that. But as we saw from these rush setups, you've got to be able to change. If a rush can do something other than a rush, then you're going to be a good team.
All right. So fantastic analysis. Before we go to the arena, GM Ren, real quick, I need your hot take. Rote, Kapelle, or UA Fleets? Who do you have your money on for this match?
Ooh. UA Fleets brought really cool skins the other day, and I suspect
That's
they do again. Unfortunately, Rote Kapelle is one of those groups that goes way back. I know there's pilots there that have played the game for a long time. There's some really good pilots in there, and I'd predict that they will take it with her experience.
Sounds like a good prediction. Let's go down to the arena where Novaterra Ren and Wingnut will let us know who is going to go on and who is going to go to redemption.
Welcome back to the arena. You leave it unbanned. It shows up on both teams. That's right. 2 Cenotaphs have arrived, and they are both followed up with a lot. I think it's a lot of hams, unless I'm mistaken.
It is indeed. Instead of seeing these comps come in pretty much at 0 like some of the other rushes we've seen, they are a little bit more strung out at range. I'm really excited to see how things are going to come right off the bat. Interestingly, Rote Kapelle choosing to bring a couple Nighthawks, whereas at least UA fleets have chosen something very different with their setup, focusing more on Cyclone fleet issues. It's pretty cool little difference there.
Indeed. And the low end as well is very much different. So we see double bomber for Rote, but we see double Sipple instead for UA fleets, as well as other stuff like the Sentinel versus Flycatcher. So very similar comps, but different methods to the madness. As we'll see the match going away, and we'll see which team decides to run away instead of charge, because they'll probably be the one with a slight advantage.
Definitely interested as well to see how well these nemesises can potentially apply. They don't have any ships on their team that I'm seeing with a bonus target paint, for example, so they might not be able to apply as well as we've seen them in some other setups, but still, it's a lot of potential DPS there, and immediately seeing things get underway, UA Fleets is the team who are kiting backwards at the moment, and still waiting for any damage to start coming out, but I would imagine with UA Fleets kiting away so well, I have a feeling it's going to be the lead end of Rote Kapelle that takes more damage sooner.
Yep, they're throwing some shots into an Osprey Navy at the moment, but so far no real damage, as UA fleets are back and right up. See an Osprey Navy is charged in, but they're not targeting him, they're actually targeting an entirely different one. A lot of spread damage.
That they are. It is some split damage there, and now we are finally seeing missiles start to catch up with their targets. Looks like UA fleets are indeed trying to commit onto an Osprey Navy here. Rote Kapelle going after the low end, these Svipples from the UA fleets side. Now things starting to turn into a little bit more of a brawl. UA fleets are turning around a little bit, but the low end is caught now. They are trying to trade, but so far it's just a really advantageous trade for Rote Kapelle, losing nothing, just taking down a Svipple.
Yeah, not a fan of them losing a Sipple for that. The Sipples could have really helped later on this match, for instance, for murdering those Nemesises or even the Flycatcher. So I'm not the biggest fan of that loss, but so far I'm not really seeing any real damage. Like, where are these guys going?
Cyclone Fleet issue now has been caught as well from the
Oh,
UA Fleet
no.
side. They did try to turn and did so just a little bit too quickly. Were not able to keep velocity up, and they did get a scram and web landed on them, which is not particularly good for them. They were trying to use their potential, I guess, favored speed that they have with those ships to try to stay just out of range and find ways to apply where possible. But now getting completely collapsed on, Rosmore does go down that Cyclone Fleet issue. Looks like there's a lot of pressure onto a Sentinel as well. The next Cyclone Fleet issue is hard tackled. Wow.
Yeah, that Sentinel is being absolutely droned to death. He is trying to be annoying to the post team. I think he was trying to go after potentially the Basilisk. But with that amount of drones, I don't think he's actually be able to manage to pull that off. As, yeah, his team is not doing so hot, as they might finally get a kill in Roten if Rima cannot keep him up. But I think Rima might potentially have him unless the damage keeps going.
Yeah, and the Cenotaph is also now breaking from the UA fleet side. The Sentinel getting caught down by these drones. Cenotaph is now gone. No ships have broken yet for Rote Kapelle. That Osprey Navy is in a very questionable shield state at this point, I would say, but still getting reps where possible. And UA fleets trying to heat everything, trying to get enough damage into them to break something, anything, but just ships falling one by one by one. Rote Kapelle knocking them down.
Yeah, so the Sentinel did escape the drones to the point they actually broke off. He could run in now and throw his newts hard onto the Bassi, but I think, unfortunately, at this point, it is very much over. They managed to keep him off him long enough to just outright win this match. And at this point, it's going to be a 200-0. They're going to clean sweep this.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's looking very much like a clean sweep, especially as the logistics is perfectly alive and very, very comfortable for Rote Kapelle. Sweeple now is scrammed. It's just going to be a Bassi and Sentinel left. I don't know how long they're going to survive for, if they're going to try to kite it out, if they're going to try to go for a boundary record or something. But yeah, a really rough one. Rote Kapelle showing their dominance here.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sentinel is boundarying to deny us a little bit more time here in the arena. It's just the Basilisk left now. Not sure how long they're going to last for. My guess is a very, very short amount of time. Everything getting on top of it now. Impressive to see how Rote Kapelle were able to break the attempt of kiting away from UA fleets. And yeah, Basilisk now getting chunked absolutely into armor, into hull, and that is it for this one. With that, we're passing it back to our analysts.
Welcome back to the desk. GM Ren's prediction holding true. Rote Kapelle pulls through with tournament experience and some very quality rush piloting in the rush mirror there. GM Ren, any observations on that match?
Yes, I would like to point out the following. For the first 1.5, maybe 2 minutes until that first CFI got caught, both of the Cyclone Fleet issues were running away so fast that their missiles did not reach their target. There was no damage output on whatever they were shooting. So Rote Kapelle got just basically free entry. There was no price to pay for getting in close until they caught something, piled on top of it, and even on top of something, there was, well, as we saw, there was the Basilisk of Rima Umbrell easily kept up with incoming damage, which is not hard if your damage core is not in range to actually deal that damage. So,
yeah, and that can be particularly interesting with missiles. We have a lovely video of how missiles work that hopefully we'll be able to watch in just a second here, because what the thing with missiles is, even when you're looking at your overview and you're like, okay, I have a 28-kilometer range with heavy assault missiles. They're 28 kilometers, 24 kilometers away. It's fine. It's not actually a range thing. It flies for a certain time and it has a certain velocity. And so, as we are watching on the screen right now, something can be in range, run away out of range, and then all of a sudden, it doesn't get hit, even though, again, you're looking on your overview and it looks fine. So If something is flying too fast, it can kite the missile, chasing it around. If something is just moving in the wrong direction. Of course, the reverse is also true. One thing that can happen is sometimes something will fly towards you, multiple missiles will stack up, and then it will get deleted, which is always a very exciting time for the logistics. So great, great thing to be aware of in a missile comp. I have fallen victim to that before, and it was deeply tilting. One of the other things that we saw in that was a little bit unusual is we have a sentinel in a shield rush. Colonel Kurtz, would you say this is cooked just enough, overcooked? Where would you rate this?
Unethical, I'd call that. I think that was very unfair on the poor person who had to fly that, because the whole premise of using a ship like that is E-war modules, Dragon disruptors, guidance disruptors. So you would assume they had some of those fit. So where did the shield tank come into all of this with the propulsion mod? I think that poor person was probably fearing for their life. But at the same time, maybe they just didn't bother fitting tank, right? That's the real brave thing to do. You just go in there and you say, look, I'm not going to be able to shield tank this ship, so why bother, right? And we'll play mind games, right? Make them think I've got tank. They don't need to know. I mean, they know. Who are we kidding, right? You're going to shoot it, aren't you? You're going to see that in a shield comp and go, well, that's the primary. It's problem solved, right? Move on to the next match, right? But unethical, unconventional. But innovation is the way that we can win things. So maybe it worked next time.
Exactly.
I will
Oh,
say
go ahead.
you can get a Sentinel shield tank with a medium shield extender, and you can get it really speedily by doing so. You will lose out on your guidance disruptors, but I don't think I saw any guidance disruptors, and maybe it was just full nuke fit to go around and get on the enemy logi, because that is what we did see it do. It went to nuke out the Basilisk of the Rote Kapelle team. So
Yeah.
maybe they were cooking, and maybe they weren't that cooked. I just want to have it said.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should, all right?
Yes, yes. And it's entirely possible also that it spec'd wrong and it got the tracking disruptors instead of the guidance disruptors. For those of you who may be wondering as we yap about this, well, how do you know what it has fit on it? We are looking at the lovely tournament UI while the game is going on to try to understand what's going on grid. So when you're watching the actual ships in the arena, you'll see this wonderful UI. At the top are just the basic facts that you need about the match. What is the current match time? Each team has their ships listed, and here, right there, next to each ship, is the effects that are applied to it. Those are based on things that have been applied, not whether they're working necessarily. Of course, we can watch the ship die with its hit points there, and we can see the points on each side. The score helps us understand what's going on. And then there are these 3 bars. So the defense bar, that's your hit points. The blue part is your buffer, and the purple part is your reps. So when the Logi dies, you'll often see the purple part get smaller. But sometimes with like the Sleipnirs, you'll get a large purple bar as the ancillary shield boosters go off. The attack bar is your damage. You have the potential damage, that's the size of the attack bar. And then the red bar is how much you're actually doing. So more red bar, usually more better, especially in a rush comp. The control bar, that's the green one. Apply to much like attack, the potential is the size of the bar. What you're actually using is the green part. So if we could go back to that last match, if you rewatch that last match, you will see the control bar for the UA Fleets team, and you can use that to figure out, did that Sentinel have something else that was not getting applied? Make your bets now. If the control bar was full, because as GM Ren said, the Sentinel was sitting on the Bazzi, Newton the Bazzi out, trying to do their absolute level best. And was that everything? We don't know. You could if you watch the VOD. So that was one rush mirror down. Presumably, we'll have more people trying to rush their way through feeders. We've seen a couple of different rush comps here. We've seen the Raven Navy issue or Ravy Navy option. We've seen the Sleipnir gun rush and the Nighthawk rush. Colonel Kurtz, if you had to bring a rush comp to this tournament, which one would be your favorite?
Nighthawks. Heavy assault missile rush is the king of the rush as far as I'm concerned. It's not uncommon to see some of the important aspects of that band, Nighthawks, for example. So you might not have a choice in the matter. If that's the only thing you want to bring, you might be in a bit of trouble. But for me, I love the ham rush. It's just super effective. There's nothing, you don't have to worry about tracking that you do with the gun rush. All sorts of things can go wrong with tracking. You doesn't matter where you are, as long as you're in range, you're going to apply your full damage. Guidance disruptors allowing. Web's obviously normally quite important, but you've always got that option of using Navy ammo, and you can kind of negate some of that. So for me, hams all the way, my favorite.
Not gonna get behind the torps with the Python number big.
I love a number, I love a graph, I love a spreadsheet even, but sometimes you have to face reality that torpedoes generally suck in most situations in the Alliance tournament. All right, I will die on this hill. There are very few situations when a torpedo is a good idea in this setting. But look, I'm willing to be proven wrong. Always will be.
Yep, and I will be there dying on this hill with you. So in terms of the Alliance tournament, we have talked about a number of things relating to the tournament. We've talked about the structure endlessly. You've seen the ships earlier, but one thing that you haven't seen is the beautiful trophy that is available to the winners of this tournament. I have seen this in person. It is legitimately a large trophy. They bring it out for FanFest and stuff like that. It has the name of each tournament winning team etched on it along with the tournament they have won. There are many more spots, and many teams are looking to etch their name into that spot opposite the Tuskers and go down in Alliance tournament history. Of course, then everyone who goes to FanFest can take selfies with the trophy, get the we won, all of that. I hope that we will be able to see it in person on the broadcast as well. It is a lovely, lovely piece of kit.
Zealous did inform me at FanFest this year that you can't lift it. It's made of solid gold, of course. It's 100% solid gold with a bit of paint on it.
Especially the dark parts, yeah.
Yeah, solid gold. And it's so heavy that they didn't manage to sort the risk assessment in time to allow people to lift it. That's how heavy it is, because it's solid gold, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. So, in order to win that trophy, though, you've got to win Alliance tournament matches. We have another feeder match coming up between Standard Protocol and Minmatar Fleet Alliance. So, the bands are in. We have Loki, Cenotaph, Maulus, somewhat unusual in the band territory, Hyena, Golem coming in from Standard Protocol, and the Zarmazd. GM Ren, what do you think is so scary about the Golem here? I think we've got a little bit of a muterator incident. The Golem is so scary that it has, in fact, frightened the words straight out of GM Ren's mouth.
Yes, I was going to say that the Golem is particularly scary because it can push quite a lot of damage, but it can also help itself apply the damage with a bonused target painter, which means that unlike some of the other ones, like the Ravy Navens that we've been seeing, or the Cruise Foons, they all need their buddies, their team to pick it up with target painters, and you generally see those with Hyenas, with Vigils, with the Works, the Rapiers, the Hugans. The Golem doesn't need any of that because it can do that job itself. And if you don't want to meet something that is long range, can probably punch you from across the arena, if you don't want to be picked apart, maybe if you have a sneaky plan to kite, you'd ban something like this.
Yeah, certainly the Loki ban and the Hyena ban, both of those excellent ships with long-range webs, does point towards kite being a possibility. Colonel Kurtz, what do you think of this Maulus ban here? Why would you ban the Maulus?
I mean, they're obviously scared of damps. They're obviously scared of long range. This would indicate to me they want to bring something that lock range is important to. So whether that be a T2 logistics cruiser, which obviously needs to sit out a bit of range, to be able to apply and wants to apply its reps, or a kiting setup. I don't know. On the topic of the golem, I know exactly why they've banned that. Minmatar Fleet Alliance brought a triple golem setup in their first match, which is probably why they've banned it. Otherwise, I'd feel it's a little bit weird, but that is why. And probably if you got rid of the golem, I'm not sure why you'd want to get the hyena as well. But they obviously think they might bring torps. But we've seen some interesting theory crafting from Minmatar Fleet Alliance. Hopefully, we'll see some more interesting theory crafting.
I will say they brought the triple golem in their first match, and then they lost that match. So
yes.
It's always a little bit
Because of-
interesting.
They lost that match because someone didn't activate their shield wrappers, or so we believe.
Maybe they do that every time. That's the thing, though. You've seen it, and maybe this is just some big respect for that comp. So, with this in mind, as we are getting ready for the teams to show up on grid, Colonel Kurtz, with the bans, with the performance of these teams, who do you favor going into this next match?
Standard Protocol have my support in this one. I think they're going to take it.
All right, and GM Ren, are you also a Standard Protocol stan?
I am unfortunately going to go along with that one. As much as I enjoy the fleet shenanigans and how much joy they bring to many fights around TQ, I don't believe in them in this one.
All right, well, as the mayor of Hot Take City, I am here to say that I support Minmatar Fleet Alliance. I believe in Minmatar Fleet Alliance. I believe in Jesus, and I believe that they can pull this off. So, is my belief going to be dashed upon the rocks of reality? We will find out in just 1 minute. We'll send it to the arena with Novaterra Ren and Dujek One Eye.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Novaterra Ren, this time joined by Dujek One Eye for this match between Standard Protocol and Minmatar Fleet Alliance. Minmatar Fleet are bringing a setup with triple Armageddon Navy issue. What are we seeing from the Standard Protocol side?
Standard Protocol have brought a drone setup headed up by a Armageddon Navy with a significant amount of EWAR on their side. We'll see how good their EWAR is at keeping the damage from Minmatar Fleet Alliance off their ships.
Definitely excited to see how many guidance disruptors might be on these crucifiers. They might need them because these Armageddon navies from the Minmatar fleet side are rapid heavy fit. They're going to look to clip onto something important pretty early on and see if they can break through before they run out of missiles in their clip. Match about to get underway here. Yeah, what do you think's going to happen here, Dujek?
I think that Standard Protocol would be well advised to get the Purifier off the field pretty quickly. I think that they're going to be harder to pin down. Minmatar Fleet Alliance are not very mobile, and they're taking damage on their Ashmu. The Ashmu is a key point in getting the webs off to get people killed, and given that they have a Purifier, they are retaliating against the Armageddon Navy, the ship that they can do the most damage to.
That they are. Notably, it is heavy drones that are dealing the bulk of the damage from the Standard Protocol side. We saw some sentries earlier in the day, but that is not the case in this setup, at least. Putting a respectable chunk of damage, I would say, actually, into this Ashamu. We did see that the Celestis, to start with, at least, had been damping down those Armageddon navies right off the bat, have now swapped that over to the Deacons to try to potentially prevent some reps from landing. We do see them starting to land now in the Ashamu, but it might be too little too late here. Those drones were able to deal a ton of damage to the armor hit points, and they're dropping into hull now.
Yeah, Minmatar Fleet Alliance's main tool to get through this match at this point is the fact that they have 6 long-range newts, and they're going to have to use them for all they're worth. They're going to have to get an Ashamu neuted and the Deacons of Tuan, Molinar, and Hanno, whereas Marty Ackerman and the Deacon is taking a lot of damage from Standard Protocol, and he is going to die.
I think so as well. Yeah, getting chunked into hull, and he's gone. Meanwhile, Minmatar Fleet have been putting the bulk of their rapid heavy clip actually into the Armageddon Navy on the top end from Standard Protocol, but they are perfectly fine with that, sitting at a comfortable 87% armor, holding perfectly steady. It looked like there is some damage now trying to come into the crucifiers from the low end, potentially to try to help the application a little bit, but I also think it's largely just drones that are providing that DPS for the moment.
Yeah, the one thing that I particularly like about the Armageddon Navy comps is the ability to do damage through some disruption, but that requires having a bit more control in webs as they lose their second deacon, whereas EOS and the Armageddon Navies are doing full damage against basically all targets, regardless of what E-War would be up against them. It's a safer choice if you think they're going to try to disrupt you. Sadist and the Purifier has also died, and with that, is going to be hard to get anything off the field. They gave up on the Armageddon Navy and are going for the Deacon of Tuan Molinar instead.
Been really impressive to see how virtually anything this Ashamu from the standard protocol side has touched just ends up dying, regardless of whether it's low end or something a little bit chunkier like the Ashamu from the Minmatar Fleet Alliance side. But finally, Minmatar Fleet are potentially breaking a ship now in that first Armageddon Navy, and the only Armageddon Navy, rather, from standard protocol, which would be a pretty solid victory, at least on the top end there, getting that off grid. But still, they're under a lot of pressure. But they do take a slight points lead here, actually, with taking that kill down.
Yeah, they have a really massive high end. I think that Sycamoria in the Armageddon will just eventually die, and this could go down to a points battle. I think it's going to be very difficult for 3 Armageddon navies to kill such mobile ships as they're up against. They need to try to get the points where they can and kill more than at least 2 Armageddon navies are worth.
No, I agree with that entirely. The major problem here being that they are out of ships, with the exception of this Dragoon, at least, that can potentially tackle things down easily enough, and they're going to struggle to be able to actually get on top of these smaller targets. Meanwhile, they are putting a lot of damage now into the Celestis, which I do think they're about to break. They did get some newts off earlier on one of the Deacons, who they were primarying for a brief moment there, so potentially some reps are not available for that standard protocol team who need to be able to leverage these Deacons in order to win the match. That is their major advantage at this point, I would say. They have their Logi still up. They just need to be able to leverage it, and that's going to require them to get out of newt range, likely, from these Armageddon navies.
Yeah, Sycamoria going even further down. Simo and the Dragoon also taking a lot of damage, and I feel like it's going to just be futile for them to try to chase down the Eosid. So I like their choices of going for the low end of standard protocol. The Ashamu would be able to sacrifice his life to keep those Armageddons off important things towards the end. They are trying for Angela, Chenchi, and the Eos, though. That's a lot of points. That would be great for them if they get them down.
Oh, that would definitely be a massive deal indeed. But finally, it does look like Sycamoria here is dropping in that first Armageddon Navy from the Minmatar Fleet Alliance side. What that ends up meaning is that because these are rapid heavy ships, they are going to be less and less likely to actually be able to break one of the mainline ships from the standard protocol side when they are firing their rapid heavy clip into it before they end up clipping out, which would give the Deacons a chance to potentially land reps and bring the ship right back up to full armor. So we'll see how it ends up shaking up here. I think they really need to be able to leverage those newts on the Deacons, and they are getting them again. They are applying newts onto the Deacons from the standard protocol side.
One of the huge things about Sycamoria dying is as well that Deuce Sylph and the Crucifier has 2 guidance disruptors on that Crucifier, which means that Bob Bobbington and Kermes are either going to apply badly to Deacons or have short range with which to attack larger targets that are faster than them. The Armageddon navies are going to spend a significant amount of time for the rest of the 4 minutes in this match trying to get in range and chase down things that are significantly faster.
No, I agree with that entirely. And I was thinking for a moment that potentially Minmatar Fleet were actually going to try to swap over and kill off those Deacons, given that they were neuting one another out at that point. However, especially as you're mentioning that Crucifier being able to apply multiple guidance disruptors here, it's going to be so hard to take down Deacons with that. So they're doing what they can to try to burn over to this fleet, to this standard protocol side at least. But standard protocol just doing an excellent job of maneuvering around the arena, keeping range range, not so much range that they're worried about getting micro jumped on if the Minmatar Fleet Alliance side was closer to a micro jump beacon. But in this case, yeah, they're just hovering and doing a really good job of not getting within newt range at this point, or not one that they can effectively apply those newts in, at least.
In this kind of situation, Minmatar Fleet Alliance hopefully have someone on their team who's doing the math there. Even if they kill an EOS, they still need to kill something that is more expensive than the Ashimu, or kill an EOS, an Ashimu, and something else, or an EOS and the Ishtar in order to win this match.
Minmatar Fleet did do something here that is a little bit interesting that I do think helps their chances a little bit. They were at first burning these two Armageddon navies completely together, essentially as one entity that then Standard Protocol was able to avoid just by piloting away from it. But they've now separated the two, and they're actually trying to pincer the team from Standard Protocol. And I think there's actually a reasonable chance that they might be able to catch something in that way. I think the question then becomes, will they be able to catch something and then be able to kill it, and then hopefully find a subsequent target for them, because they are at a substantial points deficit at this point. But we'll see. They're burning in closer and closer, and Standard Protocol can't really turn away so easily at this point.
It's taking a long time to kill an Armageddon and Navy from the Minmatar Fleet Alliance side here. They could even survive the rest of this match, but I do not at this point think that they can break the reps of the Deacons on any target on the field. So I think that they will be losing.
That's very much my assumption at this point as well, especially with Kermes dropping lower and lower into armor. Again, Standard Protocol don't even need to kill this Armageddon Navy in order to win. They are currently winning on points, but especially if they're able to kill it, that would definitely seal the deal as far as their chances in this match are concerned. And yeah, now dropping him into hull, I don't think he's going to live for long here. And meanwhile, they haven't caught anything that they can actually apply to. We're seeing some damage come into the Crucifier. It's so effective, this Crucifier, given exactly what Minmatar Fleet Alliance is trying to do, has been absolutely hamstrung by these missile guidance disruption effects coming off of it. But yeah, that second Armageddon Navy does drop there, and with it, it's Minmatar Fleet Alliance's chance of taking things right off the bat here. And yeah, it looks like Standard Protocol are going to be printing their ticket into the AT proper with this one.
Yeah, I think they did a great job. They picked the Ashimu off first to keep their more important low end alive. They killed the Deacons early in order to snowball their lower DPS into killing more targets. And at the end, they kept away from the 3 remaining Armageddon navies and survived.
With that, we're throwing it back to the analyst desk after this.
Welcome back. My belief in Jesus has been dashed. They will be going to the redemption bracket to try and see if they can make it out that way. Standard Protocol, meanwhile, on to the Alliance Tournament. I'm given to understand that there might be some TQ beef between the two, and it is always satisfying to play someone in the Alliance Tournament when you have beef with them in TQ, because the bragging rights are just so much sweeter. GM Ren, you wanted to highlight one of the plays that we saw in that match.
Yes, right off the bat, we could see the Ashimu of Standard Protocol immediately burn in, slightly below the Minmatar fleet comp, and immediately put webs on the fleet Ashimu. They both had an Ashimu. It was an Ashimu mirror, and it was much better executed by Standard Protocol, who immediately put damage on the Ashimu and removed the webs, basically the long range webs from fleet. Right after that Standard Protocol Ashimu Sniper Bros 15 turns around and puts those webs on the Logi frigates, and immediately both go down as well. And I do believe that from there, the lack of repairs really gave the win to Standard Protocol. We saw how long it took to take down those Geddon navies. Those are tanky boys. And if you also have to put reps on those and chew through that, it's going to be a long time. So all in all, I think the match was won when right off the bat one Ashimu took down the other Ashimu, and with that, the application.
That's those webs are super important in these matchups. Logi frigates incredibly hard to hit, especially the 10MN ones, and just getting the webs on them makes it so much easier to clear them out. In terms of disruption, the standard protocol team did have some disruptive elements, including a crucifier. We heard earlier about how effective that can be against rapid heavy ships. Colonel Kurtz, do you think that was a difference maker for them here?
Yeah, big time. I think it's really hamstrung the rapid heavy missiles coming out of those Armageddon Navy issues. Whether they, a good pilot using disruption will switch between range and missile guidance disruption and use it in the right situation. A bad pilot will just stick on the same one and apply it all the time. There's no point using range disruption if all of your ships are on top of the Armageddon Navy issue. You spot that as a good pilot in that role and you switch so those missiles are not able to apply their full damage to the tackle ship or whatever it is that's in the melee in the middle, and it can prolong the life of them, and it can also make sure that they are able to be kept alive by the logistics ship. But conversely, if you were to switch to the range one, they might not be able to hit you at all, as this fantastic graphic demonstrates. The missile may well run out of speed, may not get to you, or as demonstrated amazingly now, it may not the explosion radius may not hit the entirety of the ship, and thus may not apply the full damage of the missile.
Indeed, and especially when what you're trying to keep alive are those critical deacons. We saw those deacons survive for, such a long time just because how are they going to hit them? Right? Like you have to clip with the rapid heavy, you have your limited budget of rapid heavy missiles that you can shoot before you have to reload, and you just no way you're going to be able to hit the deacons with the crucifier up. No way you're going to hit the crucifier with the crucifier up and the deacons repping it. So really a stranglehold of control there, and well chosen comp wise from standard protocol. But we have another match up still to go. That's going to be Kitchen Sinkhole versus Sons of Bane. Again, we are in the section where it is win and in, lose, and drop to the redemption bracket. So let's see what the bans are for this match as both teams are trying to make their way to the tournament. It looks like we've got reasonably standard bans: Cenotaph, Eos, Dominax, Zarmazd, Carries, and finally the Blackbird as the E-War frigate of choice. Colonel Kurtz, what do you think of this Eos ban?
EOS is the Dominix that follows it is a big clue about their thinking on this one. They do not want to see drones, and if you want to bring a drone setup, you almost always want to bring the EOS for those battlecruiser links. Best battlecruiser drones related that you're going to get for the money, unless you want to potentially drop down to a Merm Navy, but just not quite as good. Doesn't feel that same role. Those T2 resists, really powerful. The Dominix that follows it tells you we don't want to see those drones. We saw the Domi Navy ban earlier, which is obviously still open, but would you want to bring that without the EOS? Maybe you've protected it by getting rid of that. But they, the blue side then follow up in their final ban with that Blackbird. I think that also tells you they don't want to see those jams. That may mean they're going to rely on a T2 logistics cruiser, which are particularly susceptible to jams. Or they're going to rely on a setup with burst damage. We've mentioned about the rapid heavy missile clips. If a jam lands somewhere in there, it can completely ruin your day. You don't get your full damage out. You can't apply it fully. It can cause you some chaos. So again, some interesting picks there.
Absolutely. GM Ren, there are a variety of opinions of electronic warfare throughout this cast. What is your opinion of the Blackbird, both as a ban and as a ship to see on grid?
ECM is in this weird spot where, unlike damps or unlike tracking or guidance disruptions, they are either on or off. Are you willing to put your tournament life on the line with a ship that may or may not be effective at all? If it is effective, it is very effective, preventing any locks from going out except to your Blackbird, which will likely be out of range, or hopefully for the Blackbird. As far as jams go, the ship is probably your cheapest options outside of like a Griffin or Kitsune. But am I a fan? Yes, I would say I'm a fan of ECM. It's great to make the other party feel absolutely terrible.
Indeed, indeed. And those blackbirds, they often come in pairs because one of them jams you out, and then the other one jams whatever runs off to try and kill it. We've seen them, I think, more in the ban than on the grid. While there's no sort of it's not like the Eos or sorry, the Widow or the Blackbird, the two ships we've seen banned, are being brought when they're free. They do occasionally crop up because if there is one thing that is just you can't counter it by getting closer. You can't counter it by just control spacing your ship, maybe piloting a little bit better, maybe flying a little bit more conservatively. It's ECM. The only thing you can do is just uh, you know hands off the keyboard, sit there, wait while saying I'm jammed on comms. But we have both teams on grid. Again, both teams are going to be in here fighting for their life in the tournament. And we will send it to Novatera Ren and Dujik One Eye to break the match down.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Dujik One Eye, and I'm here with Novatera Ren. We have Ravy Navies versus Armanis. Which side would you rather be on?
That's a really good question here. I'm liking both setups. They look really interesting, but notably, they're also both rapid heavies. I feel like this one might end up favoring Sons of Bane a little bit, but we're going to see how it goes. It should be a really exciting one.
I think the Hugin versus Ashmu also makes for a big point here. The Hugin obviously having longer webs. Let's see if they get to put some use into them. And also, there's an Inquisitor on the Armageddon Navy side. A bit of a weak point for an armor comp to have one Tech 1 Logi, I think.
That it definitely is. The reduced points cost of those Raven navies does provide the ability to bring a couple, I guess, up-pointed ships on the low end, like those Tech 2 logistics frigates. Sons of Bane having to compromise on at least one of them, but still bringing a respectable core with the rest of the ships. Vexers as well are going to help supplement the comp a little bit here. And things getting underway now. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how well Sons of Bane leverage their long-range newts here. I think that they should play somewhat aggressively with these Armageddon navies to get in range of that. If they are close to what they're killing, they're going to be in range to newt the scalpels, trying to rep that. Draenor and the Vexer is taking a lot of damage here off the bat.
Yeah, getting absolutely chunked there is the Vexer at the moment, and that is a target that these Raven navies can almost certainly break through before running out of their clip, and I have a feeling they might be going down right away. Meanwhile, the Manticore is taking a ton of damage from the kitchen sinkhole side, and that would be some relevant DPS here that's also gone. So trading, it's a pretty good trade overall for kitchen sinkhole, I would say, but at least they have taken some kill for their effort.
Yeah, I don't think either side is unhappy with having a target they can kill outright in the first clip. The Armageddon navies do have some carryover damage in between clips because they have drones. They're doing a lot of damage to Hyenas and the Scalpel. If he goes down, that's a huge win for them. I think they'd be pretty happy trading their second Vexer for a Scalpel, assuming they get that. Once the damage clip is out for Kitchen Sinkhole, they do not have any damage while they reload. That means that any armor damage they have done will probably be wrapped up in those 35 seconds. As you see Astrid Hair going back up to 100%.
Yeah, that scalpel is burning for his life here. Dropping into hull is under pressure from drones of these Imperial Navy acolytes, but some of the drones are starting to fall off as well. He might be able to stabilize in hull here. I wouldn't actually be too surprised to see that. It was both scalpels that were neuted or taking a lot of pressure then from those Armageddon navies, especially while they still had a couple missiles remaining in their clip. But otherwise, with just that drone damage, it looks like they might just be able to stabilize a little bit here and survive a little while longer, and that's incredibly important. Raven navies here looking to, I think they're also in a reload cycle at the moment, but it looks like they're also going to be trying to go after the low end, at least some drones and other damage effects going on to the Inquisitor now from Sons of Bane, and I think the Inquisitor is just going to drop off right away as well. I have a feeling as well that there was a jam landed potentially from EC300 that definitely facilitates getting that Inquisitor right off the board.
There's another aspect that this tournament is being held on the Thunderdome server, and drones are notoriously difficult to wrangle here, in my experience. They have a little bit of a tendency to come back to your ship, especially if you're out of drone control range, even though you were hoping that they would do the last, let's say, 20% hull damage onto that scalpel who survived miraculously. Sons of Bane are going for Hyenas in the Raven Navy, which is a big departure from the Scalpels. I'm hoping for their sake that they have good newts on the Scalpels as well. They can also shut off the hardeners of a Raven Navy as they shoot it. Their Ashamu is taking a lot of damage as well.
They've been putting a respectable chunking of damage into this Raven Navy from actually a little while here. I'm wondering whether they're about to clip or not, but they're also doing a great job of pressuring the Scalpel with drones, especially, and the first Scalpel does fall. They had been doing their best to keep newts up on the other Scalpel, which definitely helps ensure that the one that they were targeting with those drones does fall here. But I think damage is also slowing on this Raven Navy now. He is indeed starting to claw back some of those shield hit points, and they're going to need them. But I believe, yeah, they have clipped now. So Raven trying to stabilize and seeing what damage he can get out from his own clip now that he's reloaded.
One of the things that I love doing when I fly on Armageddon Navy, if I want to kill the Lodshi as they kill the second Scalpel here of Varag, is you shoot the target that you're close to. The Scalpels have to come in to rep or let Hyenas in the Raven Navy die. And when they come in, you newt them and kill them. You can dictate movement through what you're shooting, especially when you have these long-range newts. Hyenas is taking massive damage and is going to die in just a second.
Yeah, this is no longer pressure onto that Raven Navy, and it is indeed a killing blow here. Not only have they been neuted out pretty well at this point, but the rest of their team has, in a lot of cases, also eaten some of those neutralizer effects. And yeah, Kitchen Sinkhole have been in a forlorn attempt of clawing something back here, trying to go after this Ashamu again and again. Eats Baby's Ashamu, holding like an absolute champ, still staying alive, trying to break through yet another Raven clip, as we've been calling it. But yeah, holding so far, and they've landed tackle on yet another Raven here. It's looking good for Sons of Bane.
Yeah, once you get up one battleship in the rapid heavy mirror, you are really liking your situation. Unless you have like no low end, if there's somewhat low end parity, just being a battleship up is a huge benefit. Eats Babies is heavily fortified from all the nutrients in those babies, and Templar 1 in the Raven Navy is trying to rep himself a little bit, but is taking good damage. Ninja Wolf and the Stork is going to die almost immediately here. They figure that they might break the Raven Navies even faster if they have fewer links.
Something that hasn't been spoken for too much is how the low end from the Sons of Bane team has been able to leverage additional pressure with these drones. It was really relevant when they were trying to take down those scalpels, having the additional pressure there. It's not just a couple lights that were chasing things down and getting some chip damage in here or there that can easily be repaired up, but it was an actual threat that they had to keep thinking about, and that's let them land not only kill on the low end, but tackle after tackle onto the high end as well. It looks like the second Raven is now breaking, dropping into low armor, and still unable to find a trade back onto the Sons of Bane team. Ravens struggling here, trying to find anything they can potentially shoot at and actually apply to, but that second Raven Navy is now dropping, and with it, I think that's also going to be the hopes of Kitchen Sinkhole in this match that are dropping. They really needed multiple of these in order to be able to put damage through.
I was expecting more from this Hugin. Like looking at the low ends for Sons of Bane, they had 2 Vexers with bonus drones, Pontifex and Magus with drone bays. Ashamu gets 4 mediums as well. They had just a horde to go and chase down people here, whereas Sinkhole were hoping that they might be able to kill some low end with the help of the Bellicose and Hugin, a combination of which is like basically perfect application. If you are double or triple webbed and you have 2 or 3 bonus paints on you, like there isn't very much more people can do to make you take full damage from missiles in that case.
I would also say to Sons of Bane's credit that they did a really good job of figuring out exactly what their goal in the matchup was from right away. They realized they had to be the aggressor. They needed to push in quickly to try to start applying those newts across the Kitchen Sinkhole team. When they were able to do so, they were pressuring Logi with those newts. They would then swap them over to Raven Navies if they were able to land tackle on it and then start pressuring the capacitor, the ability to keep up resistance modules there, and then leverage all of those drones to create secondary problems that Kitchen Sinkhole constantly had to deal with, and they were unable to deal with them. The last Raven Navy is about to fall here from Kitchen Sinkhole. Hugin and Bellicose are all that's left. Sons of Bane doing a great job. It looks like for their trouble, there's a chance that this Vexer might die, but with that Raven Navy having dropped first, I don't even think that the Vexer is going to meet his fate here. He might survive in just very low armor, but it's enough.
Yeah, one of the other asymmetries in this matchup is the shield versus armor. The shield side getting to be a little bit faster, getting to have more damage modules on their battleships, but their low end just takes more damage from being large. The Vexers are like the first thing that went down in this match was a Vexer, and they're just big enough to take good missile damage. But on the other hand, the Logi difference and the links in particular, much easier to kill if you are an armor shooting shield.
I would agree with all of that. All that's left here for Kitchen Sinkhole is a Bellicose, which I am sure Sons of Bane are going to have no trouble breaking through. Although, with just 29 seconds left in the match, they might find a way to keep the Bellicose alive if he really wants to be at this point. They might be going for a boundary record already. They are sort of burning towards a micro jump unit, but not sure if they're going to get there. It looks like damage is starting to come in and apply now. We're seeing the good fights in local. Sons of Bane, with this win, are going to be qualifying themselves directly into the Alliance Tournament. Kitchen Sinkhole not quite out of it just yet. They're going to have to fight their way through tomorrow, and we'll see if they can do it. But that was it for this match with time reaching 0. And so we're going to be throwing it back to our analyst desk. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the desk. We have just seen the battle of the Ravy Navy versus the triple Armageddon Navy issue. 2 triple battleship cores, both alike in dignity, but the rapid heavy Armageddon Navy issue comes out on top. We've actually seen a number of triple battleship cores or triple bunch of ship cores throughout the Alliance tournament, and we've got a lovely graphic showing the comparative rates at which people triple up ships. This is places where we've found that the correct number of ships is 3. So Colonel Kurtz, maybe take us through these.
Absolutely. Triple the ship, triple the fun. And there's a good reason that teams would bring 3 ships. I'll use the Sleipnir as my first example. But how many times have we seen a rush this year that hasn't involved 3 Sleipnirs, a gun rush that is? It's very, very rare. If you use 3 of the same ship, they all work in the same way. They all use the same weapon systems. They all have the same characteristics. So, for example, if you wanted to bring a rush and you thought, you know what, I'm going to have 2 Sleipnirs and a Nighthawk, you're going to have all sorts of problems because that Nighthawk, it operates in a very different fashion to those Sleipnirs. The guns on the Sleipnirs, they all need to get in close, they all need to get webs, they all need to get tackle, and they all have a great active tank, while your Nighthawk is doing something completely different. So it makes a lot of sense. And also, if you find a ship that you think is really good, again, the Sleipnir is very popular, why not just use 3 of them, right? If it's good, why not just use 3 of them?
Exactly. And we've got a bunch of things there. We don't actually have triple Jackdaw on there, which I find quite surprising given how many times we've seen it this tournament. Maybe this tournament will be the one to put triple Jackdaw on the map there. So GM Ren, one of the things that you brought up in our analysis chat is the difference in the low end of those comps. We had 2 comps with triple battleship high end, but very different low end. How did those shake up?
Yeah, you could see that. We can see that one side brought their Logi frigates. Both sides brought the Logi frigates. It's a mirror in that regard. The other side has a purifier, has paints to help support their missile application from their battleship core. And at first, seeing that comp being brought out, I thought it was cruise ravens, because that's how you'd support a cruise raven setup. Whereas the other side brings vexers. They can burn around. They can tackle the low end. They can put pressure on it. They have smaller drones. They'll easily apply to the scalpels, to just the lower end of things. And you can see the difference where the Raven navies end up without support, or barely any support, and the lower end just mops the floor and just isolates the battleship core, which, well, you can see how that ended up just there. Unfortunately, Kitchen Sinkhole found out the hard way.
You could say, seeing as the Raven on the bird theme, they had their wings clipped somewhat by having everything around them removed. I think that.
Yep.
That works.
Yep.
You can keep that. That's for free. You can have that.
Yeah. I would also, if we still have time, I would also like to point out just the difference in the battleship cores. Of course, it's not just shield versus armor. It is a pure missile shield boat in the Ravens with an application bonus, versus the Geddon navies, which get, outside of their tank bonus, they get the newts, the newt range. They get drone DPS to continue shooting while their rapid heavies are reloading, as the casters pointed out. And all this just puts extra pressure on anything. Everything uses capacitor in the game. Every module you activate needs capacitor, so just having those big ass newts just keep spooling, keeping pressure on low end, mid range, big cores, shutting off hardeners, shutting off prop mods, shutting off application modules. It just, there's a reason we've been seeing the Armageddon Navy issue brought out so many times, or banned so many times, and I'm surprised it wasn't higher up there on the chart just now with the triple cores that we've seen.
And is it because it works, Misty? Is it because it works, GM Ren? Misty, are you listening?
Colonel Kurtz is, for those of you who did not see what his team brought last Alliance tournament, the #1 partisan of the Armageddon Navy issue, and to a top 6 result. And I think that's a very reasonable place to be. But we need to bring more teams into the Alliance tournament, and so we'll be going to Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Slow Children at Play. We've got the bans in. The Armageddon Navy issue is in the ban list. We've also got a couple ships that we haven't seen as much this tournament. Traditional AOs, traditional Cenotaph, but the Pontifex, the Curse, and the Arbitrator are all in the ban list. And I noticed that it took them a long time to think, the Rusty Hyenas Clan, a long time to think about that Curse and Armageddon Navy issue ban. Colonel Kurtz, what do you think they were thinking about there?
Just trying to cast my mind back to all the way back to this afternoon, which is a long time ago. Was it Slow that brought the double curses earlier today? I have to check in my ear if somebody can check that for us, but I got a feeling it may have. We've definitely seen double curse today, and we saw how powerful that was. So maybe they're afraid of that. At the same time, they've gotten rid of the Armageddon Navy issue. The curse is probably the greatest threat to that ship. So yeah, interesting. And the response then from the blue team, they saw the curse was gone. They thought, great, fine. And then they've gone and taken the arbitrator out as well. They're obviously both teams really afraid of disrupts, which may indicate that there is going to be some requirement for tracking or missile application. So please don't, but please, we may be seeing some torpedoes. We may be seeing some battleship guns, a Balgorn and a Baden, who knows? And potentially we might see that from both sides, because they've also got rid of the Cenotaph, which also would indicate that they're afraid of their large ships taking a huge amount of that ticking damage. Who knows?
Could be, could be. We've also got Slow Children at Play getting rid of 2 armor link ships. GM Ren, what do you think they're trying to do there beyond just get links off the grid?
If you wish your opponent not to bring armor links or inferior armor links, or force them into a gunboat, if you force them into the absolution or damnation, or maybe they want to fight a shield comp, ? Maybe that indicates they want to bring missiles, ? The slightly increased signature radius of the shield modules might mean that that's what they want to see, but
Could be, could be. Colonel Kurtz, between these two teams, who do you favor for the channel points?
I am giving my support to Rusty Hyenas for this one. I think they've got this.
All right, and GM Ren, what about you?
I'm
No
siding.
idea.
I'm siding with Colonel Kurtz here again. I think
All
Rusty
right,
Hyenas
all
have
right.
this.
Well, I will be the contrarian. I'll say let's go slow and let's go to the arena where Novatera Ren and Dujek One-Eye will break down the match.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Novatera Ren, joined once again by Dujek One-Eye for what is yet another rematch from a day one matchup, interestingly enough, between Rusty Hyenas Clan and Slow Children at Play. That time, there was a sort of Vindicator control that ran up against an autocannon rush. This time, looking very different. Slow Children at Play, bringing a Torp Raven Navy issue setup. What are we seeing from Rusty Hyenas Clan?
Rusty Hyenas are going to try to kite away from those Torp Ravens, which I think is the best strategy if you're up against Torp Ravens. Go fast, but be far away. I love the Ibis on the slow team. The Ibis can actually fit jams in this format, I'm pretty sure. It's jam bonus. Let's see if it comes in clutch.
That it can, and it's always hilarious to be on the receiving end of an Ibis jam that actually lands. And by hilarious, I mean you are cursing at your monitor when you notice that that happens. We'll see if you can land anything. We won't know exactly, at least from the graphic. Again, it's just jam attempts that we can see with the fancy UI, but we'll see how it goes here. I'm liking the position, especially having Jackdaws to get rid of the low end for Rusty Hyenas Clan. But yeah, we'll see. Things starting out immediately. It looks like there's an attempt with target paints and webs landing on a hyena from slow immediately. That is the initial target from Rusty Hyenas Clan, and I really like that. Both the hyena and Loki are a massive threat to this kiting comp.
Yeah, especially once they get the hyena down, they can damp out the Loki to just basically have no webs against them. I think also the Rusty Hyenas just want a monopoly on hyena here. It's a little bit weird to see your titular ship on the opponent's side of the field trying to kill you, but this hyena is tanking very well.
No, the hyena knew right off the bat what was about to come for him, and they were burning very far away as their Raven navies were instead deciding to push inward. Now it's the Loki who is under pressure from the Slow Children at Play side, who's also now pulling back, trying to get away from that kiting comp and potentially be able to catch some reps from these Kirans. But yeah, so far, Rusty Hyenas Clan doing a great job of at least swapping targets, staying away, and staying very far away from these Raven Navy issues, because if those Raven Navies are able to get into range, tackle something, that thing, I'm pretty certain, is going to die.
The primarying of webs and forcing them to go back is almost as good as killing them in terms of their own survivability. Like, no webs from slow have gone onto Rusty Hyena's ships yet. And without those webs, the Ravens are just not going to do any damage. Even if they were to slow something down, like, Torps are not fully applying here. If they were a cruise, this would be a very different fight. The Ibis has also gone down in one shot. The ECM of that Ibis, I am just assuming that it has ECM, not relevant anymore.
Yeah, the last time I flew an Ibis in Alliance Tournament scrims, at least, I did not have any room for tank, so not surprised to see a stray sneeze knocking down the Ibis there entirely on its own. But Slow Children at Play are now applying to a Caracal Navy, and wow, look at them chunk it straight into hull, trying to catch reps here, but I have a feeling, yeah, they might just be gone. And yeah, really low hull now. They do trade onto a Kirin, though. Kirin is a really important thing for Rusty Hyenas Clan to be able to get rid of. Anything subsequent that they do target with their kite is much more likely to die.
True Demon of this Caracal Navy is actually getting somewhat out of range and getting reps a little bit. It's very hard to secure a kill on a Raven Navy, because even if you have your, say, 45 to 60 kilometer range with Torps as they're helped out, Lilith and the Kirin going down while we're talking about this, you still are fighting things that are moving away from you, and as such, your missiles have less range virtually.
Yeah, that second Karen absolutely got evaporated there, and that is a very big deal. Again, the longer it takes for Slow to be able to find a target now, the more the rest of their team is going to drop off the field. The Stork is now next to go. Things slowly falling apart. They still have some chance to be able to grab something and apply damage to it, but they need to do so quickly. They've been trying their hardest now to put damage into the Cyclone Fleet issue after that Caracal Navy got out of range earlier while being in 10% hull, but they have been unable to break through the Scimitar reps on it as well. Another ship now dropping off from Slow. I believe it was the Hyena this time, and I think it's just the Loki that's going to be their only chance to catch anything, and even if it does, it might just be too late.
I think that Loki probably can't lock past like 7 kilometers. He's got a full carry's worth of damps on him, and he's webbed. I suspect that Loki probably will never be able to lock further than the webs that are currently holding him in place.
I suspect you're very much correct on that. We saw the carries doing a great job earlier of swapping back and forth to make sure the damps were going to prevent any relevant tackles for as long as possible. And now at this point, with so many ships having been gone from the Slow Children at Play side, they can just stick them on the Loki and feel very secure that they're going to be able to take things down without risking any of their ships getting tackled. We're now seeing the webs from the Rapier start to apply both to the Bifrost, but then swapping over to a Raven Navy issue. It looks like potentially after they take down this Loki, they might start to chew through the top end finally.
Yeah, that's going to take forever for this team. Like, they have chosen having good application, having good control, and having good logi over the raw damage that you might hope. One of the things that was spoken about earlier in this tournament is the fact that the Hugin has some better stats than the Rapier on the Hyenas team, but the Rapier shoots missiles, so it synergizes a little bit better with the missile kite comp. It has similar ranges, it applies in the same way, it gets disrupted in the same way, and they're using this Rapier to great effect to keep the target they want off them locked down as they now kill the Bifrost. I think of these slow ravens kind of as T-Rexes. Like, they're big, powerful, they would do a lot of damage to you, but they have little tiny arms that can't quite reach over and hit the hyena.
I think that's an excellent analogy in this specific case. And you know what? They almost got taunted there by the Rusty Hyenas clan Bellicose, who had actually stopped propping for a while, let those Raven navies get up to nearly like 15 kilometers away from it, even like really close, and then immediately propped away before it was actually at a risky range. Beautiful to see. It's a really well executed kite, I would say. Yet again, I was quoted as saying, I do not like seeing HML Kite make it through, but I mean, this one is very well fielded, I would say, from Rusty Hyenas, recognizing every threat right before it comes and getting out ahead of it. It's, really well done.
I like the Rusty Hyenas comp quite well. I think it's a quintessential, like, powerful comp to take into feeders in particular. You have a carries to deal with, like, the most dangerous thing you might face at range. You have the Rapier to slow down rushes and counter webbing ships that are coming from you. You have Jackdaws to deal with opposing carries and Mollusk as well. And you've got good logi. Everything in your comp is fast. You've got at least something to help out with any situation you might find yourself in. And you're relying on your own piloting to keep away. And if you are trusting your own piloting in this situation, you could be untouchable.
We are reaching the point as well where you can look at the defense, attack, and control bars on the screen and see, even if Slow was applying all of their attack bar at this point, that both teams could essentially ram each other at this point, and it would still likely go up in Rusty Hyenas clan favor. Keeping their logi alive the entire time as well was such a massive deal for them. Not only were they incredibly pressured on the Cyclone Fleet issue at one point, but also that Caracal Navy that, again, stabilized at 10% structure. Scimitar just being able to be leveraged in every critical moment as well. It's excellent flying all around.
Yeah, you stole what I was going to say. I was just going to say, like, good job to Carl for in keeping his team alive in this case. I think they worked well together. I liked how they kept the webs off. I wonder a little bit how this matchup might have gone if Slow had just completely rushed, overheated every prop and every web and just gone in. Like, you're going to lose your Hyena, but like, could you sneak your Loki in? I think that might have been one of their chances to get something done here.
It's a good question. One other thing they might have been able to try to attempt, which I saw them do just a few moments ago, but a little bit too late and unsuccessfully, was try to go for a micro jump unit play as well. They could potentially use that to try to get their battleship core right out ahead of the kite. I assume at that point Rusty and his clan would try to burn in a little bit to try to prevent them from getting landed on if they recognize it in time. But that could be a way to try to gamble to try to get some percentage points back there as the comp was falling apart for Slow Children. But here we are seeing Rusty and his clan taking down the last Raven Navy issue from Slow here of SAR Infamous, doing, they tried their best. They couldn't get there with their little dinosaur arms. And with that explosion here, we're going to be sending it back to the analysis desk.
Hello and welcome back. With that, Rusty Hyenas clan have made their way into the Alliance Tournament, Slow Children at play, on to the redemption bracket. And what a match. That was an absolute kite. GM Ren, what do you think of that?
I thought that was an amazing match and extremely successfully executed. Full kite setup, full HML long range, paints to apply, pick off the right targets one after another, and I think the Caracal might have gotten caught by a hot web here and there, and it just managed to slip out just in time and survive in 10% structure. If a comp like that starts bleeding out and loses ships here and there, they simply don't have the DPS to keep up in a DPS race, in a straight race. So the fact that they managed to stay out of range and keep moving and keep picking off targets, that really meticulously executed plan there.
Speaking of surviving, we saw the hyena for Slow Children, the hyena for
yes, the hyena for
Slow Children. I'm like, there's too many hyenas on grid. The hyena for Slow Children hung on for a long, long time. Hyenas, absolutely critical ships in the tournament. They do have a habit of getting primaried pretty quickly. So I believe we have a lovely chart of how long the average hyena lives. So here we can see the hyena, both its win rate and its survival rate and average tankiness. Colonel Kurtz, what are you thinking when you're trying to tell people to shoot a hyena?
Hyenas can be notoriously difficult to kill, especially if they're afterburner fit. If you haven't got a way to catch it, you haven't got a way to kill it. It has no hit points, right? The tank on a hyena is abysmal. But if you can apply to it, whether it be tracking it with guns or hitting it for full damage with missiles, it is going to die. But you've got to be able to either blow its signature up with a target painter, stop its MWD with a scram, or slow it down enough with a web to be able to kill it. But if you can't do those things, it's just going to buzz about and cause you absolute chaos. And some of the best pilots in the AT are hyena pilots. So a lot of the big teams have people that specialize in flying hyenas because it can be such a difficult role to fly. But if done well, this can win you a match. A good hyena pilot can win you a match, 100%.
Absolutely. We can see the long tail there of hyenas that survived long past when perhaps they were expected to die. And in that match in particular, the hyena would have been really important to the slow strategy. Colonel Kurtz, what are we think of the missile choice for slow?
I think I called it, didn't I? Just before the match, I said, look, they're going to want to bring something big here. And I mentioned the torpedoes. I love it when I'm right. Most people don't, but I love it when I'm right. And I got it spot on. They brought the torpedoes, right? Torpedoes can be great if you're shooting something big. Did we see any battleships from the Rusty Hyena side? No, we did not. So they were probably kicking themselves at that point, but more so the fact that that kite comp from Rusty Hyenas was pretty much a direct counter to those slow battleships with their limited torpedo ranges. Unless they could catch something and really pin it down, they weren't going to be able to do that. So it was, you know, their goose was cooked before it even set foot out the oven. If I'm perfectly honest with you, the only thing that they had to hope on was that Rusty Hyenas were going to slip up. If they didn't kite well, if they didn't stay together, if they got caught, then it was going to be a very different story. But all props to Rusty Hyenas. They piloted that perfectly. That may have seemed like a bit of an anemic comp in terms of damage, and it is. It's a rush. It's a kite comp. It's all about speed, staying away, and picking things off. But they meticulously picked away, killed things off, and they won the match. They might not have been able to burn through battleships like some of these Kingslayer comps that we've seen, but that doesn't matter. A win is a win.
Indeed. And looking for more wins, we've got Evasive Maneuvering coming up versus Critical Mass. The winner of this match will be on to the Alliance Tournament. And fun fact, the winner of this match will be, in fact, the first match of the Alliance Tournament. They will be playing against Nerve, who we've already seen go in 2-0. So we have the bans. Evasive Maneuvering have banned the Hugin, they've banned the Raptor, and they've banned a Rapier, and they've banned the Dominix. Long range webs mean that we are absolutely trying to maneuver evasively. Critical Mass, on the other hand, the Armageddon, the Zarmazd, and the Sleipnir. GM Ren, any comments on these bans?
No, I would echo what you already have said. The removal of the long range webs and the bonus paints, they don't want to see those. They might want to try something with mobility, range. Are we seeing the cruisers? Maybe not again. Or maybe that's what they also want to counter. They don't want to see the cruisers used against them. So we do not wish to be hit from the other side of the arena, good sir. So
Indeed, indeed. And Evasive Maneuvering, they've very good team. They have shown that they are able to maneuver evasively. So every chance that they could have the cruise typhoons in their arsenal here. Colonel Kurtz, I noticed that we have the Armageddon band, but not the Armageddon Navy issue. What does the Armageddon bring to the table that the Armageddon Navy does not?
Armageddon gets the bonus to range on its newts. It can project those heavy neutralizers out to extended ranges. This would indicate they don't want to see long range newts. Could that be to protect some logistics frigates that they don't intend to put into the melee on a kite, for example? Do they want to protect a logistics cruiser that they'd like to sit away from the melee if they are going to bring a rush? Two different options, but either way, they don't like the sound of the newts, and they're also got rid of the Sleipnir. They don't want to see a gun rush. And with all of those webs gone, can't bring a gun rush. You could bring a missile rush. You could bring a missile kite. But Evasive Maneuvering want to do some evasive maneuvering, so they've got rid of all the webs. So let's see if my crystal ball's working today, because I've got one thing right. Holy, who would have thought that would happen? See if we can do it again. I think if I'm going to put my neck on the chopping block, we're going to see another missile kite here. I think from Evasive Maneuvering, most likely. They've given their indication. They don't want the Dommy. They don't want to see those sentry drones as well. They're scared of that. They don't want to see these webs. They're going to bring a Hyena. If I was to hazard a guess, that is still open. So that is my prediction. I'm going to get slated for this chat. Be nice, all right?
I mean, there's only one more slot on the desk. It would be real tough to try to replace you for that one slot, lest you fall victim to the Phantomite gambit. Seeing too far beyond the veil of the tournament bubble. GM Ren, between these two teams, do you have a favorite for your channel points?
I do love me some evasive maneuvering. I loved it when Rusty Hyenas did it. Now let's see if evasive maneuvering can do their own.
Yeah, or will they find something else? We've got a couple of minutes or a couple of moments at least before they land on grid. So Colonel Kurtz, I'll just ask you real quick: if evasive maneuvering is kiting, they've banned the Hugin, they've banned the Rapier, they've banned the Dominix. Is there anything that you think they would be hoping and praying that Critical Mass would not bring to the grid?
would not bring to the grid. I think they'd, if again, my predictions, if they're going to bring something kitey, long range missiles, or a fly killer, who knows, cruise missile setup, they're not going to be wanting to see something that can close the gap quickly and that's going to do a lot of damage. So a comp that's going to have assault frigates in it potentially with a Tech 2 logistics cruiser, that can be really nasty because you're going to struggle to kill those assault frigates before they can bridge that gap, get a hold of your kiting ships, and that T2 logistics cruiser is going to be able to keep them alive with the use of the assault damage control. So we've seen a number of interesting comps. We saw double vindicators that came out of the left field. Nobody saw that one coming, and that worked really well because it was teamed with a lot of tackle to catch things and pin it down. So we often focus on
real
the
quick,
top end.
I just gotta break in because the teams are on grid. There is some evasive maneuvering, but it is not the folks you would have thought. We are going to send it down to the arena. We're going to send it to Novaterran and Dujek One Eye to tell us what's going on here.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Dujek One Eye. I'm here with Novaterran. I am so excited to see an alligator that has no missile launchers. I think that it might be going very fast away from these Nighthawks.
Yeah, don't be illusioned by the fancy UI on the screen. This is critical mass against evasive maneuvering. It is critical mass bringing that setup that we actually saw them field something really similar earlier today. I believe it was them fielding this Florida Man style setup, looking to use this alligator and these Gilas. But notably, these Cenotaphs are very much the big threat for both of these teams here. And I'll be interested to see who is better able to leverage it. Evasive maneuvering will not be doing the evasive maneuvering in this match. I totally agree with the analysts there.
Let's see what they're going for in the first place. We're gonna be able to tell ahead of time once these drone clouds get on someone. It's like the alligator that they're named after. Alexei in the carries is taking massive damage from those jackdaws and more, and is probably going to go down here immediately.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful job so far from evasive maneuvering, both closing the gap, getting drones out to start pressuring and taking down that carries. It looks like they've landed a scram now onto the Gila of Arnold from Critical Mass. Critical Mass are trying to trade back onto a Caracal Navy. I like that target. It should be a little bit squishier, potentially easier to break through. But wow, that Gila is taking so much pressure already. We're seeing the first breacher pods get fired off into it, and the second Gila is now tackled down as well. They have the follow-up target lined up for when the first drops, but they swap off the modules from the second Gila onto the Cenotaph instead. That's another great target to go after.
This explains why you would ban out long-range webs, is so that you can't be held back, not so that you can't be caught. In this case, the Sino and the Helas have just not gotten away fast enough, and they have XLASBs, so they don't have that much in the way of buffer, and they're going down really fast today.
Yeah, and notably the Cenotaph as well of Sam Punishers here from evasive maneuvering. Not only did they scram a Gila for a while, but they did it while moving past that Gila and trying to push into the remainder of the critical mass team that is still trying to kite away. Meaning that at the moment when he gets out of range and is no longer able to hold that scram, the next ship from his comp has caught up and is able to lock it down as well. They're going to take down the second Gila here from critical mass pretty quickly. It's a sort of a forced target now from critical mass to try to get that Cenotaph to stay away from them just by putting DPS into it. But wow, that Cenotaph is a tanky ship, and they are pushing so hard with this advantage that they have. Cenotaph now is catching the alligator as well. Wow, dominant performance so far from evasive maneuvering.
That Sino from Sam Punisher was going extremely fast at that point. It's almost making me want to break out my Pyfa to see how many nanofibers he has on that. Cenotaph's not actually that fast, and I am thinking that he must have multiple mods to make him go faster to catch out the unaware Helas in this case.
Yeah, not actually that fast. Tell that to Sam Punisher, who has clearly not gotten that memo and has been leveraging this sheer speed to great success. I'm wondering whether it's been some timely heating on the micro warp drives that keeps showing us these ridiculous speed numbers for it, but I don't think we've seen a Cenotaph this fast quite yet. It looks like they're finally dropping into low shield, is that Cenotaph? But again, the Basilisk is still perfectly fine and untouched for the evasive maneuvering side. The longer this goes on, I'm pretty sure this might be a 200-0 knockout.
In the case that we call multiple alligators and Hyenas together the Florida Man comp, and somebody earlier in this tournament said that watching a Xeno try to get to people to dot them was like watching the shark in Jaws sneak up on people. Sam Punisher is much faster than that shark, but the Cenotaph has fins. I just want to call it the shark from now on, as it goes and chomps up all the land-based animals in this match.
All right, welcome back. We have seen a absolute bloodbath there with evasive maneuvering going on to the Alliance tournament, and we are set up for what is going to be an absolute banger of a first match of Alliance Tournament 21. We have evasive maneuvering with that fantastic performance. We'll be fighting up against Nerve, which includes members of the Fraternity Alliance Tournament winning team. So we are going to see some of the finest piloting. First off, GM Ren. One of the things that we saw there was some amazing Xeno piloting. How did that play out?
Well, as our commentators pointed out, the Cenotaph of the evasive maneuvering looked a little bit faster than your average Cenotaph, and all it seemed to really want to do is burn over, put a web scram on things for the rest of the team to catch up, and as the breacher pod was ticking, it was already sneaking towards its next target to lock it down, and that was key to success in this case, as the rush was completely successful, just chucking one target after the next down the trash can, as it were.
All right, yeah, and Stickers Kurtz, does that match your predictions for this match?
I think I got quite close. I don't think I quite got the picks the right way around. But either way, we saw some brilliant piloting from evasive maneuvering. They really showed their quality there. Really clinical, really good. A good match overall. And I think we weren't too far off on what we thought we were going to see. So I've been vindicated a little bit. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether I can get all these stickers off my body before I go to bed, to be quite frank with you.
That is honestly a concern. I've heard that like using oil and stuff can help get that off. So good luck with that. And thank you all for joining me here on this desk. And in fact, a big shout out to everyone, not only who's been part of the cast, whether you've been commentating or whether you've been on the desk or so on and so forth, but also all the behind the scenes folks. We've got a ton of refs that have been working tirelessly. We have our wonderful observers. We have Bay Artj, whose sweet voice in our ears tells us when to go and when to shut up. And of course, CCP Zealous, CCP Thunder Daddy, making this all happen. So thank you all very much. And thank you, Twitch chat, for hanging out and losing your channel points on these wonderful matches. We will see you all tomorrow, back same time, same place for a lot more spaceship explosions. We've got to narrow down our Alliance tournament, get our bracket fully populated, so we'll be able to do some incredible gaming come October. So for now, farewell, see you tomorrow, and have a lovely evening.